Good morning, everyone. Today is Monday, July 17th, 2023. And I called to order our monthly Board of Trustees meeting, and which is being held both in person and on Zoom. To complete the town's business in a timely manner, the following procedures will be followed for all town meetings, including those hosted on Zoom. All meeting participants must keep their microphones muted and their videos turned off, except during citizens' comments and unless called on to speak by the board. For the Town of Crestone Board of Trustees Procedures and Rules of Order, Section 7.3, we allow 15 minutes total for citizens' comments. During those 15 minutes, speakers will be allowed up to 3 minutes to speak, after which they will be informed when their 3 minutes are completed and their microphones will be muted. Before speaking, please state your name and address for the record. If you have comments that are longer than 3 minutes, or if the time for citizens' comments expired before you had a chance to speak, please send your comments as correspondence to Town Hall and the board will respond to your letters. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Okay, Mayor Danforth.
Here.
Trustee Kinney.
Here.
Trustee Byer.
Here.
Trustee Lakai. Here. Trustee Martinez.
Here.
Trustee Scheide.
Here.
Absent with notice for the morning is Trustee Hume. He may attend via Zoom in the afternoon. Also, present interim administrator Scott Harrison, clerk Allison Ransom, and town attorney Seth Walker will arrive at 1:30.
Thank you, Allison. Trustee Martinez, would you read the vision statement for us?
Historic Crestone, Colorado exemplifies small mountain town community within a community committed to sustainable living practices and spiritual traditions. The town continues to celebrate its pioneering spirit and unique diversity through contemporary self-reliance. Crestone's goals are to enhance economic viability, environmental preservation, renewable energy use, and social responsibility.
Thank you. Next item is approval of the agenda. Are there any additions or deletions? Scott.
Yeah, I've got 2 additions to the agenda, both under discussion and action items. I would propose that we add authorized audit extension as item 9B.
8.
Oh, discussion. Sorry, my something happened on my agenda while I was taking minutes. 8. Well, I wanted Lisa to be present for, just to, talk about it. So I wanted to add that as 8B. I also wanted to add review special noise permit application as item 8G. Oh, 8H.
So where's the audit extension then?
Yeah, so that should be in the couple documents that I had passed around.
No, I got that. Well, where is it going on?
8.
Oh, where are you going?
The audit extension.
He is in boy.
B as in boy.
H.
8B. is the
8B is off.
The second one is HH.
Okay.
Adam.
On reports, we used to have a trustee reports. Is that
should be
That's missing too.
Anything else?
Maybe under trustees report, I would like to see us address. In Zohar's correspondence, not so often correspondence, we just read it, but we don't make decisions about it, so I would like to just bring that into trustees reports and be able to talk about it.
I thought we've been responding to every letter lately. We talked about it and we prepared a written response, so absolutely, I don't think we need to make a change for that.
Okay,
Especially.
good.
Anything else? I would entertain a motion to accept the agenda and approve the agenda as modified. Benjamin, second. Second. Dale. And who will make the motion seconded by Dale? Discussion. All in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay, ayes have it. Next item is approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting of June 12th. Comments, concerns, questions?
I'll make the motion that we approve the minutes for the regular board meeting of June 12th.
Thank you, Kim. Is there a second to that?
I'll second.
Benjamin? Discussion?
Yes, discussion. I'm finding that the minutes are getting more bare bones. Sometimes used to be there was almost too much information in the minutes. And what I'm seeing, that it's really is bare bones. And I'd like to encourage maybe just a little bit more, like under reports, underwater water operator McGill sure has delivered a verbal report. But it doesn't say anything at all about what he reported on. Did we have a problem with this, or did we need money for that, or something? So I would like to see just a little bit more. I don't want to be overwhelmed with information, but what was in that report?
Scott, is there a problem for you with doing
No,
that?
I can start, I can just a little bit more in there. I had been doing it that way because as far as action minutes go, you're only supposed to
Yeah,
reference action taken, but I mean, I understand the practicality of that and all,
yeah. And I'm just kind of seeing that in the
Exactly.
pick out Miguel's, but it was just under all of them. Just give us a little bit more, when we say that there was such and such was presented, tell us. Like Mayor Danforth gave an update on the plans for the dark sky event. That's it. It's going to be happening such and such a date, or was able to get funding for this or that. Tell us, just give us another 2 sentences about actually what that report entailed. Cause I think in the future, what's so important is when you go back to the minutes, they're a record of what happened in the meeting. And if there's nothing in the minutes what that report was about, it's just sort of a real void of information when 2 years from now we look back at what that discussion was. So just a little more, you don't have to get real heavy duty.
I can do that.
Thank you. I agree. All right. Anything else about the minutes? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, the minutes have been approved. It brings us to citizens' comments. Warren, you don't have to come up and state your name and address for the rest.
This microphone's not working.
You have a mic.
Yeah,
that you
any
can
of
use.
these? I'll speak loudly, it's all right. Not that. Oh, it was interesting.
It's not working.
Okay, I'll just speak loudly.
Wires.
What I'm about to say may end up being funny, not in a ha-ha way, but I think you'll understand. I like and respect every member of this board, and I appreciate your service. But over the last year, the actions of this board have demonstrated that they are unable to make a collective response to major issues as they relate to misappropriation of funds, budget issues, and violations by the board of the municipal code. And because of that, I'm requesting that the entire board resign. Thank you.
Next.
Mine's a little more cheery. Hi, Nick Navarez.
Is that on?
Oh, is it?
I don't know.
Just talk loud.
You can pick that up.
Oh, that one's green. That one's green. There you go. Okay, Nick Navarez. I just want to give you guys an update.
Name and address for the record.
Oh, sure.
Address.
2271 Big Sands Way. I just wanted to give you a quick update. 4th of July was a big success. We raised around $12,000 total from the 4,000 that we had budgeted. And thank goodness for the county, they gave us a matching grant. And then we raised an additional 4,000 just from amazing people in the community who were able to give $500 donations and even people who gave $50 donations throughout the course of it. I have a way of estimating my event pass. We had approximately 2,000 people that came throughout the day. So that was pretty successful. So that's that. Second, I just want to give you an update on the stage. We are right now at a holding pattern. I need to raise, another group of money. What I'm going to do the next meeting, if I could get on the agenda, is I'd like to present the next round of build and funding and stuff like that, what it would entail, what we're looking to do. We were able to get the structure up, but as of yet, I wouldn't necessarily say it's quite usable quite yet. We want to get it really nice and buttoned up, and there's some really great. Anyways, that's all I have. I heard there's a conversation about the music ordinance, sound ordinance a little later today. I won't be able to be here physically, but I will try to dial in if I can maybe get an idea of when approximately that's going to happen. That way I can just, lend my ears to that as well. So anyways, just want to give you guys an update. You're well. Thanks. Thanks. Real quick.
Can I text you when we're getting close to that?
That would be fantastic. Yes.
Make sure I have your number.
The other thing is one little hiccup that we did have. One of the arrangements I had made in my proposal for the town was that there would be a town employee available and picking up trash, and there was no one available to help to do that at all. And so I ended up having to troubleshoot and produce my own trash bags and hold trash, and that was not part of our arrangement. So this is something I want to bring up for the future. We can always do better if we work together. So anyways, thanks guys. That's it.
Thank you. It's a great day.
Thank you, Nick. We don't ask questions. Other comments, citizens' comments from those attending in Zoom. If you hold up your hand,
It looks like Mary has a comment.
So Mary, are you holding up your hand?
She is. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi, good morning. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I did that right then. I want to thank everybody for your service. I hope you will take a minute to read the letter I wrote, which is in your correspondence. I am feeling like we are dragging our feet unnecessarily on making practical progress in town. The other thing I would like to give you a heads up on, which I mentioned in my letter, is that we will be working on getting a skate park here. The grant that we're going for has to be in a municipality. It can't be at the POA. However, it pays for construction, materials, and the best part is it pays for insurance forever. So I want you to know that there will be an initiative happening around the skate park. And hopefully we can all work together to make this happen. Thank you very much for Kid Fest. It went great. Y'all can see the mural the kids did in the hall of the town hall entrance. Everybody had a good time and everything went well. Gretchen and Harold gave us an A+. The yard sale went real well. We made $5,000 for Neighbors Helping Neighbors after expenses. However, we're paying so many rents that I spent that within a week. So I think affordable housing needs to get back on the agenda very quickly. And that's all I have to say. I'll be at the meeting for a while, but I've got a lot of neighbor stuff to do. But thank you all very much for showing up.
Thank you, Mary. Other citizens' comments, either via Zoom or in person? Hearing none, we'll close citizens' comments for today's meeting. And proceed to the next item, which is correspondence to the board. Let's take the items in the order they were submitted and we have Mary's letter, but let's just go through our packets in the order we have them right now and then add Mary's letter onto that. So the first letter is from Lily Zohar. Kissam was speaking to that earlier. Comments? Kissam?
Yeah, Lily approached me with a concern. And we had a discussion. As you can tell by her letter, she had, I don't know, there was something happened in her life or whatever that she missed paying her sewer bill and it came in late. And she said to me that, you know, she paid her bill for 11 years, always on time. And times when she knew she was going to be gone somewhere, she would pay 3-4 months in advance. So she was really surprised to see the late fee, and it wasn't that the amount was, you know, a huge amount or anything. It was kind of more of feeling like she had been a really good citizen for a long time and she was just being penalized over one time missing a payment or being late. She didn't miss it, she was late. And so, you know, I told her, I said, please write to the board, you know, let us know your thoughts on this. This is part of those community relations where you want to have good relationships with people and our citizens. But I had told her then, I said, you know, our policy is if you're late, you know, you get a fee, and you know, we can't be making exceptions for people. You know, this is just part of the policy. So that brings me up to think about maybe we should look at our policy that if we have a customer who has never been late in say a year's time, and that we can allow our staff, or it's just an automatic that we would waive the late fee as long as the person comes in within the next month. To give somebody who, especially when you've gone years without and then you miss it, to understand that sometimes things happen or whatever else, and to, you know, so often we're about punishment, you know, we're going to punish people for being late, and they also should be reward. So if you're somebody who pays every single month on time for years, and you don't get, you're kind of almost rewarded on that. So I would like to see us take a look at our policy for both our water and sewer, that when we have somebody who has not been late for 12 consecutive months, that, you know, they would get a reminder notice or something, but they would not be given a late fee unless their next month was also late. So I would like to, this is just correspondence now, but I would like to see this maybe go for next month's agenda, and let's just have a discussion about, so that we have reward as well as punishment, with this.
Lisa,
I just
can
direct
you
the
speak into the microphone? Be part of the record.
What's in the one? That one's on. So you'll see in the attorney's report for today. There's a resolution about addressing this issue because we have gotten a number of phone calls. So this is already a discussion that's been opened. And hopefully you'll have a chance to review that resolution with Seth. And look at our recommendations. We don't have to wait till August.
I must have missed that, Lisa.
That's okay. It's down in the attorney's report.
Resolution.
It's under the attorney's report.
Yes. There's a resolution for the board to adopt. But it's, it's just a reminder that the policy is key because that's what the staff uses to implement. Is what the policy says, but we do have quite a bit of the code that does need some
Absolutely.
tweaking.
I
Okay,
apologize because I see it's on the back page of another page and
right.
I missed it.
Well, you won't miss it later.
Thank you, Lisa.
You're welcome.
Okay.
So the next item under correspondence will be the letter from Mary Lowers that was passed out to us before the meeting. I have a comment, Harry, about the stipend for dark skies. It is a requirement, the certification as an international dark sky community is only for 1 year. And in order to be eligible and keep our dark sky certification for 2024, we have to create a sign that says basically, welcome to Crestone, we're an international dark sky community by December of 2023. In order to do that, the town applied for 2 grants, one from a sales tax grant from the county, and the other was a grant from the Council of Governments. Both of those grants each was for $5,000. Each was received and accepted by the town several months ago. In our budget discussions, we have set aside no money from the town coffers to be spent for the sign or any other dark sky expense for this year. I just wanted to let you know that. And to the board, comments from Mary's letter. Houston?
I would like to see the raw toilets in Crestone Park to be better maintained, be available for use. And I know we had a policy that they were locked and then unlocked because we were having problems and there are people sleeping in there and I got island, but so I would like to see us take a look at better utilizing and improving those toilets in the park. I think it's important, and I know, we've had real problems with vandalism. We've had people throwing trash down in there. I think maybe if we can try to have it really fixed up really nice, maybe they get a little bit rid of respect. But I know, Mary, you're probably, I don't know if you're aware or not, poor Andrew, we have a pumping company that would come to pump out our tanks there. Came one time and refused to pump it because there was trash, and Andrew had to fish stuff out of that holding tank, which is a job you shouldn't ask anybody to ever have to do. So at the same time, we're looking at trying to improve those bathrooms. We're having to deal with a public that just throws trash in. So we could, revisit this again and see if we can make it work. Maybe locking it at night again, would help. So let's have public works take a look
So
at
do
it.
you wanna, so what is the action now? Public works?
The action is to really have public works, look at really cleaning up the bathroom again, let's see if it needs to be pumped out again. And making it available to the public. And have maybe a little more closely monitoring, like every day swing by and see if it needs toilet paper, if it needs to be cleaned out.
So would you like public works to report back to us at the next meeting?
Yes, that would be a good idea.
Other comments from the board regarding Mary's letter?
We still put out meeting notices, correct?
Yeah, we do. The one that she's referring to was, there was one work session that in the crunch to get everything together, I mistakenly did not send out. I noticed it in the legal, met the legal requirements, but I mistakenly did not send it out to the email list that I normally do. Nothing happened in that meeting, and for people that have asked about it, I've sent them recordings of it. But yes, I am still sending out meeting notices, but there was one, which is what.
Benjamin?
One of the problems.
Hello,
Hello.
Hello,
Hi, Mary.
Go ahead.
hi. Basically, a lot of the meetings recently, Kim, all the legal notices have gone up at the post office and the town bulletin board. However, I don't always get to town in time to look at those notices. And we used to get them by email, and I don't seem to be getting them by email. My email changed because my computer got fried, but I went in and informed town of this. And as far as the sewer bills go, I now am paying an increased bill because Tom Homer's payment for his properties for the hydrant fee was not accredited to that, which I feel like I should get $30 in late fees off because I went in April and told Scott, Tom Homer is paying my hydrant fee, and Jim Homer came in and gave Emily money. And according to Emily, when I was in the office the other day, she said, oh, I just deposited that. So evidently it didn't get credited to the accounts. However, that is not my fault.
Yeah, I can respond to both of those briefly. Mary, when you came into the office the other day, we did talk about this, and Emily is fixing that payment, as you know. What happened as far as that payment goes is that, yeah, Mary did tell me that Tom was going to be paying her hydrant fee. And then I think what ended up happening was actually Jim had come in and paid a whole bunch of hydrant fees, and it wasn't specified which properties in particular they were for. That bunch of properties, and yeah, I think that they were misassigned. We have since then, Mary came into the office last week and talked about it. We have since then figured out what happened there and fixed that. I think that can be avoided in the future just by, as a matter of policy, making sure that when somebody makes a big hydrant fee payment or water bill payment, just verifying, just myself verifying which specific properties this is meant to be applied for, because in this instance, when one person owns a bunch of properties and is also paying for properties that they are obliquely related to but don't own, it's easy for it to just get misaligned.
But we have a bookkeeper, so the bookkeeper can ask those questions. I paid $30 in late fees. And I don't think I'm the only one.
So, Mary, for clarification, what were the late fees for? What was that $30 late fee for? Was it this?
For the $30, Kizin, was over 3 months. Now, some of it's because when my social security comes in is after the due date for the bill, but I've been paying $20 extra every month. And I went in April. This is now July. So April, May, and June, I was charged a $10 late fee because town thought that my hydrant fee was not paid when it in fact was.
Okay, so, I think, we can have some clarity here. Cause my understanding, and it could be wrong, my understanding that the hydrant fee was paid by the owner of the property. That it's not tenants that are billed for this, it's the owner of the property.
Well, I got billed for it.
Okay, so,
And Tom Homer, I asked Tom, don't you pay this? And he said, yes, Jim will go in and give town money for my properties. I then went in and told Scott that Tom Homer was paying my hydrant fee when I came in to pay my sewer bill in April.
Mary, I appreciate you bringing this to our attention, and this isn't part of the correspondence, so we're kind of getting sidetracked on something that's not.
Okay, sorry about that, Adam, but you
And
know, it's
I think that
$30 is a lot of money for me.
I think and hope that our staff can adjust and make that situation right. And I would encourage all customers to be clear with what payments they're making and what it applies to. I suppose it's the burden of our staff to weed through that and see what's what. But that's a lot of extra work for our staff to take a big chunk of money and figure out who it's supposed to go to. And I wouldn't say that's our staff's fault. But I think that they're well within their right to make amends and repay that later.
Well, you could ask Jim Homer, hey, Jim, I need a list of the properties, and my bet is you would have gotten it.
Totally.
And that is definitely what I would do. Sorry about that, Mary.
so I would like to make a motion because of the errors and confusion that Mary Bowers gets refunded.
Is there a second to that motion?
Not on the agenda, but it's
Thank you, and I apologize for going off the agenda. I didn't realize I was.
Thank you, it is not part of our policy to do that, but this is a circumstance that I think warrants some immediate correction, so. Is there any more discussion regarding the motion? All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Unanimously, the motion is approved and those late fees will be removed.
I have something to say about the porta potty or the not Creekside Park. First of all, I feel like the Creekside Park bathrooms should not be open. I feel like
Do you want to talk
I
into
don't have
your,
my and they're broken.
can we create a bring up microphone?
Talk loud.
So
Just
so
talk
what you're
loud.
saying becomes a part of the record.
I would say that it takes one person who comes in here disrespecting our town, put something down there. They're very they're off the beaten path. They're really hard for our people to actually be able to go over there to unlock them, relock
I
them.
can't hear what Benjamin's saying.
Said it's really difficult for our staff to go over every day and unlock and relock these bathrooms every day from, I mean, the hours that you wrote were 7 in the morning. I mean, you miss a day, they're open all night and then somebody abuses them. I mean, there's people in this town right now that are, they have a serious disrespect for this town. I've seen it with my own property. I had somebody actually take a poop on the wall of my property, in the past. I've seen people, abusing
the properties of the town pretty regularly, so it's not, something that I think the town should be responsible for, because if we get, you know, the next time we have to clean it out, if, you know, they're gonna be like, every time we come here, there's trash down in this thing. I mean, it really only takes a little bit of time being open for somebody to abuse it, stick trash down in there, and make it a problem. When we were trying to get the bathrooms for over here on, and we realized that the reason they're so expensive is because they were gonna be built really well. And they were gonna have cameras on them, and they were gonna have special, you know, requirements for city, which is kind of what we're needing, and they ended up being $200,000, which in my opinion, you know, is expensive, but that's what it costs to build something that actually can withstand the uses of people in this prison proof. I mean, it's unfortunate, but I mean, one of the guys who's in town right now just got out of prison. You know, I can only imagine, but I mean, not out of prison, out of jail. 2 people that just got out of jail and they came right back. And they part of it is that we are so lenient in this town that they don't seem to get in trouble. I mean, we've had to be much more strict with people coming into the store because they abuse our bathrooms. It's just it's an ongoing problem, and I think the porta potties are actually a decent solution because they're being cleaned out regularly. But in the meantime, I don't think those bathrooms should be open.
I respect your opinion on that, Benjamin. I think a lot of the citizens feel like the porta potties, since we have the vault toilets, are kind of a waste of money at this point. And I think it might be worth looking at whether they can be tightened up and they could work. I also think it could be a time in terms of locking and unlocking. Because we're short-staffed, we're citizen volunteers could do that. Jim Homer did that for years. Anyway, I know about the trash and it is an issue, but there are more people living closer to those restrooms, which might make people not feel like they can just dump stuff in there. Anyway, I see your point, and it was just a suggestion for something we need, because the businesses shouldn't have all the all the restroom traffic. That's all. I don't agree with you, but I see your point.
I agree with Benjamin.
What if we assigned like the way we do with the free box, assign like neighbors helping neighbors to be the guard over that bathroom, and then you know, you guys are responsible.
Well, maybe we could rotate it through various groups in town, including neighbors. Like what, this is our month to lock and unlock the bathroom.
And then they could see what, you know.
So why don't we talk to our public works
That's
staff
what we.
and see what they think about this, so maybe the idea of a porta potty is a better solution
And
just
report,
because of the.
and report back to us at the next meeting. So we will, Mary, we're gonna send you a letter to that effect saying we're gonna look into it as.
That's awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there any other correspondence?
I'd like to address why the sewer bills along with others are still wrong. I believe we might need to have a visit with Emily. One thing you don't want to do is give Warren Steppers a bad sewer bill. I mean, maybe she needs to be get some additional training, but there's no excuse for repeat mistakes. That's my point. I like her as a person, but there's no reason for these bills to be constantly, every month, wrong.
Let's make that another action item to look into, because it's a continuing problem and it's not, hasn't been getting any better.
No.
I do think in this instance at least,
And Scott, it's not really your responsibility, it's the bookkeeper's responsibility as far as I know.
well, I do think that the issue that Warren was having has been corrected as far as the wrong name on the account. Once he kept coming in, talking to the board about it, but then he wasn't coming into the office to actually get it fixed in the way that we can do something about it. I do think that Warren's has been fixed, and this instance was a little bit of an unusual situation, what with, like Mary said, she had told us that Tom was gonna be paying her sewer bill. Jim ended up coming in and paying his sewer bill and Tom's sewer bill, which was now including Mary's sewer bill, and it just got a little convoluted without us realizing.
His daughters and his granddaughters.
In a lot of others, yeah.
But I do think that's one, but it's a situation that's coming on repeatedly over month after month, so. I think we need to look into it. Okay, anything else for correspondence before we move on? Brings us to our agenda item number 7, reports. The first report is Public Works.
I believe that Gretchen has submitted a written report this month.
Is Gretchen here or anyone from?
Gretchen is not here, and I just given her a call, but I didn't get a hold of her.
I thought her letter was, to the point.
I could just rattle off some questions. I'm under the impression that the water line up to the Merck flower beds was broken. So, in her first paragraph talking about the irrigation system, I'm curious if that was repaired. And then mosquito spraying began 3 weeks ago.
You want to speak into the microphone?
I don't, they've always said they can hear me, but I'll speak up as much as possible. So mosquito spraying began 3 weeks ago. Is that garlic?
It's garlic and I think some other oils. It is a natural base.
They stockpiled a bunch of it a couple of years ago. It was on sale, but it's the stuff they use in Alamosa at their parks
Okay.
and playgrounds.
And if
So
they're,
it's FDA.
if they're applying at nighttime, is that extra hours or are they? What, what are, and also what are we?
To dry up.
So what
That's
are,
why they do it at night, but no, that's no extra OT.
I also heard that they were getting a lot of complaints from people when they were spraying during the day. People were,
the
it
smell?
was like, they couldn't actually, not the smell, they were getting, people were like going up to them and asking what they were spraying, and it was causing a lot of distraction, so like at night it was less distracting.
So, but even just that, if they're spraying at night. It's the same for me as asking them to go unlock bathrooms at 7 AM. It's like, what are we asking of our public works department? And to be working at nighttime, I don't know if that means 8 PM or 3 AM or what, but I think we need to be careful what we're asking them to do. And then with the trailer purchase, I keep getting feedback from community members that should have, or at least could have gone through some sort of process or bid process or something like that. I think it's fine to make a purchase from an employee, but I think we could do things to make that look better.
What kind of trailer was it?
A utility trailer for Public Works, and it was purchased from Nancy for $3,600 or something like that. And I do think, then I was told that they were working, Public Works was working all weekend during 4th of July or
That's correct.
Yeah.
the weekend before, which
Yeah.
makes sense, prepping.
Yeah, Harold put in 12 hours at Saturday and 8 that Sunday. And I don't know how many Gretchen put in.
But then not working on 4th of July, which is a vacation.
I'm not certain on that, but I know they were both wiped out Monday. And then Tuesday was the 4th. But I know they worked all weekend.
So what were they doing? All I saw them doing was the, pruning of the flowers.
Oh, no, they were weed eating. I don't know, they were messing with. There was a blowout going up to the liquor store. There was some problem with the water system there. There was all kinds of things they were doing. But,
And then on 4th of July, as Nick communicated, we made an agreement as a board to pretty much that he wouldn't handle the trash. And then as a staff and as a board, I don't know that we did anything to address that.
Yeah.
Well, after, the board makes a decision and there's that event permit, there's notes on it, and Nancy and Public Works is doing that. They both give, I make sure that when there's an event, they both have what you guys.
Right, and that was probably the first event we've ever participated in where we did not require the event organizer to handle the trash. So that would require special communication, extra communication on our part.
I can see, I stand corrected because I thought that that's why they resubmitted the application. Is because we said you have to provide your own porta potties and you have to do trash. Because the first application, they weren't gonna touch it.
Well, I don't know
And
that
I
he had
said-
to do an application because it was a town sponsored event.
When I went back into the minutes, the board did,
Yeah, I remember.
the board did say that the town.
Oh,
trash, so that was.
For 4th of
I'm
July.
the one that said that.
So that's our responsibility to have the extra communication and whether we're doing trash or not, I guess it's a national holiday, so you can't, again, ask a staff member to be there, but I do think we should. I think we should have someone on hand who's available, even as we saw with the electricity.
Well, agreed.
And so I think, I think we need to just be clear with our agreements and our responsibilities at future events. That's all.
Totally agree.
Allison, did you have
I
your
was
hand up?
just saying, sometimes Eddie, the trash guy, is hired for events and does things like that in case the staff is off. You can have.
That would be really easy solution, or somebody else who does stuff like that.
Kirsten?
Well, I have a question. I know Miguel was new to this position, so this all happened before he came in. But watering is a big issue. There was getting ready here in June with Ann Silver to plant some flowers in the tree that she purchased as a memorial for her son. And it was bone dry. And I ended up talking with Carl briefly, and he said, oh yeah, the irrigation system hadn't been turned on yet. There were some problems with this. This was like the middle of June. And I had asked, so when did we have problems with this irrigation system not working? So for all of the trees downtown, the irrigation system was not running. And after I had that conversation, within a week, the system was being watered, whatever it was had gotten fixed and was working. So I don't know what the problem was, when that system stopped working, if it was in last fall, this spring, but we lost one established aspen over by the liquor store that we planted with the first phase of the downtown redevelopment. Beautiful aspen tree, actually one that was a memorial for Benjamin Byers' family. That was a 6-year-old, 7-year-old tree that had been there. It's dead. We lost the green ash in front of the elephant pond that we had just planted 2 years ago. We lost the hawthorn tree on Silver Street. They had all made it through, those other two had made it through the first winter and then made it through the next summer. It was great. They were doing very well. They were looking really good. They're dead. So I don't know what happened, but when we're spending lots and lots of money, I don't know when these trees were watered. I went up and I looked at those, that when I saw the aspen was dead, the red crabapple that was there was just so droopy. I talked with Scott. He immediately directed the crew to go out with their tanks and hand water with the tanks. All of these trees because the irrigation system was down. I don't know what the backstory is. I'm just heartbroken that we have well-established trees that died because of lack of watering. And all of these reports that we've had every month, Public Works comes in and gives a reports. I don't remember being told at any time that our irrigation system is down, that it's not working, we're having to hand water. We weren't told that we need to buy new parts or whatever. We weren't told that there was a problem at all with the irrigation system. And then the town park, for anybody who was there on the 4th of July. I don't know when the Public Works had started watering the park, but that beautiful green park that Andrew was so great about regularly watering, it was like dust. Big, great big patches of the park there had not been cared for. And maybe it started, I talked to Scott, he said, oh, they've been watering it the last like 3 weeks. They needed to be watered in May. They needed to have been watered in June. We had 2,000 people dancing on that, and it's just destroyed that grass. And I just looked at that and like, I just felt so badly. So I don't know what's happening, but that park needed to be watered in June. The trees needed to be watered in May. We've lost trees. We lost great big sections of grass in the park that's going to need to be reseeded. So I don't know who's in charge of priorities, but I think Public Works needs to really maintain our trees and our parks. And I'm not trying to lay blame on anybody, but you know, Miguel's just recently come in, Scott's just recently come in. But there needs to be attention put on this. I hate seeing all these trees done.
I have a few comments. Number one, those adopted beds were supposed to be the responsibility of the individual, not Public Works. A lot of the trees that were planted did not have irrigation to them at all. One reason that the line going up to this liquor store, that circle, was down was because they winterized it, so it wouldn't blow up, be frozen. Okay, well then let's not recharge it because we were getting a lot of rain there at the beginning of the year, a lot of rain. So why hook it up if it's raining like crazy? Then they had to recharge it. That's one reason. But there's some trees alongside the road that aren't even hooked up to a water system. But those are the responsibility of the adopted bed people. If they want to haul buckets and water them, they should do so. But it's like anything, like a commune. You get everybody to do it that first year, and after that, it's somebody else's problem. Regarding it broke my heart seeing the backyard. It's a dust bowl. Yeah, it broke my heart. Apparently, they weren't watering because of the stage that was being built. Okay, and there were people out there. There was one festival, couldn't water. Then they had another festival, couldn't water. Then they start building the bandstand, couldn't water, because there's people out there until 3 o'clock in the morning. You know,
You know, Kim, it never stopped, during the week, the festival was around the weekend, it never stopped anybody from watering the floor. And if there
I
were
agree,
people-
no, I thought it should be watered more.
That park was well maintained when Andrew was doing it, and he would set the sprinklers, and if there was people.
And
they
people
would move
complained about
somewhere else.
using too much water.
Right, well, that's the thing, and then these trees were planted where the water system was. There was a water system, none of these trees, only one tree that I know of was planted where there was not a water line that was installed. And that was not the town's fault, but these were all places where the trees had water lines to it. And I understand every year they blow out the system, they shut it down going into winter, but you don't wait till June 20th to turn the irrigation system on.
True.
And the amount of water you can see rain only penetrates this much down. So, yeah, it's just, there needs to be eyes on this, and like I say, I'm not trying to have blame, but. The water system should have been turned on earlier, and I feel helpless when I come over and I look at these trees and say, hey, they're really looking pretty bad. What's my role as a board member to direct the staff to water trees? None. I don't have the authority. I'm interfering with public works personnel. I'm not supposed to do that. I'm not supposed to say, hey, that tree is like dying. This just needs to be fixed. Because it's. And the plantings where people have bought plants and they're supposed to maintain, I agree with you. I agree with you, because they planted them. If that ever, but these trees, there was a commitment with the town that if people bought the trees, that they would be watered, and the water systems are hooked up to it. They got the hoses wrapped around it, it just needs to be activated and maintained. Because we just lost thousands of dollars of trees. And
I think there's a lot of, or a few variables on the table as we're looking at how to best move forward, especially with the supplemental budget. But I think it would be really important for probably us as a board to get together with a public works director and an office manager and really nail down what priorities we think are important for public works to be focusing on. And I think, Kizan, that could include a map of zones, because I see some weeding and stuff happening in zones that maybe aren't priority zones, and they seem to get a lot of attention. So I think creating a map would be really valuable, even if it's for a different staff in 2 years, so that we can kind of have that as an ongoing priority. But I think it would serve us to really get a list of what public works thinks they need to be focusing on and what we think they need to be focusing on, and kind of narrow that down so that the whole workflow and cost of labor is more efficient. And I don't know if that's a work session or what, but I think it's a pretty important priority.
I think perhaps a work session, and I also think that in that session, we should look at all of the responsibilities of public works. The roads, which are some of the things that were being done in the past are not being done now. And we're spending a lot of money for public works to water and prune the plants or the trees or whatever. And I think if we have a work session, we should step back from the table and look at the situation. I mean, it might be that the town could more prudently and cost effectively put out for bid those responsibilities and find a company that would come in and do that for a lot less money. And I doubt that.
Subcontractors are gonna lead us. Yeah.
But I want to say, I'm on the tree board. I'm the one that helped pick out almost all of these trees. I would be willing to sit down with the public works staff and do, I don't know, some training on caring for trees. you know, just like shallow watering, okay, I'm gonna run water on this trees for 2 hours. That's like, you wanna deep water trees, like once a week, deep water it, because if you have shallow watering. All the roots are gonna stay close to the surface of the soil, and then when somebody forgets to water, or there's a drought, or whatever reason. That tree doesn't have deep roots, it's up by the surface, it'll die, because and so it's like, they're not daisies. They need to have the deep root structure, you need to have the deep water, so that if there is a month without watering, they've got it. So just some of these things, I would be willing to sit with the public works. I don't expect them to be tree experts, to say, here is the most beneficial use. You talk about using water, surface water, it's gonna evaporate. You wanna get the most bangs for your bucks, deep water those trees, and have it well mulched, and you're not gonna be losing. You know, you're gonna save on water in the long run, you're gonna save on trees, and that's what the trees need in order to adapt to living in a desert climate. So I would be more than willing to sit down with Public Works and look at trees and say, this one needs plant food, so I'm volunteering my time. Adam?
I think you're right that we could explore a subcontractor type situation to handle certain things. And I think the amount of money that we're spending on public works to handle that is not okay. So if we did look at a subcontractor, I know there's like Amanda Wright, Ben Breck's partner, is a certified irrigation specialist. So if we have a map that they can plug into and we say this is how much we pay, which is within our comfort zone, then they do the work they can do within that amount of money, and it's probably going to be more efficient, more productive, and more successful than a unorganized attempt by our public works department to manage something unmanageable.
Yeah, and that's what I think, and if you were to look at how much money we're spending in time and overtime. Maybe all three working on pruning and watering, as opposed to what we might find in a responsible contractor who would be, that would be their business, that would be their area of expertise, and they could come in and do it. And
You know,
so
a
I think we
day
should-
a week.
Well, we know
instead
we
of-
need it blown out at the end of the year, she can do that, we know we need it recharged in the beginning of the year. Those are two things right there that could be done by somebody else.
Totally.
And then just having it working and running, I mean, it seems like
And
once it's running.
I think they can also do weeding, pruning,
Well,
fertilizing, mulching.
You know, when you mentioned like Amanda, right, or whatever, okay, then, you know, I'm thinking of somebody local who really knows the local plants and trees, and would be responsible and knowledgeable. I could see this relooking at the idea of.
At least we should explore it, and that's part of what I'm saying about priorities of public works, because. If they're not focusing on, if they're not spending countless hours weeding beds that they like, Harold's not a specialist. Harold might not even know what this weed is versus this flower. So if they can focus on things that we need them to focus on, like roads and other utilities and bathrooms and all of that stuff, then I think we could create a more efficient program.
I was planning to bring that up in our work session, which was canceled. So let's at least look into it. There's a potential for a large dollar value savings that we should look into. So anything else for the public works report, Leah?
I'm just wondering about these issues around the stage, like if you guys in the office or what you're seeing back there. They're saying there's drugs and trash and everything else. Any comments on that?
I don't have comments about that. You'll see my clerk report about my comments about the stage.
Okay.
I checked it out. It's not finished, agreed. But you know, around the poles, there are gaps. I know that if I was just leaning up against one of those poles watching the band, I'd fall in. And if you walk on the deck, it's like a trampoline. And then one of the posts that supports the stage, the one on the south side, you can kick. It's not holding anything up. I mean, I went over there and I went, oh my God. Seriously, was gonna have a heyday, what's that thing? But it did, but I agree, it's not finished and they texted me and said, yeah, this is phase two, they're gonna do some other stuff.
I don't think it should be phase two that it becomes safe.
That's in my report.
And then there's a big old triangle that didn't even get sawed off up on the roof, and it's, the whole thing was just, at this point, it's. Had made.
Well, and we had no opportunity, in advance to look at it or to,
Yeah,
and
everybody
that was
should
not
go out there
good.
and check
That's
it out,
just
though.
not a deal. And go ahead and do things. We need to have some oversight over something before it's turned over to the public to be used. Adam?
It's also totally awesome. And like, it was great to see a band up there and I went and stood on it and looked out on the park. I love the orientation. I love where the dancing is, and I think it has a lot of potential to be a great addition. But yeah, it needs to be finished.
One thing might be to post a sign, but it's basically, it's
Under construction.
or it's trespassing, or you could just wrap tape around it just to keep people off of it for the meantime.
Nobody's gonna get hurt on it any more than they would have gotten
But if
hurt.
they're already seeing graffiti and things like that on it. I mean, if it's happening at night, then we could even put our,
Has anybody else seen graffiti?
I haven't seen any graffiti yet though.
I don't-
I just thought it said there's graffiti on it.
Graffiti is pretty subjective also.
So I think it's really pretty cool that so many private citizens put up money to make this happen. We've been trying to have something in the park for a long time. So on that issue, I think it's very cool that we were able to have this. And I do think that we need to encourage Nick to make sure that this gets finished really promptly because it presents a public hazard. And, encourage him to, let's get this finished. If we can help him get that finished, I think we should see if there's things we can do to be able to help it, but to move along. I think is important. I think Miguel really brings out some important things and that needs to happen quickly. I also wanted to say with Public Works, I really want to thank them because I was seeing like Gretchen and the crew and everybody out there in these swarms of mosquitoes. They were just like inhaling mosquitoes and they were out there doing their jobs. And man, I joked with her about that. You should be getting hazardous pay for what you're doing out there. And so I just want to acknowledge that our Public Works Department, really worked hard outside through terrible mosquitoes. She was weed whacking, they were weed whacking, and it was just horrendously awful out there. So a little acknowledgement to the Public Works Department for the work that they've done.
Anything more before we move on to water? So this is the Public Works. We can discuss this during our budget session, which is coming up shortly. Let's move on and have the water report now, Miguel. Can you come over?
Down.
This mic working?
Nobody knows, I would just talk.
Oh, okay.
If you push, it's on red, but if you push the button. That turns green, then it's working.
There you go. Good evening. We'll start with we had
Speak
a,
up.
what's that?
I said speak in.
Oh, okay. Let me try to raise it a little bit. Oh, it turned off.
Very sensitive.
Yeah, I'll just speak loud, I guess. We had a leak on the motor pump that runs the booster at the water treatment plant. Fortunately, we did have a backup in the shed. I was able to swap out the motors with no problems, and I am sending the bad pump to Central Pump in Center. He's able to rebuild it, that way we'll have that back in stock, and thank goodness we did have it back up on hand, because the whole system would have shut down if we didn't. Yeah, the PSI increases the PSI, so we still would have had water, but no pressure, and I don't think the town would have been happy about that. I do have an appointment today with the charter school. I'm swapping out their 2-inch main meter. Their battery is dying on the actual register. The lifespan of a meter that I'm taking out is about 10 years, and it's been about that time. The current meter I'm going to put in has a lifespan about 15 years. So that will take place later today.
Just fine.
No, we bought it about a month and a half ago. But the reason,
What's that?
the meter,
Uh-huh.
it goes on the main line where the water enters the charter school, and it keeps track of how much gallons of water they
I
use.
just wondered what the cost of it was.
Oh, we purchased 3 meters at one time, but I believe it was. I couldn't honestly tell you a price. Because we got that meter, and then we got the other meter for the well here, and then the one by Public Works. And I think all of it was under $2,000.
So do we send things out for bid when we're buying meters or something?
I believe if it was under a certain price, we didn't have to, correct?
Yeah, we only send it out for bid when it's over, I'll have to look at the purchasing policy, but it's over, it's over like 10,000.
Because cost, our money situation is.
Of course.
kind of big with that. Sorry for interrupting.
Oh, you're all right.
Please.
Let's see here. Oh, we have a water leak on our 2-inch line going to Jim McAlpin. Is that right? Is that his name? Yeah, we discovered the leak by doing meter reads. I did notice the high volume of water usage on the daily water treatment input data, but I thought it was just due to irrigation and it being summer. But it was actually the leak up there, and we did discover it through the meter readings. So I did get in contact with him.
How you noticed it, like with 5,000 gallons or 10,000?
Yeah, between 5 and 10. It was higher than what it usually was, so I wasn't immediately alarmed. But then after the meter readings, it did make sense. I was in contact with him. Unfortunately, he's in Europe. He won't be back till around the 23rd or so, but he did give me permission to enter his little shack there that has his booster pump in it. So I shut that down, and then I was able to shut our meter down. That way we're not wasting water till he gets back. I did tell him I'd let him or help him try to find the leak, because it's a big leak. You're talking about over 10,000 gallons a day of water that's going somewhere. So when he gets back, we'll go ahead and locate that. But I did have questions on the water bill invoice for that. I do think partially was my fault, because I thought it was high usage due to the watering and stuff, but obviously it was the leak. So I should have noticed right away and shut that down. But just for future reference, how do we want to go about that bill? Because it's going to be a big bill.
It's on his private, it's his line, right?
Yeah.
Is it on his property for sure?
No, we haven't located, but from where his meter is at on our property, from there to the water treatment plant, there's no leaks. So it has to be from his booster up to his property. But like I said, I should have caught that. I do take responsibility for it. But I wasn't sure. I'm sure he's gonna argue the.
How long do you think it is until, like, when you caught it and?
Probably about 10-15 days.
So 100,000 gallons.
Mhm.
So I think it, as a matter of policy, that's on the property owner, but I think it's fine for us to have a conversation about splitting a difference or, working with them, but it's not your responsibility.
You don't see in the future.
Yeah. I just feel like I did see the increase in water usage, but I misjudged it on what it was going to. So,
I had a big leak in Conscious Springs and it did for it. It's 18.
yeah, I
And
mean,
he also has a large orchard up there. And he's, I know the person who's out sitting up there, and they've been putting a lot of water on that orchard. So you would see a big bump in the summertime.
Except I think he has a well also, he uses both.
Is that right?
Yeah, I think he has a well for certain things.
maybe he uses the well for the orchard then.
Okay, I was just curious, because you know, on his part, it's a little. He wasn't here to turn it off, so. It's kind of both our faults, I guess. I just was kind of,
And I think that brings up a question of like, if we have a staff member go onto somebody's private property. And turn off their pump while the person's out of town, when that person comes back, what if their pump is run dry? What if something's damaged? What if their orchard's dead because they don't have water from us? Those are all things that could really upset a customer. That we might want to just be prepared for.
Ursa wouldn't want that going on private property.
And it's great you did, but
okay, so
We'll figure it out.
in the future for anything like that, what should I do if? We know there's a broken line on their property, but. If I shut that meter down on our, and it'll ruin something on their part.
First of all, I'd get permission.
Mhm.
in writing,
In writing,
Okay.
yes, thank you.
like an email.
That'll work, yeah.
And our town clerk manager, Scott, you know, contact him and let him get involved with the process.
Okay. That makes sense. Flows for the month of June were, this is on the wastewater side. 474,843 gallons with the BOD load of 63. The BOD load did increase because of all the tourists and summertime, of course. But it does match what we're doing on our side. I am going to do one sample of BOD a month now. And I found out that the Baca usually does it around the 20th, so I'll get to the closest date they do it, so we have similar data in comparison. Back T sample, that's our water sample. It was absent for all bacteria. That was taken from 200 South Cottonwood. That's the cloud. Our chlorine residual for the town has an average of 0.27. This is taken weekly through different locations through town. That'll be Public Works, the Elephant Cloud, and the Charter School. And that's just to make sure that we do have a sufficient amount of chlorine in the system in case there was a bacteria to enter it, it would kill that bacteria. And it's state law to have so much of a residual in your system, but we're good on that. The residual for the water treatment plant is 0.32, and that is also taken weekly. The lightning strike that we had, I don't know if I brought it up the last time that I was having trouble with the wells turning on and off automatically. Did I bring that up last time or? Yeah.
Oh, maybe you just talked to me.
Oh, okay. Well, that lightning strike that we had, it hit all three wells. And what it did is it knocked out all the relays to automatically let the wells turn on and fill the water tank. So I've been having to do it manually. I did get in contact with Alpine Electric. They did come check out everything on the system. They found out that the relays on the actual wells got hit by lightning. They gave out, and the only thing that was working was our main well on manual mode. All three wells didn't work on automatic, and 2 wells didn't work on manual mode. So that was a journey on trying to figure out what was going on. They replaced the relays, everything started working, but the pump doesn't turn on automatically. It doesn't know when it's too low and it doesn't know when it's too high, and it'll overfill it. So with more research, we found out through actually a company called, I have them on here.
Can I ask a question about that? So that lightning storm that we had there, you know, it took down everything.
Yes.
And when it caught the house on fire.
Mhm.
To me, it's rather alarming that at the same time we had a house on fire, we had our wells basically stop pumping.
Yeah,
Not good. I
Not
mean, we could have really had a bad forest fire or something happening coming out of it. I don't understand why. Where was the single point of entry that would have affected all 3 of the relays? I mean, I don't understand. We have a well here, a well here, a well there.
Right here is it's a static thing, so it hits the ground and then it's in static through the ground, and that's what killed our gas pumps was not so much the gas station, but it hits everything that is sensitive, like any sensitive electronics. The static actually sends through the ground, especially if it's.
So would it have been like a strike up by the water tank or?
Well, there were strikes in town. I don't know how close they were to everything. But even if it just hits the pavement, I guess it sends static through the whole, all around in it.
So are there future things we can do through ground rods or isolation or something or another to stop that from happening again? I mean, it's great, you've got the new relay of parts on hand, that's
Mhm.
really good.
Yeah,
But
the only thing I could think of is that they sell like a protector that goes before the breaker box. Where everything meets at the water treatment plant, and that prevents anything from getting
so
broken in there,
like a
but
surge protector sort of a thing.
exactly.
Adam,
And you just said it was the relays, not the pumps, so it's just the switching on and off.
Yeah.
So the pumps would still work,
Pumps is still fun.
but in the event of a fire, they're gonna shut down the grid anyway. So we would lose those pumps, and I did have on my list was backup pumps, which we've been talking about for years. But I'm like, really wanna see, for me, preferably even a diesel of some sort pump.
Yeah.
In the event of emergency, whether that's for a fire or whether that's for we lose power for weeks at a time. That's our number one resource is that water tank and being able to get water to it. So whether that's the office or you, but looking into a diesel pump,
Diesel
And-
generator,
uh.
because a pump.
Sure,
Pumps are just.
sure, whatever the solution is, it could be a generator. For the pumps, yeah, that would make more sense. And then I did see in the sales tax grant that fire safety is one of the categories and you can get up to $7,500. And it's due by July 30th, so if we found a generator for fire safety, it's possible we could apply for that.
We do
grant.
have a backup gen. Properly and what is supposed to-
What that generator actually does is it'll continue to run the booster and stuff inside the water treatment plant, so you can still get water to town. But there's nothing that's gonna feed that tank,
Yeah,
so as
we
soon as
we
it's
have to
empty.
be able to get water. up
Oh.
there.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So if you can look into what would be the best piece of equipment, whether that's one generator, that, we've got locked up and properly maintained and ready to
I mean, I
go.
know it's expensive in general, because you actually have to design if you're gonna do something kind of big like that, and it has to be some.
and when does that grant due?
engineer.
July 30th.
But there's a new electrician who just came online who he's like, does only big commercial stuff. And he's trying to build his business now, it's really great because he does that kind of stuff. Big diesel generators, propane generators. That are at that scale, so. Might be something to consider down the road, but it might be expensive.
Sure, and even as a start, I would presume that Miguel has the skill set to at least know what we need and
Not-
see if we can find something. And have a report back on it at our next meeting.
So I also have on my list and still have on my list for the budget meeting. Assuming it takes place soon, that we add to our list of potential savings, apply for a county sales tax grant. I haven't heard of anything being done, and our money is very tight, and figure out what we want to do and make that a high priority item to get a sales tax grant application in by the 30th of July. And this might be, well, what we would want to do. But we need to, $5,000 here and there all adds up to the money that we need.
Okay, I could definitely get some research on that.
Awesome, thanks.
I did order backups on hand. We didn't have no backups. So in the case that happens again, I am aware on how to replace them and get it back online. The transducer, I don't know if you're aware of what that is. Anybody? It's actually a little device about this big and it sits at the top inside the water tank and it sends a signal down to hit the bottom and it reflects back and that tells the tank level to the controls inside the water treatment plant, and that's what's not letting the pump kick on automatically on and off. So I was put in contact with Brown's Engineering through Colorado Rural Water. And he said, unfortunately, that model was discontinued, but he has a lot of contacts, and he's more than sure that he's able to find that transducer that's compatible with our system and get that installed for us. As well as when he does come down, he's going to show me how to use the actual controls on the booster pump and what controls the level on the water tank. There's standard operating procedures for if the pump goes down, how to get it back online with breakers and stuff. But as far as the actual going into the system with the controls, telling it what level you want the water tank to stop, start, stuff like that, there's nothing. So
So you're doing that all manually?
well, as like the controls themselves, I have no clue on how to get into the system or adjust how fast I want the booster to kick on, how slow. Maybe I want the tank to kick on at 80%, not 75, stuff like that. I don't know how to adjust because there's no manual or anything for it, but he's able to come down and he's well familiar with different systems. So that'll be a big help, and I will make a standard SOP for the future. Craig with High Mountain Electric, he's fixed all the broken conduit connections for electrical, and that's on wells and the water tank. For example, the electricity that goes to the transducer on top of the water tank, all those connections were broken from, just the sun hitting them and then the wind moving the conduit, snapped the corners. He got that fixed, as well as the connections on our well pump over here by Public Works. It sits like on a brace, and that brace kind of moves with the wind and stuff, so it broke those connections. He got those fixed as well. Our acreage footage for water, I know I brought it up in the past about selling water. I was told to get some information on how much water rights we have and are we able to use them. For example, on our well 2RA, we use about 5,400,000 gallons a year, and that roughly accumulates to 16.5 acres of water. We're allotted 89 acres yearly.
For that one well.
For that one well. We're using 16.5 and we're allotted 89. So we do have a sufficient amount to sell water if we want, but I'm just curious if you wanted me to continue to do research on that, on how much it would cost to make a connection and future stuff like that.
Yeah, so have you been doing soundings on our town wells to see? Like the summertime is our highest usage, everybody's watering their gardens and everything. We have an idea of where we're at in the water level with the.
I have not, and just because I cannot find the tape measure, the tool that sends the signal to measure it, I can't find that. I know we have one. I was told we had one anyway, but.
We did have one like 15 years ago, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
but
yeah, that's.
I think there was a sounding that Ann Bunting did that probably about six years ago or something like that. And that was after that we had seen a really big drop from when that well had first been put in. So there was like a 10-year, 12-year period before the well went in, and then when she did that one sounding. But this was something we decided we really need to do that at least once a year, but more likely like twice a year. Because we keep running into this, even though we have the rights to punch that much water, we don't know if we have that much water or what the refill is, and we don't know, how quickly the refill is happening. We're not sitting over a really big aquifer. And so we really need to be able to do these soundings on our wells so we can see what the summer drawdown is and what the spring refill is on the water. And I think it's important that we do this because we need to be looking at probably grants to maybe drill 2 other wells in the town. This is like a plan that we have. These 2 wells are, when we ran up against the affordable housing thing, whether or not we're going to be able to supply the water on paper. But we need to have some documentation that says, okay, this is the status on our wells. And this is the depth that they're at. And this is how much, drawdown we have, and this is how much refill we have, and this is how long it takes to refill. So that when we go to grants, we can say, looking at the long-term growth of the town, we want to put in affordable housing or more development. We need to be able to show that these two wells are either insufficient or unreliable for the kind of usage that we're looking at in the future. So we really need to start tracking that information on our main wells, to see, if it's like kind of, if we're using it at a flood and it's filling at a trickle, we
Yeah.
need to know that.
Definitely. I'll look in the shed. There's a bunch of stuff in the backpack that needs to get taken out. And hopefully it's back there and I can start recording that.
Madam?
If not, can you price out buying one?
Yeah, definitely.
And then this might already exist, but if not, can we look at like creating a map that has locations of our wells? And then even has that type of information and the quality of those wells and a little bit more information, just so all of that information might be in multiple places, but I think it'd be really great if we could see what we're working with in
Yeah.
a simple format.
I could definitely do that.
So a few years ago, we were certified we looked into our water protection and went through a process with the state or CDPHE. I don't really remember, it was about that. But nonetheless, it seems as though there might have been a map prepared at that time. I'm not sure.
I haven't come across anything, but what I have been doing is, what I found is there's information in the office about our wells, but it's kind of all over the place, not updated. So I have contacted, I think her name's Trina from the data submission where we do our yearly readings for the wells. And she showed me the website that brings up all our wells, the depths, the locations, the GPS coordinates, the year it was installed. I mean, everything on that well, the permit when we first started it. So I'm starting to collect each data for each well that we're using and giving the updated information and files. So I could definitely add the static level once we get a measuring tool.
I've got some well maps as well.
Oh, okay, sweet.
Just get with me tomorrow and we'll go over what I've got and see if I've got anything additional.
Sounds good. So as far as the water sales, is that something we're still wanting to do, or do we want to hold off on that? Since we're not doing so great on the budget right now, or?
I'd hold off, I think.
I would say it also depends on
Yeah.
the results of the sounding.
Okay, maybe get that information together and maybe by next time, next year, this time, we can figure something out.
We might look into that water protection. I know we went through a process. I don't really remember or knew exactly what we did to get certified as a water protection district. So
Okay, I could definitely look into that. And then last, sewer repair on the Manley located by the Mercantile. Gretchen did purchase the concrete for that project. We're just in talks because we're looking for a date to get it done. We want to do it on a Saturday evening. That way we're not interrupting any business hours, and Sunday you could dry, and by Monday they're good to go again.
have you communicated that to Steve or Elaine?
I haven't talked to Steve
It
early.
might be a good communication, might be good to let them know that this is in process.
Yeah, I believe Gretchen has been talking to her.
Mentioning it to us,
Yeah.
so if you would do that. that'd
I
be
can
good.
do that. And that concludes my report. If you have any questions,
Thank you, Chris. You're doing a good job there.
I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And I'll go ahead and reach out to Steve and Elaine. Send them an email,
Thank you.
letting them know
Thank you very much. So it's a few minutes past our 11 o'clock break time, so we'll have a 10-minute break. We'll resume at 11:15. Well, let's go ahead and call the meeting back to order. Have a quorum present. Next item on the agenda is my report. Dark Sky Committee met last week. Steve will give us a quick update on lapel pins. Which
Well-
we're wearing one now.
I just washed my hands off, they're a little damp. Oh, yeah, I'm sure you got them. I think. Hey, we're getting rest. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
This is this year's lapel pin.
There, just the right timing. Yeah, buddy.
Thank you.
Boy, I hope I got.
You gave me mine.
Oh, good, we got her.
And you told me you
Yeah,
were,
got to,
and you told me you were zooming in, so I'm glad you're here. You said you were gonna zoom in.
I changed my, I'm not going to Denver after, she just left.
Okay,
So
I'm glad.
I got the rest of the day.
Not yay that she left the gate.
Oh, yeah, so did I get anybody out?
Thank you.
Yeah, so we have to have a festival now that we've got pins, so. These are beautiful. Thank you.
So I hope everyone will come to our festival, all the trustees and staff. Which will be on the 12th. Thanks to Dana, that's going to take place at the Redstone Charter School.
Well, thanks to me, all it was us. Thanks to the charter.
Thanks for asking. We'll start with high code zoning. And Steve Storm's gonna play some background music. We're gonna have a lot of showers, Perseid showers to watch.
And a mandolin player is gonna join Steve. Josh, a mandolin player, will be joining Steve, I understand.
And not Scott, Steve Storm.
Steve Storm, friend Josh, who plays mandolin, will be joining him.
Oh, that's good. What time is ours? 7 o'clock at the charter school, August 12th, Saturday night. Several telescopes for everyone to look through. It's the peak of the Perseid showers, so it's going to be really a good event. Excuse me, another question. I've gone through my regular meetings last month, and one that what I thought might be most interesting for the trustees to know is that last Thursday there was like an all-day meeting at the County Planning Commission. And it was for the purpose, we did a field site and to look at an application for rather than having a sewer system using incinerator toilets. This would be out on public land, this will be read outdoors, an application, but the significance. And it didn't get approved by the planning commission, but because the county is a creature of the state, and the state said we couldn't give a variance for it, but nonetheless, it showed me that in the future may include the ability for one person or various applications using incinerator toilets, and like for $3,000 as opposed to having $12,000, a very expensive sewer system. The technology is vastly improved. It went through the whole description of how it happens, and it looks really good. So it's just something that we could look into and be aware of as people are wanting to do this or that. And that's it's potentially a way of saving a lot of money and getting maybe a better result with the sewer system. So that's my report. Any questions?
Did you
Go ahead.
cover the dark sky budget yet?
I mentioned it actually earlier in the meeting.
Okay.
That we have 2 grants. Each totaling $5,000, so we have $10,000 to spend on the sign, which is a requirement.
Yeah.
And
And as far as the festival, covering a couple of costs.
because as far as I know, we're gonna be fine. The invoice for the renewal of the website can fall into the dark sky expenses, so And I don't know of any expenses for the event.
Well, music and the pins. So, the pins went on the town credit cards. So
But the
So
pins,
they'll pay for
we
themselves
have,
eventually.
we have a little money from leftover from last year.
Yeah.
That we can use to buy the pins and hopefully have more money left over this year. So that's kind of where we are.
She may know about the.
Yeah, I
Because
was out to
John-
May and talked to Masanobu on June 15th. And he approved doing the type of drumming.
Cause Scott
And-
Carlson came up to me and asked if
and-
they were doing anything, and this was yesterday.
But
Scott Carlson, Tyco.
so I went over the weekend, I went out again to Kume and talked to Masanobu. He sent a memo to Deanna, who doesn't work today, but she'll be working tomorrow. I sent an email that went to Scott Stevens and Deanna and Scott, our town hall, Scott. That Scott and Deanna will be working out the details of the timing at the charter school and so forth. And it is on their calendar, August 12th. Deanna is working from home. She's, I think, a relatively new employee, but anyway, that's all important.
As soon as you have a flyer, could I get it? Because I post them and we, Scott puts it on the website for us. And this week I had several calls from people out of the area asking like, what's going on in town? And we heard about this, we heard about that. And I'm like, no one's giving me dates or anything. I mean, now I have a date, now I have a time.
So why don't you call Scott Stevens? I think he was gonna make up a poster.
Well, I don't just have his number. Can you just tell him to email it to us? I'll print it and do that for you.
So, yeah, we need to get posters, get them printed, put out in different places on the website. And I think that Scott and maybe Michael Tunin are gonna do some social media stuff starting.
I have a question, is there gonna be a festival of sports?
No,
No, it's all gonna be at the charter school? Okay.
it's gonna be mostly just around the video showers and a chance for people to learn about our dark sky and enjoy looking at video showers.
It's like very, how much,
Should I put party on there instead of best?
no, and how much are the bids going for?
This is a good time?
Yes.
All right, so they're a little cheaper than last year. We got here way quicker. Last year we were selling 1 pin for 10, 2 for 15, 3 for 20, just if people are gonna get multiples. But because it's not gonna be a street fest, we won't have a, we won't have Benjamin's mom peddling pins. She was the best. She sold more than anybody. Because it's just a smaller event in the evening, I thought about maybe we wholesale at $5 a pin to the T Road, to the cafe, and maybe the art gallery. And that the wholesale would be $5 a pin. They're costing the town $2. So it's about $600 for 300. So the town's still going to make a good profit. And these retail outlets, if they get them at 5 and sell them for 10, they're going to make a profit. So the subcommittee approved retailing 20 at a time. So if that's okay with everybody.
This has nothing to do with us, right? Like what the dark sky committee wants to sell the pens for and all of that, that's not town
I'm
business,
just
right?
curious for my own benefit.
Okay,
Yeah.
but,
Yeah.
but is that town business?
I think it is sort of.
Yeah, it's just to record.
They're owned by the town.
And the town, yeah, they're owned by the town pays
The-
for the pins. to be
The
made,
pens
and
are
money
for the
is-
town.
They're owned by this.
The town's the fiscal guidance.
And the money comes back to the town from selling.
Okay,
And
It's not.
I'm done anyway.
The money goes into the town budget.
for dark sky.
Well, that would be good if we could have a line item. I don't know that.
I need to clean that up and
Yeah.
clarify it, cause like that's a dark sky project. Which I would think is managed by the dark sky committee, Which means they should be spending money and making money for dark sky projects.
So
and
just
that
keep
should
the
not be a
profits,
town.
keep the profits
it's
in the
still a
dark sky account, is that what we're talking about?
But the town's the fiscal agent for the grants, so last year we did produce a report specific to what was taken in. And what was spent. You know, it's usually been close enough, there's not like you have. You might have a couple of $100 left over.
For dark sky or for town?
Well, it's all in the town account, because the town's the fiscal agent. The grants that were applied for would come back.
Alright, I don't really.
That's the way Karina signed them. As the mayor. But there would be a report on what came in for the dark sky and what got spent.
It's like if the tree board got a grant specifically for trees, then it would go through the town's tree board, but it wouldn't.
Or it's like the 4th of July, I mean, the town got it.
That's a good
And
analogy.
when they're. You know,
They
gathered donations, that money was deposited through the town.
Yeah, we wrote a check to the town for the donation, and he received it to be able to spend it for. He has to account for it.
Right. And I think that's in the works.
So this is just a separate accounting, it's like a sub accounting.
And I don't mean anything other than like, we don't make decisions about how pens get
No,
sold.
but if you said something like, I think that it should be $80 wholesale, then we could have a discussion about it.
We're just sharing our committee discussion about pricing with the town board. If everybody's okay with it, we can move
So
on.
it's the town board.
But that's what I'm saying, if we don't need to be okay with it, because it's not our decision. It's y'all's decision, the dark sky committees, how much you want to sell pens for, who you want to sell it to, all of that. And I'm not expressing disinterest, I'm just trying to clarify that it's not we don't need to be okay with it. I think.
Good, and I like clarity, so if it makes life simpler, then we'll for it.
So if you remember when we ordered the pins, he did come before the board, and I think we did get approval from the board to order the pins.
I don't think we need to do that. I think we need to separate dark sky committee from town board business. And y'all could report to us, but we don't need to approve anything.
But you approve it in the budget.
What do
The
we
money
approve
all
in the
goes through
budget?
the town?
You approve that there would be a certain amount of expenditures.
Great,
You approve that there would be some grants applied for.
sure,
And that's kind of the extent of your involvement,
That's
as
the
long as they don't exceed.
right, right.
Your expectations.
It's revenue, it's stops.
We trust you really appointed to take care of the details.
Exactly,
Right,
yes.
that's a good way of saying it. Thank you.
There's always been more like a working group just because. There are a lot of, in order to keep it going, we just keep meeting, but we always report to the board. We got approval from the board to have it on August and do the proceedings and so forth, so. And the money all goes into the town, and as Benjamin said, has been meticulously accounted for. The money goes into the town and the money comes out of the town. We don't have our hands on it, we don't want to touch it even. Anyway.
Sure.
That's my report. Next is Scott's report.
Yes, the trustees are
Oh.
next.
You're right.
Item G, 7B.
What's the date for this? For my own calendar, what's the date for the dark side of the moon?
August 12th,
August 12th.
7 o'clock.
Stone Charter School. And
Trustee report?
the right now, we don't have the interim administrator.
No, it's the trustee is D after the report.
It inadvertently
Oh, okay.
left off.
Yeah, all right.
Using your old agenda.
So I have several items, at the top of my list is trustee appointment. I think we need to actively engage in seeking out a trustee to replace Dea. And I think we need to do that as soon as possible. So that we're in integrity. I don't know if that's something I want to talk about now or what, but I don't
It's
think
not
we,
an agenda item right now.
well, it's a trustee report. I don't want to put it on the agenda for next month. And then postpone it another month. Like, I think next month we need to be acting on appointing a new trustee.
I agree.
So this, I mean, this is the day of last. BOT meeting, so.
Yeah,
Dave had a letter.
Oh, I got it right here.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Dave just gave, during the break, Dave gave me a letter to distribute to the board that is reaffirming his resignation. So this will be part of the trustee report.
Yeah, I won't need you for the bonds.
So is it 2 months public notice?
No, it's within 2 months you appoint someone within 60 days. So you'd want to give a public notice before that. They have to be a registered voter in a certain age.
Does that mean at next month's regular meeting, we could appoint someone?
Yeah.
And what would our process be? Do we need to? In the past, we just interviewed that day
The word got out, basically, before.
and people came in.
Yeah, or people you know, like you mentioned, Armando, people you know.
We should ask for a letter of intent. I think it's typical.
Yeah, like a paragraph.
Publish a notice.
Yeah, we'll publish a notice requesting a letter of intent explaining why they want to do it, why they think that'd be a good choice, and then we can put it on the agenda for the board to interview.
So Adam, it's my understanding that we're gonna have an executive session this afternoon. And that what you're bringing up now is gonna be part of that discussion.
I wouldn't have thought so.
No, the executive session this afternoon is to discuss personnel matters. And with that in mind, I don't think that we can't stray from the stated purpose for a personnel matter. I don't think. So why don't we put out a public service announcement of some sort that says that we're going. That we were asking for letters of intent.
To be received a week before next month's regular meeting, within a week or before.
And we can listen to people and we.
Yeah, sounds great. I would like to see that.
And then we decide. That's what I thought, just to
You
write.
decide who you're gonna apply.
Or we could have people come in and talk at the.
That's what we did last
meeting, and then we could take that into consideration in the following meeting or a special meeting before that, make a decision. I don't see a lot of hands. I think Allison and then
Just a reminder about the executive session, you don't call an executive session to talk about board members because they're elected officials and it has to be in public. You can do it about personnel under certain situations, but not, you guys, that all has to be in public, so.
So I think we should, the Crestone Eagle newspaper deadline's gonna be, it's like coming right out. If you're going to put an announcement in that for this board position, I think we need to make a decision today that we're gonna go ahead and post that this position's open. Even though it wasn't on the agenda, I think we need to be able to, part of our trustees report, part of the letter of resignation we have. I would like to make a motion that we go ahead and we post this trustee position is open with the information that we normally include, such as residents and how long you lived in town.
And we could include in that as a result of the community that we received today, this is what we're doing. So that isn't as though this is acting currently with Dave's letter.
Right.
And
so I'm making a motion, and because of Dave's letter of resignation, to go ahead and post and advertise to fill this trustee position.
is there a second to that?
Second.
Discussion? Who seconded?
I do.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay, carried unanimously.
You still have your hand up?
Well, I was just gonna comment on the process. I think when I was appointed, you just had me and one other person come in and there were like interviews, but I guess as a courtesy, we each left the room while the other person's being, and I was curious if that was an executive session, but I guess it wasn't.
They didn't do that when I came in.
No, and
They interviewed us all in front of
Yeah.
everybody. And then
that's
talked
usually-
about
No,
it.
you guys,
So.
but then people left, you,
Yeah, but that's
When-
usually everyone at once.
Oh, sure, we left while you talked about
I don't know that we.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was, yeah,
it.
we,
And actually, we didn't. You had a silent vote.
Yeah. Cause I counted out the names.
I would turn to Kissam, but I don't know, or Kim. I don't know that we have an exact written policy of how we're gonna do it. We have the statutory mandate to do it within a certain period or falls to an election. But I don't, over time, different groups of trustees have done it a little differently. I don't know that I've ever seen a written policy of how we're gonna fill those positions.
I don't know if we have a written policy or not, but I think just for the process of probably in our handbook, manual or something or another. And for public transparency, you know, you post that the town has a vacancy and applicants. Can apply by such and such a date, and the conditions are that you don't need to have been a resident of the town. And you look at what the requirements are. I don't know if you have had to be a registered, you have to be a registered voter, but you have to have been a resident, a permanent full-time residence in the town of Crestone for a year. Scott could look that up and put it in as part of the notice. And when applications are needed, start by. And it could be advertised, we need to go to the Eagle really soon, like tomorrow, and then it can be posted around town like we do with all the normal stuff.
one thing that I was thinking about from past appointments or even elections is that we have to take this oath of office. And it almost makes sense that you should, if we're gonna post something, you should post what the oath is gonna be that you have to take, so there's no like discrepancies between, this is the oath that you're gonna be taking, like all the requirements of the oath. And what, you know, that way people know, like, you're gonna be taking an oath for this office. And this is what it's going to be. Because if you have kind of a discrepancy between that, then they're like, you know, maybe they didn't know, but they were taking that oath of office. So I just feel like it's important that we were telling people what they're taking.
So what, Steve has his hand up.
Go ahead, Casey. Go ahead.
So in our town, Crestone, the personnel handbook, if you look in the table of contents, under section number 3, selection procedures, 3.2 vacancies, announcement, application, and all that. So it's all right in our personnel handbook. Under section 3, selection procedures. So you can look at that and just follow that policy. It's in our personnel handbook.
Isn't that for employment?
Yeah, you have your procedures in your own handbook, you can find
Yeah,
it.
but filling vacancies is actually,
All personnel.
it's.
There's something in
It's
it.
mandated by statute how to do that. And I actually just took a class on it last week in the quick training.
Perfect.
So, yeah, no, I'm totally confident we can make an ad that meets those requirements.
Okay, we gotta do it soon because the papers.
Yep, we gotta do it tomorrow.
Okay, I see, that's just for employees, not for the,
You have something on procedures in one of your tabs that explains appointing someone until the next election.
I would say that I see that Living Wisdom update is on the agenda, but just during trustee report is I did attend the groundbreaking at, especially thank you, Kizem, for the reminder of how important it was. And it was really just inspiring and awesome to see. I feel like there's very few organizations in the history of Crestone Baca that have actually achieved that level of success and professionalism. So to see them get that far with that level of integrity was just really awesome. And so I'm really excited to figure out how I can continue supporting them.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you for coming and speaking.
That's right, yeah.
Thanks
Thank you, Adam.
stressing the importance of it.
Spoke on our behalf, thanks.
I agree with everything you just said. The reason it's on the agenda is that there were a variety of items when they submitted the.
Sure, yeah, we can
that
talk about that.
They didn't have any money, they didn't have any information, so those conditions simply were silent, and we still have to work those out, things like camp fees and so forth. So the reason it's on the agenda is to do what
Yeah.
we need to do right now and get that going.
Perfect.
And certainly not a reflection on all their hard work, and it's a unique thing and something that we can all be proud of and want to be a part of.
Comment. I talked to Denise on the 4th of July parade. And she said how grateful she was to receive the card. She said several of the members almost got to tears because of the support that we showed in that card. Even though it was just a simple card, it meant very much to them. So thank you everyone for signing that, because I didn't realize how important it was to her.
Yeah,
And she really made that quite noticeable.
so moving down my list, then I see that it's again on the agenda. Under Allison's report, but I think we really need to get on top of our job postings. In all positions and departments, so clearly we'll do that for the clerk position. But I think we're well beyond the agreements we made with the Public Works interim director. Interim administrator, so I just think we need to clean that up. And if that means posting jobs that you then have to apply for, I don't know what that means, but I think whatever we need to do to get on top of that is important. We talked a little bit about Public Works updating like job descriptions and priority lists, and I'd kind of like to see that for all of our new positions, if they're combined positions or whatever, but I think we need to do some work on our personnel chart and job descriptions. I think I appreciate Allison asking us to do that CERSA training, and I think that the more serious some of our work is getting, the more important it is for trustees and staff members to take trainings. I think it's awesome, Scott, that you've been pursuing those trainings, but I even think in-house trainings for Public Works, like Kidden said about how to water a tree, if that's what's gonna happen. But again, just really nailing down our efficiency and our priorities. And then for the community campus update, if that's what we're calling for now, Benjamin and I finally got together and just started an initial conversation. This is for the community center, performing arts center, land swap, whatever we're calling it. I think one of the biggest things we talked about was road and access, emergency, escape routes, access to the Baca, utilities, stuff like that. So I think that it was really great to just have a conversation. And I think Benjamin and I are gonna probably try to put together some more detailed maps and kind of a wish list layout that we would propose to y'all, and you guys could look at it and consider it and provide input. And I think everybody asked that happens before we even start talking to the charter school or any other parties again. So that's in the works. With the water committee that Kyrena and Benjamin, and I think it was just the three of us were on a year ago or something. I'd like to see us try to pick that up again, because with living wisdom and with the affordable housing, figuring out that responsibility is
Yeah,
super
it'd be
important.
nice, I mean, because Jimmy Calvin again,
Yeah.
kind of offered that piece of land, but again, it's nothing nailed down, it'd be really nice to have something.
So I don't know if we want to start that again, or
I'm just curious about construction relative to getting water access to,
They should be able to have water access according to, Miguel, he said that they will have
So
water
they-
access, but they haven't paid tap fees, and we don't know yet.
so they're not reliant on a potential second tank then up.
Not reliant, but it would make things,
really.
much better. for
Yeah.
And the with the affordable housing, the conversation's dead until we can guarantee water and or sewer, water and sewer.
So then we need to move kind of quickly on if we're gonna put a second tank in.
Mhm.
So,
Well, if you have any, I mean, Jimmy Calvin is gone, but if you have any clout with him or any, you know, we really need to have.
since
another
Dark
meeting
Sky
with
last
him.
year, he's not returning any of my calls. So, anyway, yeah,
You
that's
know,
that's my connection with him.
Well, I don't know if you guys are both still interested in talking about that, or if we want to include other people, but whatever it looks like, I just want.
So
have a meeting.
my understanding of the trustee reports, I thought we had them under the attorney's report. There was an opportunity retrospectively, not prospectively, for trustees to comment about something, but not to use that report as a vehicle for going over the things that are coming up and action items and decisions
okay.
that we're sort of going from here to there, Evers to Chance, and so I have a concern that if any trustee can do that, we're using the time for going ahead and having individual action items or report items that we would, as a group, consider. So I'm just wanting to bring to the attention of the group that is this the way we want to do the meeting, to talk about this and then that, and talk about making some action where we haven't come to the item on the agenda yet.
I understand that and could practically agree with it. So maybe what I should be doing is calling a week ahead and asking to put all of this on the agenda,
Yeah.
but then, sure.
We'll be the same.
Well,
But then it's on the agenda.
It would probably take longer.
and for a trustee to add something to the agenda, but our policy is that it either needs to come through the mayor, or we need, is it 3 or more trustees?
No, that's to call a meeting.
That's-
Oh, that's to call a meeting. Got it, my mistake.
Okay, well, so then,
And I don't mean it.
No,
critically,
I
just
understand.
mean it's a-
I agree, and it could just,
And time.
yeah. So then I'll ask Scott about putting the water committee on the agenda for next month. And I did have 2 other questions, one of which I can ask during your report, Scott, and one of which I can ask during the attorney's report under trustee questions.
It says board questions, advice.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
So,
Oh, sorry. So some of those things I said were a report on stuff that had happened, like the community campus, the living wisdom. So stuff like that, I would be able
It
to,
was sort of an admixture of the
Sure,
past
sure.
and the
Right.
coming up and so forth.
but that's appropriate for me to report on
Yeah.
something that happened. Okay.
But I thought we were doing it under the attorney's report.
No, that's board questions specific for the attorney. Legal advice and stuff. Trustee reports have always been under
But
reports.
weren't they after the treasurer's report, weren't they at the end before?
I don't know, that's
I
okay
think
then.
it would be just after the mayor's.
The only thing moved was Nancy Tellos's report, because sometimes she had to confirm that the attorney wasn't here.
At one time, I think the treasurer's report was earlier on, we moved the treasurer's report to the very bottom so that it's right before approving the check.
I thought it was at the end, the trustee reports, but I don't really have a strong opinion in any of the location, only the content. Susan?
so I'd like having a trustee report because an example. There are things like I might want to bring up to see if the board wants to put it on the agenda for next month, talk about it further, to be able to get an answer on things. So here's my thing on the trustee report, is I want to know what's happening with track 1 in the land swap. I have not heard, this has not come up for a while. We just recently heard from Mary Bowers that she's working with a granting agency in order to do like a skateboard park. This track one land swap, it really has to happen. Because now we're starting to be pushed with these things that could become possibilities. And this is something that seems like it just kind of keeps going into hibernation. And we really need to have a task force on this, and it really needs to meet, and it really needs to move forward on this. And have an actual agreement come down over, this is the land, this is what we're gonna do. So I'm just bringing it up because it's like, this has to come back as an active.
And that's, my understanding is identical with yours, that that's something that you, a trustee can bring up. And then we can put it on the agenda for, let's say, the next meeting, but not as a discussion item and take action, because it's not on the agenda. It was not noticed. It was one thing to respond to Dave's letter in a timely way, which we did, but otherwise, we don't want to simply be adding items that are not given proper notice for discussion.
I agree with you. So I would like to see us have for the next month's meeting, an update and some serious consideration on the track one land swap, on what's happening with that, and if the committee's still active, etc. The other thing that I would like us to do is to plan a board retreat. I think we need to have one just to hash out a lot of these things that are not appropriate for in the meeting, to do some visioning. This last 6 months, we have been totally involved with the whole budget, and a lot of other things have gone by the wayside. And I would like us have a check-in. So we could put it on next month's agenda about looking to try to schedule a board retreat, and also what sort of items that we would want to talk about, and maybe a little bit of a review of what we had said we wanted to do in the last board retreat and where we are with those goals. So can we put that on next month's agenda?
And would you like, also, we could discuss that in our budget meeting. Putting that in the budget.
Sure, I'm just saying we should put this in for next month on the agenda to talk about establishing and doing the board retreat. We'll be past the summer by then. And we don't have to go someplace fancy or whatever, but then we don't even need to talk about it right now. I just think if there seems like there's a desire for this, let's put it on next month's agenda, and let's try to figure out a time, maybe this fall. It's good to do it in the fall before we're preparing the next year's budget. That way, if things come up that we're like, yeah, it can go in for budget consideration.
His report actually brought in that we didn't call it the track one trade report or anything, we call it the community. Community campus. We did have an informal meeting about it to relook at all the maps and start, and then we will.
You know, whatever works to just get that moving again.
I mean, what I think we should do is get everybody on board, pretty much on a similar page before we make any presentations to anybody.
Okay.
So Benjamin, we really need to have that discussion as an agenda item posted, giving people a chance.
I just need to say it because we did have that meeting.
I know about, I know. All I'm saying is that her request was specifically to have it brought up at the next meeting as an agenda item, and that would be a time to talk about the informal meeting and go forward.
And this would also be an opportunity if anybody who's involved with it wants to have a work session between now and the next meeting, or their committee wants to have a meeting before now and the next meeting. That could happen.
Excuse me, Scott has something very important.
Oh, I just wanted to point out before we move on from all of this, that while we did discuss Daya's letter of resignation, somebody should make a motion to accept it.
Yeah.
Or
Would entertain a motion to accept, although very reluctantly, Dave's letter of resignation. Also move. Is there a second to that motion? Nobody wants to second it. Nobody wants.
Okay, I'll second.
Steve.
We'll let you
Dana's
go.
gonna second it. All right, we have a
Sweat.
second from Steve. Any discussion? Change your mind.
Thank you very much for all
Yeah.
of your service. Thank you for your calmness and your wisdom. Thank you for your love of the town.
Thank you for your patience with me and my learning curve. It's been really a pleasure to be a part of this and to work with you guys, dealing with these difficult things. There's been so many times when I'm just in awe of what what we were able to accomplish. And, you know, I always feel like the dumbest guy in the room, because you guys are amazing and dealing with a lot of things. I would like to assess how I can be of service, less formally. It's just, you know, it's just not gonna work with my schedule, these long meetings, but
Well, I'm sure we.
I'll keep an eye on the future here.
So as you go through life and Crystal here, the opportunity comes back around for serving again, I hope you would consider it.
Well, so that you know, like, I consider, like, after reassessing, really my service is right now with the kids in school. And that's where my biggest strengths are and where my energy goes. So to me, it's all one thing. We've all got our places where we need to serve, and that's really the most effective place for me for my energy at this time.
You had a lot of strength that you brought to the process of trustee.
Thank you, Dana.
So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Well, Warren's happy he's got one down.
We could have shortened the meeting significantly.
Well, it's 12 o'clock, we're gonna adjourn around 12:30, very close to it, so let's move forward. Scott, you're next.
Yeah, so normally I submit a written report, this month I was, as I already said, at the clerk training, while we were doing all this and, sitting in class all day and then working on trying to get documents and things together in the evenings, and so I do not have a written report, but I do have an oral report to give. The clerk training went great, it was a ton of information, but I learned a lot. A few things that I thought may be of immediate interest to the board that I had written down during the training. One is that the town of Netherland, up near Boulder, recently did a third-party compensation study to determine how much their staff should be paid. They went through an organization that specializes in this, where basically they sent the really detailed job descriptions of what each position is, how much, you know, the hours they work, as well as economic information about the area, to this firm, and the firm, similar to like a water rate study, crunched the numbers and came back with their estimate of what a fair living wage should be for the job, the work being performed. So I'm gonna get a little bit more information from them about costs associated with that and who the firm was they went through, but I thought that with our all the recent discussions surrounding budget, personnel, that might be a good approach to get a third-party professional to take a look at it. Also, something kind of interesting that I had learned about elections. In the past, well, one of the issues with what Warren had requested is that if everybody resigns from the board, we very well may not be able to find 7 people to step up and do the job. And I know that in the past, that has, because we're such a small community with such a small population that can run for elections, there have been instances, for instance, where people run for the position of mayor and don't get elected, and then because they ran for mayor, they can't be on the board of trustees. It's an either or type of thing. Which of course, you know, we're still. It's hard to find enough people just to be a trustee. What some other very small towns do to address that issue is they have everybody run as trustees, and then the board actually elects a mayor from within the trustees that have been elected. That way, you don't have to run specifically for mayor, you can never run for trustees, and if you don't get, if the rest of the board doesn't elect you to be mayor, you do still have a voice on the council. So anyway, I just thought when I learned about that, I thought it seemed interesting and maybe a good idea or something to think about. Moving on from there,
Quick question.
yes.
On the planning commission, does the commission elect the chairperson?
And I think that's a minority position that Scott is talking about. More typically, if you look around the valley, you'll find that mayor, at least in our valley, people do run for mayor specifically.
Yes.
And also for trustees specifically. I don't think there's any exception to that in our area.
That is what's typical, definitely. I just learned at the training that there is another option. It would just need to be enacted before, you know, in advance of any election. But I didn't realize that there even was another option. So I thought it was just something interesting to share.
I was gonna say, I can already hear the howls from that one.
Yep.
That would be a major power grab for the board.
Yeah.
That's a good idea though. I think.
Yeah, maybe. No, there's pros and cons to it, because on the one hand, it takes it out of the community's hands as far as choosing specifically who the mayor is. On the other hand, it also makes it so that more people that are actually interested are able to be on.
Yeah.
the board even if-
Yeah, if you lose that race for mayor, you're sitting out.
Yeah, no, exactly, which is also a loss of power, you know, so it's a complicated situation, but yeah, I thought it was really interesting. The grant that we were using for the new emerging entrepreneurship program, that program has been completed. The grant has been closed out. We're just waiting on a reimbursement check. We were able to disperse around should I have my calculator out? Around $6,000 in state funds to help out a couple of different entrepreneurs in town. We helped out Shoshana to actually set up her shop. We got some signs made for her and helped her to actually produce some additional inventory to fill the space. We also helped Elsa Dieta with the Enshin Karate of Crestone with some web development services. So all in all, it was successful and we're done with it. I will also add that I'm really glad we're done with that one because it was for a really small dollar amount and it took a lot of administrative work for such a small amount of money that we're working on. So in the future, I will only be bringing grants that are more, you know, top of the higher priorities to the board for approval. But that grant has been closed out. Sure. Let's see, I spoke to the board's direction. I spoke to Randy from Swash County Road and Bridge last month about getting four-way stops installed. And as part of our agreement with Swash County Road and Bridge, they control the paved streets in town. So we do not have, we need to get permission from them to put in stop signs. And Randy I tried to sell him on the idea. He disagrees with the need for stop signs here on Silver. So it may be time to reassess that agreement and what we are actually getting out of the agreement, other than just being told that we can't put in speed bumps, and we can't put in stop signs, and, you know, we get told a lot of what we can't do, but I'm not certain what it is that we're getting from that.
A question. So is it not possible for us to go directly to the commissioners? And it works. And if we feel there is a strong need for a stop sign, to present that to the commissioners, would that not be politically good to go around, Randy? But if we have a need for a stop sign, what do we do?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not against, going to the
Just asking,
commissioners
I
and
don't
requesting
know.
it. No, I'm all for it. Because we need something. I also had reached out about a speed reading, sign for when we come into town, or a sign that says slow. And was told that they don't have anything like that they can give to us, or loan to us, or rent.
Kirsten, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, but I think Benjamin might have been first.
Benjamin,
Yeah, I just, I find this really frustrating because I feel like they are. First of all, I have never seen Randy really come into this town, and, you know, he doesn't have really any idea of what we're dealing with as far as in this town. And, you know, the sheriff comes in here, like they came in here once last month and started writing tickets, but that was the first time in years they've probably been here writing tickets. I mean, it's really, should not be up to them on whether we need to slow our town down a little bit. And so anything we could do, I was thinking we should bring it before the lawyer and see if we can renegotiate our agreement with them. And I do like your idea about going to the commissioners and maybe even just writing a letter saying, we're not getting what we need from this agreement, we're not getting the representation we need from the road and bridge, and we would like to renegotiate this.
it's dangerous. We have to look at health and safety, and safety says we need a stop
I
sign.
mean, there's a bunch of issues. It's not just the stop sign, it's the road going up to the charter school. I mean, they've been ignoring us about that for years now, since charter school went in.
That road's almost a
So,
four-wheel.
Did you have your hand up? I don't know who was first. Kirsten, Adam,
Either, but, I think we need to look at the agreement, but, they don't control those roads. We have an agreement for them to maintain them and pay them and that sort of thing, and they get our HUP money because of it. So they don't have the authority actually to say where we can put a stop sign or not. That should be a town decision. However, it may be if we make that decision, we pay for the signs. And it's a simple matter of us putting up the signs, and they don't have the authority to tell us if we can or can't put up a stop sign. It's a different agreement. So look a little closer at the agreement, and we can just go ahead and put the stop signs in ourselves. I think the problem is asking them to install it as part of the agreement. That's really probably not part of the agreement. It's just maintaining the road, plowing, asphalting, that sort of thing. So,
Yeah, I
if
don't
we can
remember.
just buy our own stop signs and put them in. I do think that we need to, revisit the speed bumps, or that would be getting off a little bit of a subject, but several places I've recently traveled have numerous speed bumps going right across and in and out and through their town. I visited the town of Red Cliff lately, and before you come into town, there's a speed bump, another 100 feet, there's another one. And, they got them all over the place, like you are going slow to Red Cliff. So I don't think that, I think we can have some wiggle room on that, and the idea of a speed bump, public health and safety is something we should look at, but when it comes to the stop sign, let's just install our own.
Adam, did you have your hand up, and then Steve?
I'm not sure if what I feel like it's a better negotiating factor. One is going to him and saying, we're gonna pull out of that agreement, or if it's more powerful to go to over his head to the commissioners. Because the only thing I want from them at this point in time is that road paved. So if we leave the agreement, then that's completely off the table. But if we go to the commissioners, then maybe we could work it. But I also think that Scott calling is different than you calling or writing a letter. And that you have more teeth than him to go to Randy and say, hey, we need some stuff that we're not getting.
So my inclination would be always before going over his head to go talk to him.
Right, and I think that you're a stronger voice than his position.
But that's
And even
not an
even
acceptable.
Even inviting him over, because maybe he's probably hasn't seen that road or this intersection. So if you were to invite him over and say, look, we need some help here.
Yeah.
I think that could be something.
Steve and then Kim.
Just a quick question. What kind of speed bumps? Did they have the synthetic? Or was it an asphalt?
They were just these, they were very wide, they're about like this, and they were yellow. Kind of a yellow rubber deal,
Okay,
and they were bolted into the ground.
okay. So they can be removed for snow plowing maybe. I think that's Randy's objection, was having them being the way. it's
You know,
plowed.
they probably could, but I think they probably don't.
Yeah.
He doesn't
you know,
plow anyway. that's-
Yeah,
Oh,
but I think
Oh.
the ones that we had talked about before that were the rise and the level of the speed, but they can go over them with the snow plows. It's just.
Everybody else does it, why can't?
Kim?
Yeah, you're referring to the tabletops, and those are totally doable with the plow. The removable ones were priced at about 18,000 a piece. But if they're permanent, I don't think we're looking at any problem there. Now, as far as asking for that charter school road to be paved, I'm all for it. That road is a mess. It's darn near 4-wheel drive. But if it is paved, you're gonna have some guardrails on that corner, because if you come down that hill, somebody's gonna go clear over the side and die.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
regardless, if
Every
it gets
winter,
paved,
like 5 people.
yeah, if it gets paved, you're gonna have some guardrails with it.
And stop sign too.
And speed.
Yeah, or
Yeah,
sharp turn or something, but that corner is gonna be scary. And probably a liability, yeah, but anyway, if we get it paved, we gotta have some guardrails.
And it's gotta be banked, it's gotta be banked correctly too, but that's kind of beyond his report
Right,
discussion.
sorry.
He's not in.
But that was all good discussion. I think some of these questions we can post to staff during the attorney report. And yeah, I think we'll have a good way to go forward, working on that. Oh, so Lisa recently heard from Wendy Mays with the county that the county has money available in their conservation trust funds for projects such as the ADA ramp that you need at the museum. So
They
that,
haven't dispersed all the funds, the deadline for submission is passed, but they haven't dispersed all those funds yet. But it does have to be done by the end of the year, and I was thinking about it because I knew that was an issue with Smith. But it's a public building, and, you know, making them accessible is one thing, conservation trust fund, and we have just over $4,000 of our own in our own conservation trust that we have not identified a use for. But I do think that that's an important issue to get that ramp. So which building? The museum?
so I would like to request approval to apply for some funding from the county for that project.
I mean, we'll have to come back because we'll have to get a bid.
Mhm.
And get it all, and so you'll have another chance to look at it.
I would make that motion to apply for that grant.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Nay, ayes have it. And Scott, in the future, if you want action items, you should put Please put it under action items as opposed to just having it in your report.
Yeah, I would have, it was just a last minute thing,
Well, Allison and I talked about it, but Scott was gone last week, so between Allison and I and Scott got communicating.
no, I just learned about it this morning, so, but I will be.
Thank you.
About that in the future. And let's see here, Adam, you second that, right? Multitasking. The porta potties are set up in the park, and have been for about a month. I wanted to ask the board though, when should I expect to get those porta potties picked up? I know last year they were out kind of through the winter and that was not what the board wanted. We want these picked up at, say, the end of September, early October.
End of September.
They want to go one more month after that, October.
Oh, well, we have energy.
Huh?
Energy fairs in September. I would say.
I've done some research on getting an owl device, so that we don't get trouble with this stuff anymore. It would be about $900 to get one, and there is a 30-day return policy. So there doesn't need to be a motion or anything like that. It's small enough that I can, by policy, just go ahead and purchase it, but I wanted to get the okay from the board anyway to go ahead and buy it.
One's enough.
One should be enough for our.
Except it does not amplify our voices, it just puts it onto the computer for recording and stuff.
Now, when you who were at the water district meeting, did they have microphones?
No.
Okay, so maybe the owl is just sensitive enough that it's able to.
I go to a lot of those meetings where they have owls and it seems to work great.
I think if you put it on the end of that table, it should pick up.
It like spins it.
It's really pretty cool. We can hear it.
It follows the voice, so like if you're speaking, it'll pick up whoever's talking.
Maybe we need a cable.
One of the issues I think we're having is the wireless, these microphones, is what's really going down. I don't know if it's power. It could be power too.
That's a bad connection. I taped mine,
Yeah.
and it's working.
I researched wired mics. They made some nice wired mics that we could have that would run back to the soundboard and then would be, I think you'd get a lot longer time out of them. So that's something, and then I was thinking, they make these little monitor speakers so that everybody, we could at least have a speaker that you can turn up or turn down. Depending on how much you want.
It's so important. What we have is just not working.
It's not working. And I feel bad that, I thought they would work better, but they're. That's how we.
We have a lot of dead ones down here.
That virus.
Oh, the microphones.
So these are just power, but I'm talking about like a mic that actually has like a cable that runs back to the soundboard, because right now. You have this thing connecting to that thing, which then connects to the soundboard. So I think we should invest in new microphones with small, and I've talked to that guy at Sweetwater about getting them. And each have like a little speaker that you can turn on and off. I think it would work a lot better.
Since
We're getting all kinds of comments from people in writing and not in writing about the fact that they can't hear. They don't know.
No, it would be a lot better.
what I'd like to do, since it seems like the owl is more sensitive in picking up people's voices. I'd like to start with just getting the owl device and try that for a meeting and then assess from there.
That's gonna be fine for the online stuff, but as far as like. Hearing ourselves, it's not gonna be. It's better to have a real system. I mean,
Do you have any idea of the cost of what you're talking about?
well, I did research, they were $100 and something per speaker.
So the 30 speakers or?
We could have one on each table to start. And then the microphones aren't very expensive and cables aren't super expensive. What?
It'd be nice if we had no cables and no stuff, one simple thing, see if it works
Oh,
before doing more.
well, we could order one speaker, one microphone and one, and just test it back to the
So
system.
I mean, within the room, I feel like when we speak up, the audience can hear and we can hear each other. It's just if someone doesn't feel well or is kind of mumbling, but I feel like the sound is good in here. Save money.
I don't care, I just know that the reason why these things are not working is because I think the wireless connection is not strong enough for something to get back to the system, but I think if we had wired stuff, it would be that much better. We'd have a real, that's what we use at the cloud station for every concert, and it works every time.
I'd like to consider rearranging the room in full, including making a better place for audience members who are speaking to be able to sit and talk comfortably. I think my priority would be on the Zoom audio,
Okay, so that's.
and that the microphones are kind of not necessary, but I do think if we rearranged and created a more professional setting, that some microphone could be a good investment. But I don't think it's as immediate as needing to address that.
But I'm not sure that the Zoom recording is gonna be as effective if we don't have some ability for recording of each of us, because that seems to be a problem.
I think the
I think
Zoom,
that owl's right in the middle.
yeah, I think the owl would be great.
Let's start with that.
It's a lot more sensitive. But yeah, I think we should start with that and reassess at the next meeting. We got that. And that actually wraps up my report. I know that Allison has submitted a written report, but she's got some additional notes that I think.
So it's 26 after 12. We need the treasurer's report. If we don't do it now, it'll be the absolute first thing before we do the attorney's report, but we sit here all day and I feel as though we deserve to have a break for lunch, so. At 12:30, we're gonna break because we have to be back at 1:30, so. Allison, do you want to go ahead and Lisa, you'll be number one when we come back.
Okay, I'll do my full report.
Can you be here then?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead, Lisa, Allison.
So you've read my report, and I just want to stress that in May and June, I sent you information that Sirsa told you for insuring the stage. And then I also gave the information to Nick, and then I didn't see a stage built, and I heard that, oh, it's gonna be after the 4th of July. And then all of a sudden, the weekend before, it was being built. And I went to Nick and I said, I need this documentation I explained to you and the board for 2 months, what we need before. And so he did get me something showing the insurance and some information. That was the first document. And then I said, by Monday, I need, he goes, oh, it'll be finished by after the weekend. I said, I have to have, so that it's insured on the day of the event. I have to have the builder's name and all his contact information and a statement from him that at this stage it's safe to use for the bands and such. And it has to be signed, and I need that. And so it can be used on the board. Well, I never got anything. And on the day after the board, I emailed him about it. He said, well, we're not even done. I said, well, I gave you the full instructions twice, and we need this for Sirsa. And then he goes, well, I'll get something to you. So we left it at that. But in my report here, I want you to know that the stage is not covered by Sirsa at this point, because I have to have those things to show them. So I want to make sure you knew that. And then I don't really need to go through this. You read this. You're going to be discussing personnel and organizational chart if you want to tighten things up or change anything. If you could, please, this is coming from the Sirsa auditor to get your training done. I sent you emails with the links, I believe. And if for some reason it's not working, we'll set you up here at times. You didn't hear. Did it take an hour, Adam?
I felt like it took less.
Okay. And then on there, it says your dashboard or your something, and you click on it and it'll say, go find your certificate, like that you passed it, and you completed it. And then that's what I need printed out, because they're probably telling me.
But one of the final questions was. How many minutes goes by before you enter into a state of REM and deep sleep?
Interesting.
I know.
They were trying to see if you were paying attention to
I had to Google it.
It's really, yeah, 'cause I didn't know.
How many minutes during the board meeting?
Right.
That's good. Yeah, that's really interesting.
What kind of support do you need with the letter from the builder? Is he not responding to you or what's up?
Oh, he said, we're gonna do more, so I don't have that letter yet. Well, we needed it before, for the stage at this stage is done and it's safe for people to stand on, and the roof is, even if they had more little finish work. And so I gave him the same details I gave you guys in 2 reports.
Well, so what now?
So it's a final thing from the builder with all of his contact information.
But he's not providing it, so how can we assist?
How can you assist? I don't know. Do you want me, direct me to send a letter to Nick again, or I mean, I keep talking to him, but what do you want me to do?
Maybe sending a letter to Nick saying. The board has directed me that we'll have to rope this off and it'll be off limits until we receive that
Would you
letter.
like to make a motion?
Is that an appropriate letter? So it's not like we're gonna tear it down or fine you, but
I mean, I think we should rope it off,
I believe so. It's not insured, if something happens, you're not insured. This is a serious situation.
So anyway, I can just send him a letter or email as per the board. You know, this has to be handled the way it was originally explained to you back in May, and then repeated in June, and then in July, and then, well, no, it was the end of June. But anyway, okay, I'll do that.
Allison, I'd like to see it in the form of a letter.
Okay, letter, and you want the mayor to sign it?
A letter.
So, and next thing, okay. Sorry.
So I would also like to see if we're doing this letter, I think it's very important that you have. I would also like to see either as a separate letter or as an introduction to this letter. This was a fabulous 4th of July. It was absolutely amazing what he did. It was like the Crystal Music Festival in town. With the 5K run, they had music, they had all these marvelous water fun events for the kids, they had a total blast. The music lineup was some great music, I mean, they had even some great bands. It was very well organized, the parade was really cool. It was probably one of the best 4th of Julys in the town that I attended. I thought it was fabulous. And so right now I see us talking about trash and about the building stage and these sorts of things. And I really want there to be an acknowledgement to the town on how much work that went into the fire department was awesome. I think as a board, we also need to send, it could be a separate letter. Maybe that would be best of thanking Nick and all the volunteers who put together a fabulous 4th of July.
maybe putting that on Facebook.
And, you know,
That should just be a card, you send a thank you card, and by the way, Nick, well, I won't say it that way, but it basically, these are the facts, we have to have this, and I'm your insurance person basically for the town, and this is pretty important.
so I think that is very important, and maybe it just stands alone. But at the same time, I don't want somebody to feel like, I just did all this wonderful stuff, and this is what I get.
Yeah.
So let's have both.
Should we post it on Facebook?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
I put it down as that the board is directing staff to prepare a thank you letter and a Facebook shout out. Celebrating the great job that we've done on the 4th of July Festival.
I mean, it really was a fabulous, and it was really well organized.
And
And it should be taped off.
Yep, I've got that one in a separate.
like a photo, just source it.
And come to the cabaret, that was marvelous.
So, also, we just finished in 2 minutes, so Lisa asked me to include this, so I put it in my report. I'm one of her 4 regular volunteers there, and it's gone way downhill at the free box. I mean, seriously, some bad stuff going down over there, so. She wanted, I posted this around, she wanted the board to know that we're looking for someone to be a leader for us little side volunteer people. like to really, maybe even have someone there like watching it and, you know, but she wanted to make sure you knew about this and it's printed on the back. Okay, I won't go into all the awful things we found there, I'm not gonna talk about it. So the other thing is, just a reminder, I won't tell you while this came up, but I want to make a reminder that when you're in an executive session, you never discuss the subject in the executive session outside, even if a board member wasn't there, you don't later talk to them about it. The second thing is, and this has come up twice in 6 months, from a resident that was in a public place and heard more than 3 board members talking about board business. Whether it was a committee or something, they were discussing board business, so just make sure your committee or whoever it is, just is talking about the issue at hand and know things that have to actually be published and so people know there's a meeting. So, and the last thing that you need to know is that having issues with the renter leaving a dog there to run errands, and when it was busy last week, I was alone in the office at one point, the dog barking very loudly, the people couldn't hear, we couldn't hardly talk to each other, and I timed it, went on for 25 minutes. And I even went, I said, hold on, I went around to the front door and it was open. Go, anyone in there? And I could see no one was in there, but the dog came at me, like protecting the space, but they hadn't even locked the door. So I had to talk with the renter, Dewey, and she said, oh yeah, it's just like for 2 minutes while I ran. I said, no, it wasn't. It was 25 minutes since the 4th time it's happened. So just so you're aware of that, and then off hours, no one around here, like on a weekend and late, I came to get a binder. That's what it was. We were all closed down and I opened the hallway door and I was like, the marijuana was so intense. And the further I got from their door, the less I smelled it. But it was definitely, no one was in there at the time, but it was definitely someone's been smoking in there. And it was the strong kind. I don't know anything about marijuana, but it was the kind that was like it was in my hair and it was seeping out from the crack. So I think there has to be a letter from the board that this is their warning. It's my opinion, you know, it's looking out for your properties and stuff. But, you know, the whole thing with the dog.
If it's a non-smoking building.
Yeah.
Yes, they're not, they signed an agreement, they would follow the rules and the laws of the town.
And what's rent?
Rent is cheap.
Okay, guys.
So do you want to do a warning letter, the mayor can sign? And if it happens again, then, you know, because they've been more verbally, but as far as in writing.
Yeah, and I think that it's only a 30-day notice, so.
Sure, yeah.
And it may not be the lady that you have to deal with, but all kinds of people are in there working with her, so it could be someone else. But the dog thing, she wasn't gonna apologize, and she sounded like she's gonna keep doing it. I said, no dogs are, this isn't a place to rent for dogs, especially not one that's scared being left alone and that scratched at the door and came at me, and I said, he's a good watchdog. And you left the door unlocked, so what if a customer had gone in, the dog had gone in?
So can we send like a warning letter or something?
That's what I'm asking, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And next month, you'll be my last regular meeting, and I have ideas for advice that maybe you could take my notes when you have your day-long work session, your retreat. And maybe you might be able to do some of the ideas, so.
Would you want to come for 20 minutes?
Well, if there were retreats before I actually, my last day is.
You wouldn't come after that.
Well, I mean, if I'm needed to come help walk through a bunch of insurance stuff with Scott. Or a new type of liquor license or something, I mean, I'm gonna get paid for that, so, I mean, if, you know, it's like 10 hours a month I can work, so. It's up to you, if you want to fit, I would be happy just like giving you a little good list and, yeah, you guys can discuss it and call me.
Kim, has it been posted, your job?
Not yet, but
I
hopefully.
think we have to do 30 days, don't we?
You should, even if you already know who you have in mind, it doesn't matter, you should post it. And it
But
could be-
legally, we have to post your position, we don't have to.
And a treasurer, you have to, yeah, treasurer and clerk.
Absolutely, it's something.
Maybe
we should
this
get on
week.
that. We should.
Yeah.
Do it, we could have already.
And that's something that we will discuss a little bit more this afternoon during the personnel discussion, because part of that. We need to decide how we're gonna structure.
Yeah, we need to.
Your personal, how we're gonna structure the staff going forward, and I think that'll
Yeah,
change
Clear some
what we post and how we
Yeah.
post it, depending on.
by Thursday, everything should be posted.
Uh-huh.
But anyway, that's the end of my report. So.
Thank you, Allison. I'd like to, Allison, I'd like the whole board to say thank you for years of wonderful service, reliable, informative. About a round of applause.
And I'll be here.
Okay. We'll agree, we are going to have lunch and come back by 1:30.
Yeah, right.
It's now 1:37. And we're now back to discussion. We're waiting for the second to join us. And while we're waiting, let's go ahead and do the treasurer's report. Lisa?
I don't know if this one is working.
No, none of them are working.
None of them are working.
They're just.
Mine's working.
Mine's working.
Yours is working.
I taped it. The
The
power ribbon.
Check. You don't think it works?
I kept it from moving around. It's working.
I guess we'll start with the financial statements. Looking at the budget versus actuals, and then we can go over the check register after that. So, looking at the general funds,
I didn't see those.
should be before the check register.
Right after, I didn't get them.
It's supposed to be 7 F.
Right after the first. Oh.
We're looking at the profit and loss statement.
Yeah, the budget versus actual. I
So
don't know if anybody had any questions. There were a few interesting things that popped out to me, like I noticed the property tax revenue is way up from what we had estimated. So I don't know if that's because Leslie used the wrong number. You know, I didn't double check that one.
My taxes doubled for last year, but that's the one that not the
Well,
one.
this is the taxes that we're collecting that were based on 2022
That's
valuation.
No,
Yeah.
not the current one, but the.
But you know, the other thing that's going on is we're actually collecting money. We're actually getting distributions every month. They were doing it quarterly for some reason. And then in October of last year, we had a big adjustment from the treasurer's office. Because they switched us over, which made me wonder all along, maybe we haven't been collecting as much money as we were owed. But otherwise, on the income side, we're pretty much in line. I mean, the licenses and fees are, but you know, this was the month. Like the marijuana license, business license, if you just sent all of those out, that's an end event.
on the,
On the expense side, there's some higher costs. Part of that is the bank fee, which is only 166, but it's far more than what we budgeted.
Is it,
I think
Again,
that's
when
part
you-
of credit card and debit card charges.
when you put in budget, when it says budgets, I've added the same amount of time.
Yep,
It's not
because
the whole
in
year.
QuickBooks,
it takes.
It divides it by 12. I put in a number, it divides it by 12. When I do a 6-month report, it gives me 6 months of the budget.
On the. Public Works.
Okay.
Do we still have staff members designated as temporary workers, or is everybody an employee?
We do have one temporary worker,
Who's that?
Sheila,
Okay,
and that's one of the things that we're gonna talk about during the executive session.
okay, so
Yeah,
that says,
I don't know, if you pick that up. because
that's set at 0 in the P and L.
I think last year, the temporary workers were. Chrissy Lackish and Perez. And somebody else who were doing,
I'm just wondering why it's 0 and the expenses. And what that means for how we're tracking.
but keep in mind, the other thing with the budget is also, this is still numbers. From the budget that was approved in December.
But as a current expense for the last 6 months, it's 0.
Well, I think we've been treating Sheena as a regular public works employee. Especially when Drew Martinez retired, we needed 3 people.
Right, when did he retire?
We were mid-February.
Okay, so my only question initially was. Are all public works people employees, or do we have temporary workers? And the answer was we have temporary workers.
Well, I think for purposes of the payroll, the way it was set up, they're all employees.
Okay,
Because the previous year, the temporary workers were people we hired. And that were doing pickup of the branches, helping with the fire mitigation. And one thought, I know Lindsay had the temporary workers like excavating the basement of this.
okay.
Yeah, they were true seasonal workers last season. Sheena stayed on for the rest of the year
And she's an employee,
Yes, but she's not a full-time employee.
right,
Nor
but
does
she's having,
nor does she have regular hours.
but she's having payroll deducted, or no, that's.
Yeah.
Okay.
On the very last page 4, when it says like percent of budget, we've only used 34% of our budget from the January to June, so we're actually only 34%. Using only 34%, is that what that says?
Yes.
Yes,
And that's not 34% of our total budget, it's just 34% of the budget from
right.
that time period.
Compared to the actual, but you'll see like there's no entries for certain projects. There's been nothing for tree removal or replacement, even though we budgeted items.
I thought it was for the 34% of the entire year.
It is.
Yeah, it's not just.
Well, no, for the 6 months, this is the January.
But then on the, well, no, because when you have, like, for example, on gross profit, you have $1 million, that's for the year, right?
That's $1 million in the budget, but that includes all the grants.
Right, but is that for the year or for 6 months? I guess it
That
could be
was
for
for 6
6 months,
because
There was 2.
it was.
because
it
it's the
was-
grant plus
It was
sales tax.
1.4 something,
Right, okay,
and grants that Leslie was applying for that didn't actually get applied.
okay. Ooh, so that's
So
awesome that
that
we're,
skews, having the numbers like that in there, still in there does skew, but I think overall, when you look at it, you're in pretty good shape. Most of those categories. I mean, your event expense is up from what you had originally budgeted. But you also got some additional revenue for the events. There was a sales tax grant, paying almost $4,000 in donation. That also is.
So help me, Lisa. It looks like on page 4. Profit and loss statement, that from January to June of this year, We spent $29,527 more than we took in, and on the water and sewer profit and loss statement, page 3 of 3, looks like they spent, maybe I'm misreading it, $65,979 more than we took in. And our personnel costs year to date, water and sewer, again, 3 of 3, 68,221. So it looks like it would just double, because that was 6 months. We're on track to spend $136,442 on personnel costs. Related to water and sewer. 2 years ago, that expense was approximately 11,000. So anyway, it looks like if these numbers double the January to June, that we spend the same amount July to December, that we would be short 50,000 in the general fund and 130 averaging, rounding $130,000 short on water and sewer, which means basically we've spent most of our reserves. Yeah.
That's what Elaine has been saying for the last. However
When
many
I
months.
was looking at this chart right here,
Sure.
profit and loss statement.
Yeah, no, I see that, and that's like, and that we have the cash. And we've only spent 34% of our budget, but that just means that our budget is set up for us to spend all of our reserve. And that's the unsustainable
It's
situation.
not set up to spend the reserve.
Yeah, and in the situation that we're in right now, has not, we have dipped into the reserves. We are not spending all the reserves.
We're not
No,
dipping into the
and not all in one year.
We
but
haven't
it's-
dipped into it at all.
Well, by the end of the year, though.
In the water and sewer fund, I anticipate we will have to do that, but that's why we started the process of discussing the budget to see how you wanted to calculate all of this out.
Well, one.
And it's not just that every 6 months, you're gonna be losing 25,274 because there's certain expenditures that are one-time things. But you are, tracking month by month within the budget except for certain items.
So relating to the budget, the numbers that we're working from here are the budget that we submitted, that we all agreed was not a workable budget. And it's basically Leslie's budget and how she came up with that budget, which Lisa has corroborated this. She had a lot of money in grants and this and that, and that's the budget number that these are based on, which we know we need to correct. Stop.
Oh, I just, I totally agree with you there. We are running at a deficit, which isn't a good situation. I mean, that we need to correct that. But I also want to make sure that it's clear to everyone that what we've been told that, repeatedly, which is that if we continue at this pace, we'll be out of money at the end of the year. That is simply not true. If we continue at this pace, we will still have $400,000 in the bank at the end of the year, which, and again, I don't think that we should be running at a deficit. That is the problem that needs to be corrected, but the sky is not falling as a result of this. We've got a little bit of time to make changes and bring this back to a healthy point of spending.
My understanding is that running at a budget, a slight budget is just not good. In fact, it's illegal. We can't, my understanding is we can't have a negative budget. We have to submit a budget that's correct and that is not negative.
But the budget you submitted was not at a deficit. What you're looking at here is you're looking at your first column is actual, which is where you're referencing the negative 25,000. So that's not the budget. That's actual numbers.
I'm not saying
amended the budget.
No, we haven't amended the budget. All we've done is have work session after work session after work session. And a lot of people talking about things, but as I was explaining to Kyrena, I mean, I'm happy to do more work sessions, but we have to get to the point where we start making some decisions. And I don't know how that's gonna happen, if you need some kind of decision-making matrix, if we need to provide more structure. But, you know, it's sort of like Warren walking in this morning and saying the entire board has to resign. I mean, if you actually did that, who would run the town? That's just political theater. And that's kind of what we've been engaged in with a lot of wild accusations, you know, including from Elaine, who says, you know, budget law says this. I have a copy of the budget law. It does not say actual numbers. It says estimated, it says approximated, it says, you know, anticipated revenues.
So do we still need to do the amended budget?
Well, I think what you need to do is give the staff some direction. And part of that was restructuring, how you're gonna deal with personnel, which is on the agenda for later today. You know, if you want to split those differently than what we originally budgeted for, like changing Miguel's duties and how it splits between general fund and water and sewer fund. What I need is a direction, a specific direction in the form of a motion or perhaps a resolution. But all I do when I walk out of these budget sessions is walk out with a bunch of opinions, frankly, many times 8 or 9 opinions.
So I would
And
like,
I'm not in a position to sort out what you guys really mean by that.
so I still have the floor, and I did have. So. In our last budget meeting, you explained to us basically what you're saying now, that it's the you told us it's the responsibility of the board. To pass a budget, and we all understand that. And then you said, as you kind of were saying now, you just need to tell me what numbers you want to put. But in order for the board to make some informed decisions about the budget, we need to have numbers. And as you explained to us in the last budget meeting, we're still basically looking at Leslie's budget after all this time.
But you're also looking at action,
When we're looking at actuals,
and that's what you should be looking at.
that's what I'm.
At this point, the budget, you know, and all the complaints about the previous budget are completely secondary to what's actually happening. I mean,
I know.
Benji had suggested taking these numbers.
An actual numbers doubling at
And moving
25% and.
No, and I think that's a good idea. I'm
Not
just
that hard
saying,
to
well,
do.
that this is somewhat
You can do it now.
misleading.
Yeah.
When we look at these numbers, because they, you know, we have a tendency, our minds work, you look at the actuals and you look at the budget. But the budget is Leslie's budget, which had $2 million of grants and and it was not a negative budget.
Well, and
It could be misleading, and no, because we have never changed the budget.
But I would point out, when you look at the general fund, you really should look at the net ordinary income, which is a positive $7,680. Because the negative 25 comes from the land purchase that was finished in January.
But the problem goes back to the water and sewer and taking all the, so much 65,000 or whatever. It was taken out of water and sewer and transferred into the general fund. That's what gives the general fund its money and makes the water and sewer fund need to impose drastic. Some increases in rates.
How much do you-
But again, the municipal code of the town of Crestone says that you will operate your water and your sewer as an enterprise. And then it lists 10 different things that means. And part of that means you run it like a business. And you're right, looking at your water and sewer fund reports, if I was advising you as a business, I could tell you to go out of business. So that's what you need to figure out. And I still haven't, I mean, you have not been functioning as an enterprise, which is partly what has contributed. You haven't functioned as an enterprise since 2020.
But what we have done is take money that is out of the water. Pay salaries for basically public works, and this is not a criticism of public works. It's a system where we're paying public works and we're charging that against water and sewer, and we're taking those charges.
And so what happened in 2020, when you passed the sales tax to balance your water and sewer operations, which is what the sales tax question said. When the auditors looked at that and they did that, they had to estimate numbers. Because just because you pay everybody out of general fund, people are working. And then you're essentially trying to duck below that 10% limit because 97% of your revenue in the general fund comes from tax. And in order to function as a business in an enterprise, only 10%.
Well, maybe we don't need to be an enterprise fund, I don't know.
Well,
That's a
that's a question to talk with Seth. That's a question that should continue to be. But, you know, if we have to transfer money from the general fund to subsidize the water and sewer fund, then you're operating for the 4th year in a row, not as an enterprise, in violation of your own code.
3 years ago or 2 years ago, we were only spending $12,000 for expenses in water and sewer. And now it's what, 65,000 or something.
Well,
So
no,
that's-
there was
and you want us to give you direction, how, if you don't give us numbers that we can make informed decisions on, how are we supposed to come up with the budget direction you're asking for?
Right, well, I don't know where you're coming up with the 12,000, but I can say that those were numbers that were adjusted in the audit for 2020. There was also a provision and adjustment made in 2021.
Well, well,
And the price of
anyway,
the sewer.
Scott, you had your hand up and I know you did, and I don't know who else.
Yeah, so one thing that I think needs to be clear that took me a while to understand is that the money for salaries that's coming out of the water and sewer account, if that's directly tied to the enterprise fund status. So if we are to function as an enterprise fund and we don't pay a portion of those salaries out of the water and sewer fund, then by effect, we're paying for the labor for the water and sewer fund with tax dollars, which brings us above that 10% tax dollars that we can spend to maintain the enterprise fund. So that's kind of the kicker, is that in order to, this came from the auditor, in order to maintain enterprise or regain enterprise status, we need to obviously not fund it from tax revenue. Paying the employees out of the general fund instead of the water and sewer fund entirely is in effect subsidizing it with tax revenue, because that's where the money from the general fund
So
comes
the
from.
$12,000 came from actuals according to the audit several years ago, so we weren't, so that for years, we were just having contained within the water and sewer fund, the actual expenses and the actual revenue. And I remember a long time ago, when we only needed 30, I remember projections of when we got to 30 customers in the water and sewer fund, we would be running at a profit. And for years, we had low expenses and we had a slowly increasing revenue. And we didn't have this gigantic situation that we have now. So I don't know. It's a loss to me because for years, we didn't have this problem in the water and sewer.
We've also had our sewer cost double.
I'm just talking about the expenses right now.
Well,
And
we do,
we've had a lot of increase.
yeah, we do pay those expenses out of the water. The expenses for what we actually pay for sewer treatment to the water district, those are direct
That's
expenses. out of the water.
That's not enough.
So that is what is done.
Steve,
Lisa, since Elaine and Warren keep coming to the town with their budget, I mean, can you tell us what's wrong with their budget and what's right with the budget? That's in such disparity with the one we have?
Well,
And
primarily,
dumb it down to life so I can
right.
understand.
Well, I mean, primarily, Warren says there's $150,000 that the general fund owes the water and sewer fund, which is based on his assertion that the water and the sewer enterprise funds are not an enterprise, which is technically true. The auditors would agree. However, your municipal code says that you will operate it as an enterprise. So the trustees, in a sense, are violating your own municipal code. You either change your code or you change the way that you operate. I think it's also you know, an exaggeration, because I did print this out, and I guess we can make copies. I was showing it to Scott, because I worked on this last week, directly out of the payroll summary. You know, but this doesn't reflect like the professional fees, and it doesn't reflect, you know, the accounting fees, because both Emily and I are contractors. You know, what you're actually spending in total on employees. But I think part of the disconnect when you're looking at a budget is that you look at the dollars, but you also have to look at the things that need to be done. And how many hours people are working, which is why I think partly why you're going to be meeting this afternoon to discuss it.
And that's why.
Because you don't want to have things undone. You know, I mean, it's like Nick saying, well, he thought Public Works was going to be picking up trash on the 4th of July. Well, and then they didn't pick up trash. I don't know what the disconnect was, but if you don't plan for that, then you're asking people to work on their holiday.
So with all of the working sessions that have gone on the last number of months of going through line by line item and making all of these changes and adjustments, it seemed like we were very close to having an amended budget. Why did that never get voted on to adopt that with all the changes that was made? Why are we still going with last year's budget?
Nobody made a motion.
So now those changes were never made.
It's only been discussed
The
during.
changes still exist, that document
She's
still
waiting for
exists.
us to make and tell her how to do the budget.
So, you know, you have to have a meeting in order to make a decision. You know, and you've been having work sessions where you don't make motions and you don't make decisions.
Well, we did though.
And that's why I suggested you give me
various numbers in some of the meetings where we had specific numbers of reductions that we were had agreed on. I couldn't make a formal decision because it was still a work in process. But there were various meetings where we actually made specific reductions in specific areas. And none of those are in these numbers.
I'm also curious why we're extending the audit. What's the reasoning? Because I was hoping that the audit would come back and say, these are where you guys, you know.
So I think there's a couple different things. I mean, there's a dearth of auditors in state. So all the auditors that remain, I mean, there's like a, 40% reduction in people who are doing public. When Lynn contacted me last week, he hopes to present it to you in August. But he just wants that extra time. He's not going to run it through the full 60 days. But part of it is also the timing, because if you didn't have it ready for this meeting, you'd have to have a special meeting just to look at the audit. And what this does is give you guys the opportunity to get it in August. And you can look at it and you can have a meeting and you can discuss it with them and have some of your answers and not feel the pressure of being in compliance with state law of having it recorded August 1st.
When we look at it, we'll be able to look at it and be able to.
The plan is that he will be at your August meeting, or we can set up a special meeting in August, but I told him your regular board business meeting was the 14th.
And I mean, as far as like your prediction, what are you gonna say and where we're at with it? I mean, you think you're gonna say that we're in line with
With the budget.
with the budget and like our accounting practices and everything
Well,
like
he's
that?
gonna look at accounting practices, he's not gonna look at the budget per se. But he does verify that you've actually been getting these budget versus actual reports, which is a requirement. Which you weren't getting. Primarily because the QuickBooks system wasn't quite set up right.
Is it not the case that the actual reports are based on Leslie's budget, which is what was submitted, which all of us, I think, agree.
Well, and that could be changed and updated. But you haven't voted on it, which, you will remember, I suggested starting out doing one budget. And then working on the second budget, not trying to do it all at once. But on the other hand, it's been sort of an informative process, I think, looking forward to 2024. About the things that you need to know in order to make a budget.
I mean, are you gonna be presenting us with a rough draft budget for 2024?
Well, I think that's something we have to talk about.
But you were looking for numbers from us, is that right or not?
Well, no, I'm looking for decisions from you. I think we, like Kizan pointed out, have gone through and made some good adjustments to some numbers. You have to decide, otherwise, I'm kind of like, well, do I go with Kim's suggestion? Do I go with Steve's suggestion? Do I go with Elaine's suggestion? You know, I mean, there's a process. You know, and I realize maybe you guys aren't as familiar with the budget law, but you know, it's not all that long. You know, I can certainly provide you with that, but there's specific things. There's specific things like you have to hear from your department heads. In the past, Leslie took care of that.
I think one thing that we all agreed on was removing those grants from the budget. And I can remember us all deciding that we did not want to see those grants in here anymore.
But there wasn't necessarily a vote.
Well,
There's a record, and this is part of what the audit looks for. They look for internal controls, they look for documentation. So if he sees an adjusting entry, he says, Lisa, why did you make that adjusting entry? Because the board voted on it, or they passed this resolution, or it was in these minutes. It's not because Lisa decided, oh, you know, so that's the part I think we're still working through.
And I think that a lot of those changes have been made in the working document, which you guys have access to, the live budget document. I shared.
But I don't know that anybody's accessed it or made comments, but I would say, you know, the last 2 or 3 have been hung up on this personnel issue.
So what will it take to get this done? We've had like 500 work sessions. What will it take to just get it done with the checklist? We've already gone through line by line by line. We were so close on having it. What does it take to actually complete and do the amended budget?
Well, I don't know whatever happened to those numbers, because we never saw them again.
No, they're in the budget that was presented, and it's in a live working document. In Google,
I mean,
that's
the numbers-
available for people to make comments on. And I thought the plan was that people would identify the areas that they still had concerns, make their comments. And a big area of concern is the
So,
personnel, and that's what you're.
Is that what we're looking at now, where we need all those reductions? That's
In
not.
these reports, no.
These are
No, I,
So I feel like I've said this before, and also I apologize, I know I haven't been consistent with every meeting. Sometimes things happen and I'm not here, but I'm just still imagining that we have a special meeting where every one of us has eyes on that working budget. We go through it, probably wouldn't even take that long, and then we say, we vote to approve, we make a motion to use this working budget as our budget.
so that was exactly.
But there's gotta be a time when, like, I know that, like, I really need to be in the room with some discussion, because I don't really know what I'm looking at with the budget. I need Adam in the room with me to see what he sees, I need to see what Benji sees, you know? But if we all just looked at that document together, you know, and it was
Bring it up on the screen.
on screen, or if we had our computers, then we could kind of go through it pretty quick, I imagine.
But that was exactly what we had all agreed that we were gonna do, and in a
That's what
face to
exactly-
face, everybody here, not on Zoom. At the meeting that we had scheduled, which in the
Yeah,
beginning,
and
the
then that
first person
meeting
we
got canceled.
asked was you, Lisa, because you needed you to be here. And when I came in the day, I guess it was the day of the meeting, Scott told me that you had called and said you were not available.
I wasn't even informed of that day until Allison told me like the day before, and I already had scheduled other things. I mean, I don't know who was supposed to check in with me. I mean, I would have been gone the week before.
Revisiting the past. Let's just move forward. I like what Dana is saying, let's go through and get as close as we can. It's not gonna be perfect, but let's get as close as we can, making those changes that everybody made. And let's do what it takes to passing it into budget.
So I would suggest
wanna
that we
put
have
it
a
up.
meeting this coming Wednesday to be a special meeting. Well, no, we could just come to our agreements, but then we still have to schedule a public hearing and go through that process. What about Wednesday afternoon at 2 o'clock, this coming Wednesday, the 19th? And you're right, that's exactly what we talked about doing. That's why I individually contacted every trustee to make sure that they could come and be here. Chisholm was the only one who was not able.
Here it is, and I'm in, under G.
So that's the 19th.
Mhm.
So if we can have all the work that we did, the last revision that we had done available. We had all of that.
We need to go through, we really need to go through line item by line item because we did that months ago and now we have actual numbers that are, we should look at the actuals as opposed to what we were looking at back 5 or 6 months ago. But we have a lot of information in theory that we have learned from all these meetings. We'll have Lisa there to help us. And the numbers actually should add up in our new budget. We didn't have a lot of.
You could also use it for 2024. I mean, it could be kind of a mix between 2023 and 2024. You know,
So I don't know enough to answer that question.
I mean, it could be a rough draft.
Yeah, I don't think we're gonna fix everything for the 2023 all at once. I think it's a work in progress for the 2024. But let's get this done. This is getting old. Double check.
So,
And those the suggestions that, because Adam was keeping a tally, I remember. On that one budget, we didn't even look at Elaine Warren's. And we stuck to the one thing, you were keeping track of all the line items. We cut, what, 150 grand? Yeah, and let's stick with that and realize that it's not perfect. But, and let the public know, it's not perfect, but it's a start. And then we'll work on 2024 and get it cleaned up by then. By then, we'll see how, if we just get 6 months, double it at 25%. If that's the way to go, let's get this done. And I'm all for it. Let's have a meeting as soon as possible. And nobody leaves the room until we have a motion or a resolution.
That's
Okay.
that's the plan.
Okay.
So Wednesdays, but I can come here at 3:30.
what time?
3:30?
3:30?
It's
Does it have to be that late? I don't know.
For me, it does.
It does for me.
Okay, so what about Friday? You're not working on Friday?
I'm in Denver on Friday.
Can't come on Friday?
Let's do 3:30, bring Kathy.
Well,
You guys can be at 2 and
I
start.
can't see the screen, you know, bring it. It's all in.
You guys can start it at 2 and then I'll
We can have
go
Scott
show up
share
later.
later.
That'll work.
I mean, my input, I just want something that works.
Let's
And if
see,
you guys get something that,
and Kizan, yeah, we could start at 2. And look at the previous one. that
And
was-
then you could be here at 3:30. Steve, you had your hand up for one.
So whatever we do, we have to be prepared for Elaine and Warren to be at the next public meeting to counter whatever we come up with. So we just have to keep that in mind. It's so.
Yeah, and so are we saying 3 o'clock?
you already missed.
2?
And Benjamin's gonna join us at 3:30. We're gonna be the two would start going.
And Adam and
What did you say, Adam? I didn't.
I said 3:30 is better.
But would you mind just like let them start the work?
Well, we
And then we
should
can-
have Adam here.
We need Adam here.
So let's just say 3:30.
Okay.
Unless y'all wanna like order dinner and do it at 5:30 or 6 and sit here and eat. I don't know if anything's even open then.
Not gonna be on the budget.
feel free to bring your own snacks.
We have some inside,
Potluck.
we have inside connection, so
Maybe that'll work.
Cam, bring your handcuffs.
Right.
3:30 Wednesday, the 19th. And that meeting.
And it's a special meeting and we don't have to invite the public necessarily.
We do have
Post
to.
You have to post it.
That's
Thirty.
the.
If it's a special meeting, we can vote on. If it's a work session, we can't, and that's where we run into problems. It's been work sessions, we couldn't make a vote. So if it's gonna be a special meeting, then then it can be, we can actually start as a work session and then we could like at 5 o'clock or whatever, have it be a special meeting where it comes to a vote.
We could have a work session scheduled and then a special meeting. To be followed by a special meeting. Do we have to put a time for the special meeting to start?
We do, yeah, 6 o'clock.
So we could say 4:30.
5:30 or 5.
To be
We're gonna
realistic.
move to this.
And
Do we have a projector?
No.
I have a little.
Now, I can look around.
Work sessions, we can tell people to maintain order. Correct?
You can in a meeting as well.
Yeah, you can order in a meeting, and
No, but if
if
we're
we
trying
try
to
to
work this
do a
through,
work session.
We can tell somebody to.
Well, there are times in a board meeting where the board is having discussion and the public can wait. And as Kyrena, reminded everybody, the next step after you adopt this is you have a public hearing. And that's when they get to make their comments.
Yeah, I would propose that we just call it a special meeting and put on the agenda, the first item on the agenda is a discussion of the budget, and then the second item is approving.
so we
approving the
did,
budget.
as a board, we did set up that budget advisory committee or whatever we called it. So I think that they should have an opportunity to present their numbers. And then we'll use Lisa and our actuals and look at everything, make some decisions.
No, we can definitely do that. I just, I feel like we need to be really careful to, I guess, separate them out, into two different sections and not invite, just full discussion throughout with two different sets of numbers, because that's what we've done in the past, but it just, we don't get anywhere that way. I feel like we should have them present their stuff, the board should discuss just among the board and then come to a conclusion, is the way that I would think this.
I don't care to see their presentation. I would like to just discuss our working draft. And all we would be doing is approving a draft. That is then released to the public and they can make notes and come back before we approve.
Yeah, that's absolutely right.
And we can take their feedback or not.
Where is the working document? For some reason I can't log into it, but,
We can send out the link again, so you have it.
I think you're sending it out into the Board of Trustees thing, and I can't put my password in because I don't know my password. I can receive it,
Oh.
so you need to send it to my.
You want a different email address?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
So has everybody else been able to access it?
I would like to have a printed copy. It's a lot easier for me. I look at
But
my
what I'm-
computer and I'm trying to.
What I'm saying is if you're gonna
A
project
hard
something,
copy that I can read and look at.
I
write
agree.
notes on.
because it already has all the categories, it's kind of laid out just like the other one, only blank. Or like it has some numbers already filled in.
It does, yeah.
I also included a column for 2024 for those people who want to work in it.
I wanted to ask our attorney on the process, so if we have a work session, and then would we approve the draft and then send it to a special hearing to approve the budget? Is that how it works? If we do a work session and then we make a vote to basically say, okay, this is what we would then send
To the public hearing.
to the public hearing.
So I would definitely separate the two out. The work session, there is no vote, there is no decision.
Right.
It is to come up with a plan. You can create a draft, but it is not approved. You would then have to close the work session, call your special session. Have a quick discussion, go on a rubber stamp the item, and have that discussion. Open up the public comment on a minute period. Discussion of the trustees for a short period too, whatever is necessary, and then approve that draft and set a public hearing. There is a timeline there, I'm not knowing off the top of my head, and I'll look that up. I think 15 or 30-day notifications. That I can track.
I don't think it's specific for someone. Budget as to a timeline, it is for the actual budget process from where
Very correct, I may be confusing the two, because there are
for the actual budget, you get it on the 15th of October, and then you have to schedule a public hearing, but you don't adopt your budget for 2 months. You don't have to have that process, but you have to have the public hearing.
So I don't know, Adam, if you missed what you were saying, that we would first have a work session, close the work session. And then have a short meeting where we approve the draft to go to a special.
In the special,
No.
so
So
approve the draft in the special,
is.
or special meeting. I'm sorry.
Special meeting, and so we approve the draft to a special meeting, so we would put it on the agenda that it's a special meeting.
To adopt a budget.
Okay, to adopt a budget, then we would go
With
with that, and then we would go to a public hearing. And then at that public hearing, then we would adopt the budget.
There would be a separation in time.
Yes,
Due to those requirements between the special.
but you would set the public hearing date at the special.
Correct.
So
Seth, is there a benefit to structuring this as a work session with a special meeting afterwards, rather than just putting discussion of the budget as the first agenda item on the special meeting?
I think that there are pros and cons either way. A lot of boards do set a work session before their special meeting, just to go over what they're going to discuss in their special meeting. Try to run that meeting a little more efficiently, have some of that discussion, not necessarily out of the way, because at the special meeting, you're not going to just call an item and vote on it. You do want to have that discussion, a small amount of discussion, so you're not accused of understanding.
So the action then, if you after the work session and you close it, and then you have another short hopefully meeting. The motion would be to say that we approve the draft to send it to.
As proposed, because you want to work as proposed, because you don't know what that draft is as of yet, so that's what you're developing in the work session. Okay. Some of the pros. Not every town has a public comment period during the work session. Is it more being board? While they do have that public comment at the special.
And then after that special meeting, then we would have a vote to send that.
Set a public hearing.
To a public meeting, and then after the public meeting. But then following week, then we
So
could go ahead and
adopting.
adopt it.
Part of adopting the supplemental budget would be setting a public hearing. And publication of the supplemental budget. You would take no action during that time while it's out in front of the public. And you are going to have people asking you questions, there's going to be that action. The board would take no official action until we have a public hearing. In which case there is this published public hearing, everyone has that information, it's been out before. I forget the timelines if we need to look those up, a period of time, say 15 days. And then there's public comment, pros, cons, and then we close at the public hearing, close public comment. We have trustee discussion.
Because I want to make sure we're doing this in an absolutely correct legal procedure. Sure, so thank you.
Does that make sense? I stumbled over you.
Well, maybe we should just
Doesn't-
write it out as a timeline.
Let's write this down.
Maybe you can help us do that.
Okay,
Right down on the board right now?
good.
Adam?
As
Yeah,
a,
right down.
as a matter of best practice,
Let's talk about things.
we're gonna be creating a supplemental budget
Work session.
7 or 8 months into
Budget
the
work session.
fiscal year.
And then last
So
special
our expenses to date will already be,
meeting, say July 3rd.
over the 100% of,
So July,
well, there'll be more than the budget allowed.
the days that were.
Meaning if we were gonna, do you know what I mean?
So you can't pass a supplemental budget unless it's balanced also. The supplemental budget still has to be a balanced budget.
So our supplemental budget has to account for the fact that we're 7 months into the year already.
And that is why you are doing a supplemental budget, because you have stated income or expenses. that's reflected.
So we can't just say, hey, we're gonna combine these two positions and it's only gonna cost us this much and we just saved $100,000, because that's not what's happening.
Yeah.
So that's a lot of extra thought in that. that we'll have to account for.
Okay, so first we're gonna have the work session. Where we act. Did we open for the special?
Special meeting, we approve the draft and the special
Approve
meeting.
the draft and it must be.
I think I've discussed in there. You are going to have some discussion and public comment.
And then we'll set the date. For the
Public hearing.
public hearing.
You will also provide for notice. I believe there's a publication requirement. I want to double check that though.
So, and you're saying that if we just double the budget, that doesn't account for any kind of cuts that we're trying to make.
Well, it has to.
No, I'm just saying that our cuts have to account for. Sure, what was already. Well, no, because even just doubling the. Budget.
Not doubling the budget, sorry, doubling the
Current expenses,
current expense.
well, those are all
That's what
in
you
theory
have to
getting
look at.
modified.
For what?
Those expenses are gonna need to be modified for the next 6 months. It can't just be the same. We have to cut,
It depends on what they are.
well, again, we're probably.
Publication
talking
for
about
the hearing.
I was just trying to find a source
Publication.
that could be adjusted. for.
I think
But if
that's,
we- if we
You're gonna have
knew-
to vote to
I think that's a good
publish
start.
the notice.
If we knew where we were.
Bro, that says pubication.
Yes. Doesn't it have to be a balanced budget?
I would guess.
So we can't just say we can't get there, we have to submit a balanced budget.
So are
That's what
you
it's
guys,
happened once,
So
right?
then you want to continue.
We
to
can
go
continue
further?
that, then we have a,
Put the time.
Put 3:30.
and then special meeting 5:30.
Yeah.
And are you gonna look at a projector?
I have one in my house I could grab, I just,
So we'll
No,
project
100%.
from our computer to.
that's what I was thinking, we could probably look up to this, but I wanna make sure it works. So I'll have to bring it over, maybe just,
Yeah,
put it in your notes and just send me a quick text to send it over tomorrow.
yeah. that's fine.
Because I was
what's your
thinking we could
schedule?
share off of,
Tomorrow I'm pretty free, I could go.
we could share off of Scott's laptop because they're working. copy.
Okay, yeah, and I have a projector that accepts a computer,
And then we could get.
I just gotta make sure, I
He
just wanna
has-
make sure.
He has permission to go in and have some change, which. You know. I didn't
While
include.
saving the original?
What?
While saving the original?
Yeah, the original is a completely separate copy. I made a copy of the original, and then I started modifying.
So
Okay.
if you wanna pick up a hard copy, when could you do that?
Tomorrow morning.
although if. You may not have it anymore, the last copy I made for you on legal paper,
Is that the current one?
that's,
Yeah, I haven't made any
Yep.
changes.
yeah, so you've got it.
Okay, thank you.
So now that we have that, we're gonna do the check register.
Well, I have two questions
Okay.
about that. There's some more housekeeping things.
I don't know.
At the Saguache County Tourism Council meeting last Tuesday, I was asked why it is that Crestone is the only, there were 3 towns that got the electric charging stations. The town of Saguache, the town of Center, and the town of Crestone. And I was asked, why is it that Crestone isn't receiving any tax while the other 2 towns are? And I said, well, they said, are you not using? There's nobody using it, and I said, no, my understanding is that we used a lot.
I
thought we were getting.
I thought so too, I set it up, I mean, up until a few months ago, we didn't have the option because it wasn't installed.
There was no card reader.
We did get that fixed though, and to my knowledge, I set it up the processing that it's supposed to be.
I don't see any income in here. And it was embarrassing for me to try to explain why it was that we weren't not getting any money and everyone else is.
So prior to March, there was no card reader. But there was no way for people to plug their card in so that they could pay. The physical equipment is not installed.
That was. I thought every town. Readers got fixed.
Yeah, and I went in and I set up credit card processing deposit into their account,
So
so.
it's probably just a communication glitch somewhere, but could somebody look into that and see why
Yeah.
we're the only ones not getting paid?
Yeah, we'll
But it's not.
we'll look into that and make sure it's being tracked properly, because we should, I
Comment.
set up the processing, we should be getting paid for that, and I set it at 25 cents like for a while.
That was also a question of mine. However, apparently during the Saturday market. The switch box or something. They turned on the breaker because we give power for free. And when they shut it off, they shut off the skeletal. At the same time, that charger was reading no charge. Or no cost. Andrew went over there and flipped the switch and now I've got internet. Is, you know.
And then phone charging stations are back on.
Yeah,
Also.
now we're getting paid, but there was like 2 or 3 days after the Saturday market that it was free.
Who turned it on?
No,
Anyway,
I don't-
oh,
And it's just something to look into somewhere. There was like 2
Yeah,
breakers or
we'll take a
something,
look.
and they flipped the bulb, and I couldn't even look up a word on my phone because it was dead. We're so dependent. It's been random. So my other question, Lisa, is I still didn't see in the check register the breakdown for the UMB and parking this month, which was. Maybe I was, it's hard to read. I wonder if and I couldn't tell what I was looking at.
right. Wondering if it didn't get printed. Or included in the packet. I can give you a copy of the credit card.
Well, it's just that we approve it, whether it's $10, if it's a check, we approve it. If it's a credit card, a couple $1,000s, we're not saying that. It's the third time I've brought.
My plan was is that you would get a copy of the credit card statement, but you're right, it's not included.
No,
in this
it's the
packet.
third time I brought it up. It's not a big deal, but nonetheless, it's a couple $1,000, sort of like every month, that we're not seeing any of the charges.
But I'll have Scott send it out before.
Yeah, no, that's good, should be included, and I'll make sure that it is next time, as you know, this month's packet assembly is a little bit disjointed.
It's not what's- in the perfect world, it would even say something at the top, because there are these charts, and I'm looking through all the charts trying to figure out which chart is for the credit cards.
Right.
Anyway.
On the check register. I. And adding up the 4th of July expenses, it's like about $7,500. I know we agreed on, I think, 4,000. And I know that, or I'm assuming that some of these deposits are donations.
Yes.
So then, as I look through the deposits, not a single one says what it is. And I think it would be really valuable for all of the deposits to indicate what they are. So that's one note, and then a question would definitely be the Heather triplet check. For $11,000.
So I did look, I signed those checks and I contacted Scott, he came over and showed me, but you're right, everyone should be able to see that. And I only saw it because I asked for it, got it breakdown.
Okay.
Before I signed it twice.
In the on the 4th of July, you're correct, we budgeted $4,000. And then you have an additional $4,000 from the county that he ran through town hall, and then we paid out the vendors from that, in addition to a bunch of donations, so that's why the amount is higher than $4,000. He did still pull it off within his budget. Now, I know that the donations that came through, we have been tracking those. But I also understand that it doesn't show up in the deposits.
Well, I did a preliminary report that was all put under special event. So I show that there was 8,281.25, 4,000 of that was. The event expenses so far is 8,885, so I was gonna look at that because Nick is now expecting to get paid some additional money, including for himself. What I'm not clear about, because there were 2 sales tax grants, one came to the town of Crestone and one directly to.
And one was for the dark sky something. I mean, we did get us again, but last.
Yeah.
But we got it for
But
5,000.
there was when I looked at the sales tax grant, there was one made to the town of Crestone, 4th of July. Then there was one to Nick Navarre, Site Realty, Friends, Town of Crestone, also for 4,000. Now it didn't come through.
Interesting. No, we did not get our own sales tax for the 4th of July.
We should have. We should have gotten a check for that. It showed up in the deposits.
We did get a check for it. I mean, I didn't apply for a sales tax grant for the 4th of July. That sales tax grant was, that check was given to me by man, written out to the town of Crestone from the county.
Okay. I'll pull up what I saw in the Swatch County website. But he did get $4,000 more or less.
Which would
Which
be a
gave
total
him the-
budget of 12,000.
Well, that depends on whether my recollection is correct or Scott's recollection is correct.
I would guess that Scott says that he did not apply for a grant.
Well, there was one grant he applied for in the name of Town of Preston. And then there was one he applied from outside realty that was for the Town of Preston.
Nick told me that he had gotten the grant from the county sales tax grant. I don't know.
When I looked at their list, there was one to Nick and there was one to the Town of Preston.
It's
4,000.
Well, I'll talk to Nick about it a little bit. It may be that he, in some way, I don't know how he would have done this without us signing off on it, but stranger things have certainly happened. It could be that he, somehow applied for a $4,000 grant for the town of Crestone and one for himself, and gave us the one for the town of Crestone and just spent the other one, and.
But we still need an accounting of that compared to his list.
But yeah, you're right. No,
And how much is he invoicing for? 750?
his invoice.
His remaining invoice?
There was an email, it had a B&B charge. Okay,
A B&B chart?
it was an email that.
Was that just last week that I was out?
Yeah,
Okay, so I'm not completely up to date.
but we should resolve that before we can do it.
But you said money for him also.
Yeah, another
$750.
$7.
Okay, and then what about the Heather triplet check?
That check was cut and given to Heather's authorized agent.
That was part of the settlement for that case. The town had been given in round numbers, approximately $15,000 that they were holding. And they were going to return part of it, which had to deal with some fees and expenses. It was just a way for the town to hold some of the figure up front of the triplet until she had compliance with the building. And it's my understanding that the board walked through, approved of all of the changes, and felt that she was in compliance with the structural safety, the safety concerns, and that case would be closed. And that was part of the settlement agreement case.
So X amount of months ago, Heather put about 15,000 into our general fund.
Where it went exactly, I'm not sure, and I knew that the settlement agreement, I could pull that up, and having some internet issues right now. The amount that was returned was in the settlement agreement, that if she did complete everything, that would be returned minus the smaller portion.
Where's the smaller portion?
That went to the town.
Yeah, we kept that.
Into the general fund?
Into the general fund, yeah.
I don't know which ones.
So with things like 4th of July event. You said, Lisa, that you had created a. I don't know the words, but a little summary. of
Yeah, I printed one out.
Money
this
that
morning.
comes in and where the money goes out and stuff like that, so if anybody had a question about. How much we paid for 4th of July, we could look at that and answer that really clearly, and the same with something like that 15 grand. When we have citizens saying, what is this? I can definitely be like, oh, they gave us 15,000 bucks and we gave them 11,000 bucks back. That's kind of
It was
big.
contingent on.
Right, but it would be nice to see, it would be nice to know when that went in, where it went, and have all that clearly tracked, and then even did we notate that other $4,000 as income?
Yeah,
We need to know.
it was split out, but it would have happened in 2020, because part of what she paid at the time was like a fine.
That's
It was tied to the court.
It was tied to the court order.
Yeah.
Funds that were kept were on the time.
Right. And so that became unrecognized. The part that wasn't part of the fine was booked as unrecognized income on the balance sheet.
And I do have documentation, that I went back and checked it before cutting the checks, I do have documentation of. When we got this money and what the agreement was. To do with the money and why we are returning and not returning at this time, it's all laid out there.
I believe if there was a deadline of June 30th, then those can be completed and funds will be returned, which is why it was done.
And I think that check is cut on like 27th is that.
I have.
And then the that balance sheet of for 4th of July tracking, that's what I've been working off of while writing the checks for, the vendors.
That's what we
and various
added
things that Nick had billed to us. I just think just go back and referencing that profit and loss sheet to make sure that
Still on
the money's there.
What do we need after? Well, you need to do it today. We were gonna do it after the check register. Sure. Just reminding you. So are there any more questions for the check register?
Motion. Make a motion, we approve the check register.
Is there a second to that?
Second.
Steve, is there any discussion, additional discussion? All in favor, signify by aye.
Aye.
Motion made, ayes have it, check registers approved. We have one additional item related to that. That is that as of like right now, we need a motion to request an extension of time to file the audit for the year ended December 31st, 2022. Right,
I'll make that motion.
is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Discussion?
I'm generally uncomfortable with how much we're postponing everything. And it's just leaving more room for unanswered questions. When we're kind of in a position where we just need to answer questions and make decisions like now.
So what are our options and what is the situation? Because you was handling that.
Right.
I don't know.
So the audits are due the end of July. And so when I talked to Lenny last week, he said he wasn't quite ready. He wanted to know if he could present it at the August meeting. But in order to do that, he still has to apply for this extension. under Colorado statutes, you have to either submit it on time or have an extension. Otherwise, the state can step in and starts jeopardizing the workers.
Why is he not ready?
Well, I mean, part of it is it's a brand new account for him, so he has to set up all of his work papers. Part of it is, 40% of the CPAs who did public accounting have left public accounting positions and are working in private sector. There's just not as many auditors in the state of Colorado, but I don't think that means that there was a 40% cut in the number of entities that need to have an audit.
And then I guess two other questions is, do you know how much we're paying the auditor?
His bid was for 12,000.
That sounds right, I have to go back.
So that's a lot of money, and I feel like you should get us our stuff on time, and then secondarily, can we put a limit on the extension? Or is it just for 2 weeks?
Well, the extension is for 60 days, but what he asked for is to present it to you at your August business meeting, which would be the 14th of August. Unless you decide you're not meeting on whatever day you do decide. So this needs to be signed by a member of the governing board.
I would vote to approve the extension with communication to the auditor that it has to be to us by August 14th at the very, very latest.
Is there a second?
That we're in discussion.
In your discussion, usually we get the second and then we have.
I second.
Yeah.
Discussion. I have a comment. As a member of a variety of different boards, I see this. It's not an unusual request. I'm not aware that it's opening the door to any sort of collusive or less than you had. Good business practice. It's a very common form. I see it over and over.
Sure.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
You want me to leave this with Scott? If I have you sign it at the beginning of the meeting?
I'll sign it before I leave it. Go ahead. You accept. So usually have a break around the year, so let's go ahead and move on with our agenda. And let's kind of go over to staff, and we have our attorney's reports, and then we'll come back to the remaining action of those.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Board. Oh, yes. Start off with what I consider, and I may be wrong, this is just my opinion, one of the largest topics I'm working on. And that is respecting Mr. Marcus Locke, to the Locke Land Water and Sanitation District's contract with the custom. We had what I consider a productive meeting. A lot of people showed up in person. It was good to hear all sides speak and to kind of see everyone work together. I have had some discussions with Mr. Locke. Working on a draft, trying to get items that we don't think are contentious written down and trying to discuss the items that we do think there's going to be some discussion on, where it might be some type of a range, some type of a possible solution also. So not just coming to the board and asking questions, but asking questions with one or two possible solutions there. I actually had another discussion with him just this morning. His quote was that he owes me a draft, so we are going back. I may be completely wrong, but once again, that's what I consider one of the biggest items. Another item we need to be really focused on, please let me know. We're trying to work on a few things at once. That is the biggest. That is the biggest item I'm working on. But I don't have any 2%. There were two things that I was asked to discuss specifically at last month's meeting. I see that 10F is related to handicap parking. The other item that I did look into was speed bumps around town. So I've had some discussion with Sursa. Sursa's trying to provide me with a vendor along with pros and cons of what I thought was the best option for the town of removable speed bumps. The town does, Sursa does want to provide me, it is a slightly higher insurance cost with that going in. That it is some signage that also needs to be posted by those, and they're looking, trying to give some vendor information, who they use, who towns have used, who they like that type of information. So if that's still a topic, I hope to have some information about speed bumps, and we're kind of getting to the end of summer already, but I think they could be a year-round topic, especially if they're kind of a removable molded type, but we're going to serve some insurance.
I mean, one thing that came up was that Randy basically said that because he has control of our paved road, but we couldn't put up a stop sign. But I think it was misinterpreted because, as Kizen said, that he probably won't do it. It would be up to us to do it. It was like, maybe he thought that we were asking him to put the stop sign up rather than us just putting one up, but it's that kind of thing where we're dealing with, because we have a contract with the county on, is it off funds or something like that?
HUD, highway user tax.
Yeah, so we have the contract with them, and somehow this contract sort of gives them permission to determine what we're allowed to do, what we're not allowed to do on the streets, which we talked about maybe re-looking at that contract and trying to figure out if we can what we can't, like Scott said, you know, they're kind of telling us what we can't do, but they're not actually saying what they're actually doing and what you know, because if there are streets, they're the ones that we're dealing with on a daily basis.
It could be a request also that if I was unaware of that contract, the board would like a presentation by the contractee to discuss what has been done, what they're looking forward to doing, what they're planning on doing. Town also, that could be something that us in that person. One other topic would be to complete a inventory. It's called a sign inventory. That's part of the town process, but it's through CDOT. It's nice to have that sign inventory. That way, especially if there is an issue in town, someone says that there wasn't a stop sign there. Why did I get a ticket for speed light when the sign gets removed by someone? Town can show to its inventory. These signs are in place and should be monitored and maintained by whoever has that contract.
I think it would be an extremely good idea to have a meeting with the county explaining us that contract that we have that's been in place. It's a long-term contract, and it provides that they'll do some paving, something to be identified over a period of like 10 years, which I don't think ever happened. And I haven't read it in a long time, but I don't recollect that it gives them the authority to say that we can't put in stop signs.
No, it doesn't, with that contract, it's, we give them the funds and their job is to maintain the roadways and to plow snow and, they have this in the contract, things like when they're gonna pay, or check and seal, in exchange for having the funds. But as far as, I don't have the contract in front of me, but they don't own the roads and don't believe they have the authority to say whether or not they can put a stop sign or not. I think the question is if we should look at it for signage. It might be that we want a sign in addition to what we have, it's on our guide. And, you know, so that's one of the things that we need to check on. And as far as the paving that they've done, when we did this whole downtown development and we did this whole dip over here on the street and whatever, they came in and did the paving on that. And when we have this whole long street here where we dropped the grade out front here, they came in and did all of the paving on. So they did do a fair amount of asphalt work just a few years ago.
I don't remember how much they were supposed to do within whatever prescribed period of time.
It's in the
And I
contract.
think it wouldn't be a bad idea just to have some communication so that everybody knows what's gonna come up in the future.
Right, well, I think first we should do is have a copy of the IGA and just go over it. And it seems like it wasn't that long ago that we actually took a look at it and wanted to make a few changes in that. But it's like if we do get the Cottonwood Bridge replaced or something, we'll be asking them to do different sorts of things. So I think we first need to, as a board, take a look at the contract, so we're familiar with it. And see, but I think one of the important things with them is, besides our issue with signage, that's not a big deal. They don't have the authority to tell us no. It just might be on our own dime. Is to look at doing planning to get the road to the charter school paved. And to have, that would be a key point of the conversation, and it would have the county involved. And they would also then get the money for that additional, amount of roadage for the HUP funds.
David?
So, Kizan, are they responsible for grading and maintaining that dirt road?
I don't believe so. I think it's only the paved roads in town.
I think they've been paying, we're paying Jim Hallman separately.
So, can we ask him to at least smooth that road out? I mean, it's like,
I think we should probably
I don't know.
look at.
I mean, the school year's gonna start in a month, and that road is insane.
It's bad, I mean.
So it's the agreement is only for the paved roads in town.
So it's on us to fix that road?
So all the rest, all the dirt roads are for the town with our own equipment to grade and maintain. However, if we want to expand the amount of paved roads, to have the county expand it, then they would then have to do all the improvement on the road base and do the paving. And then they would get the money that we would get. There would be more money, they'd get the money, whether it's a dirt road or it's a paved road. The town would then get more money for the paved road, and that money would go to the county.
Because when people come to me about that road, I've been mistakenly telling them it's county. But it's not, it's ours. We
It's
need to
actually in the town, I believe.
Well, we need to fix that road. I mean, aside from paving it, we need to smooth that out this month. How does that happen?
They've done it in the past, it just makes people drive fast again. And then within a week, it's the same.
To do so, I think that should be an agenda item. And I just don't know what the funds are available for road maintenance, if that is appropriated. Current agenda.
We don't have like a basic schedule for road maintenance. like the
So
road is.
the town itself has its own, what that tractor with the plow on it. And that is supposed to be using for like filling potholes, grading the roads, and they've been pretty good about going around and smoothing out roads at different times of the year. But that needs to be something addressed to Public Works to tell them, we want to see you grading and smoothing that road as part of your road maintenance priority. And I think that would be at the direction of the board and the town administrator to have them do that. And while we're on that subject, not to get too far off, but we used to have the county we contracted with the county to maintain all our roads. And they had, with their plow could tilt, and they could scoop up all the gravel out of the borrow ditches onto the road, and then they smooth it out again. We stopped using the county a good long time ago, when we had Jim Homer doing it. So they put gravel on, and then it would get smooth, and all the gravel would go to the edge, and put gravel on and go to the edge. Over time, those borrow ditches got a lot of gravel, and a lot of them are filled up. It used to be a fairly deep ditch, but to carry the water. Now it's gotten really shallow, and all our expensive gravel is in there. When we got the new tractor with the blade, one of the things that we made sure of is that it has a blade that can tilled. So that public works could come through and pull the dirt out of those ditches. So that when they grade, we can recover that gravel. As far as I know, that has yet to happen. I don't know of any roads where that has happened. And that's something that probably really could happen over on Charter School Road, because a lot of that gravel has all got pushed into the borrow ditch. It needs to be reclaimed and put back on, probably with some new dirt on top to get rid of those washboards. But I'm not the road expert. That's something I would have asked Andrew about.
Benjamin and that's there.
Oh, I just wanna make sure that our stop signs that we had made, motion, I think, last meeting, I don't want them to fall by the wayside, so even if Randy said that he's not gonna do it. I think I'm not 100%, but they might actually have some extra signs in there, and so one way or another, I think we should still work on getting the stop sign put in. And whatever signs we're gonna need for these speed bumps. I mean, whatever, it's probably gonna be like a package of, you know, you buy speed bumps, you buy the signs that go with them. You know,
I think sources can just give us that information, hopefully. It's also, I think there is a lot of pros and cons.
well, there's, yeah, I mean. I've been seeing people come off, and we've talked about this every month, but people come off with North Crestone as it's a downhill road. And they're going sometimes 30-40 miles an hour down the street. And I mean, it's scary almost if you're going to pull out, you know, there's a bridge and you can't really see them. We really need to slow this time down a little bit. It's getting out of hand. So even though there's some cons, I don't think it outweighs, you know, pros.
So we'll hopefully present that information.
I do want to get back to the agenda, but I was just thinking, we do need to have this meeting about public works priorities, and I think the road grading falls into that, and just, it seems like we forgot to actually schedule that meeting. Maybe that's something that should happen. What really occurred today?
Adam had his hand up first.
Or you could just send something out, but just don't forget we need that meeting.
Oh, I just thought. As a side note, here in a month or two, they're gonna start having heavy machinery driving up that road every day. For Living Wisdom Construction. So cement trucks, excavators, trailers, construction workers. Which is just all the more reason to tend to it in some way.
Scott,
So I had, probably 2 months ago, discussed this, with Gretchen, and, she was going to get a book from Jim Holman to grade that road again, the way that he used to. Anyway, I'll follow up with her at the staff meeting tomorrow about, where we're at with that, but that is something that has been on our mind as well, so, I think that she is either has a quote and just haven't seen it yet, or just needs a reminder that that quote's get moved on that.
so you'll go ahead and work on that and get it scheduled.
Yep, and did you guys want to do a work session with the board and the public works crew to?
After we have the meeting.
Okay.
Not probably sure.
Okay, anything else before we go back to our?
Just.
Five after three, we'll have a break.
So I just wanted to ask about, we keep talking about speed bumps and, I wonder about speed dips. You drive around Salida and they have all of their flood ditches. And you'll see them say, you know, dip. And boy, you better pay attention to some of those places in town. Snowplows could go right over them. With the idea of having some, and truthfully, we could use some drainage ditches across the entrance or where the coach goes across. Could we do a low ditch?
Texas culverts.
A Texas culvert? A low water bridge? But that might be a much easier way, is to just to do a dip. they get your attention.
Is that on a paved road or?
Well, it would be paved, coming and going, you know, at the entrance to town and coming down out of the campground. And you're right, you know, Benjamin, I usually come from home on Carbonate Street. And boy, you gotta really come to a stop and pay attention, because they come winging down. And it's also a favorite place for kids to ride their bicycles too, so it's a bad situation. People come winging down that road.
You see it all the time, I'm sure.
My discussion so far with Sursa has been bumps or humps. I'll add. Yeah. That's cool.
So we could ask, you know, what, you know, like what towns do to slow it down in general, because, I mean, it's kind of like if we have an accident here or something happens to somebody, the insurance company can be the first one we call probably.
So Sursa is very happy to represent small municipalities. I definitely asked that question, and their first comment was usually it's left up here for law enforcement. And then we did have that conversation about this is once again Colorado or small towns. It's not like they do any shade for smaller towns. They were like, oh, very understandable. Let me get this information to you. So their first inkling is to definitely let your law enforcement deal with it. They're very understanding of our situation. Sursa represents everyone over to the custom.
The thing about
Yeah,
that,
they do too.
the thing about speed bumps is you don't have to be on enforcement.
Yeah.
24/7, it's its own enforcement.
And it also, you know, law enforcement, they come here, they write tickets and stuff, it lasts about a day. People.
You need that presence.
Huh?
You need that presence.
So it would be nice if we got more questions.
But that kind of ties me to the next report, which would be attendance at CML last month. And I would say it's really nice to work with a few municipalities that do not have a law enforcement. The aspects and the items that come up, having the police force are numerous. Frivolous items to things that need addressed. I mean, there's some very serious concerns, internal investigations, adequate enforcement, and equal enforcement. So it's nice to have the town doesn't have court requests every other day to law enforcement. So it actually does save a lot of time. Law enforcement's a big thing. It's very hard to hire officers in the state of Colorado. I think the number was about 75% of offices, local agencies, being that counties, municipalities, state control are looking for officers currently. There's just a void of officers. It's a very tough job. The academy doesn't feel the need. A lot of people aging out of the system. And it's a tough job. We do a lot. Genuinely thankful for their presence. They're very expensive. You need body cameras on 24/7 now when they're working. It's also dash cams, a lot of regulations. There is actually a requirement that an applicant sign a waiver. And that applicant is releasing all rights to have prior records of employment sealed. And it allows you to contact any prior employer in the state of Colorado and ask questions about their employment history in that agency. I think that's a very good thing to do, but once again, it's just hard for some of the transfer jobs, transfer positions that they can do on the record. However, I do think it needs that lot of they have it in the strength. Don't hiring the wrong person. There was a big conversation during what that was actually titled internal investigations that session. And a few of the larger municipalities say that they have a lot of applicants from out of state. And that is not also, or there's not always reciprocity for that statute in the state of Colorado. Someone coming from Kansas, they sign that over, but the state of Kansas or the town of Kansas that they're employed in may not provide that information. And generally, those agencies say that applicants just not looked at. So they want to hire the right person. Take whatever things hire the right person. And also, when you're a smaller municipality, you may not be able to have the same benefit package. So you have to weigh that. use your selling points. We are not the big city. We do have issues. You are going to not lose your experience, or you are going to keep gaining experience by working here, but you're also not going to have this huge cost of living and could be safer, basically safe environment, things like that. Just using your selling points is how to make it small. The other or the additional CML sessions were wide ranging, everything from affordable housing, how do you do that, water and wastewater infrastructure, how can you fund that? Everyone is having an issue with affordable housing and infrastructure. That is just the state of it. The state is growing, people are moving here. Maybe the front range a little more than here, but I do believe that's the area is growing. There are new faces every year. It's just
So even those big cities are just not growing their system.
that ties into a later point. When we get to that, there was a discussion of the 2018 building code, some of the programs people are using to pay for a code compliance officer. There really wasn't a lot of discussion for the local agencies that did not adopt the 2018 code. So I don't know if that was left out on purpose. But I think this is a fairly unique corner of the state. As far as I know, it may be the county. So there are some question marks there. We'll see what happens. Take a look at it. Let me see here.
Question, what regarding wastewater, what sorts of solutions did they offer?
I think there was a lot of discussion, and I would honestly say that the wastewater was not discussed as much as freshwater and how to obtain more water or reuse existing water. Water reclamation systems. Not a lot of discussion about these things. There are grants and programs out there, I think that is part of it. Whether you're using your town staff, your administrators, whoever you can to pursue possible grants. But it all ties into getting a master plan, having that in place so that you can present that as part of your grant package.
So at the county planning commission, we had an all-day session last Thursday regarding an SLD grade outdoors grant for a variance, and rather than have a sewage system out where they were providing some cabins for camping, to use incinerator toilets, where apparently we saw very lot about the technology today for them as an alternate to a whole sewage system. Do you know anything about that?
So I do not know that much about the incinerating toilets. I have had some discussion with the county, and it's related to the county board of health. To allow systems on small lots, opposed to a sewer system or having a county having to build up to a sewer system. That is run through the board of health, so the county commissioners get involved in that.
It's new to all of us, and I'm not just going to do what they talk about it, but see them out. At least from an individual ownership, it would be interesting to know if that became an option. $3,000 is a lot better than $12,000. And they seem to have a technology as well. It's quite well developed. Okay, just a question.
We can have a break. We take a quick break.
Let me do one more, yeah, 5 minutes, is that okay?
Let's go ahead and have a 5-minute.
Oh, wait.
Sorry, everybody's taking away.
Yeah, we missed a little lot. Go through there. Were we asking for Nancy?
Oh,
Were we asking for Nancy?
That's always an exciting part of the meeting.
The Nancy part.
Did you end up doing your remote hearing from the car or? Yeah. Oh. Good. Technology can be useful. Works conference. Oh, that was great. What'd you say? You done your report? So it's good with Katie. Yeah, no, but no, it was great. It was a lot to learn. But that's what I want. So
I didn't share, that's how I felt at the end of CML. By the end of it, you're just mentally tired. And it shows that you've been paying attention and engaged.
I'd be so tired I'd nap through the whole thing.
Well. They have some people that talk loudly, they'll keep you awake. They have some people that talk loudly, that talk away.
I caught the clerk from Lake City. Not during one of them.
Oh, yeah?
No,
Oh.
you were up him up. Yeah, man. Yeah, no, he well, we hung out. He's not falling asleep during class.
Narcolepsy.
Nancy, oh, it was interesting hearing such little talk about police. I got the inside scoop on all the different talents of the clerk. Clerk training and Netherlands has had a police force for years. Up until about a year ago, they lost all their officers. They haven't been able to rehire them. So they have all the infrastructure. You know, they paid for the police station and the cars and all the infrastructure and everything for it. Body cams.
They moved on to better
You
better pay rates somewhere. I
Yeah.
think that's what's going on with Sawatch.
Mhm.
At least the sheriff said they're gonna get paid better somewhere else and then stick around.
Yeah. No, I think that's.
It's the same issue ours having county pays like $7,000 per year. So the county's hiring for a sheriff, some sheriff decision gets filled first.
Right, yeah. Well, that was part of the reason that I mentioned that Netter had recently done a third-party compensation study. And that was part of the reason that we did that, is because they lost their entire police force and haven't been able to hire anyone else for a fucking year. And so eventually they got to the point where they're like, all right, well, clearly this isn't working. But the board would allocate more money for it, so they got someone from outside to do the study.
So they're still doing their dead guy fest?
They sold it.
They sold the dead guy?
They still have the dead guy. They sold the festival to Estes Park though. Isn't that weird? Estes Park is now doing Frozen Dead Guy days. No Frozen Dead Guy. Yeah,
It's like 17 or something.
Frozen Dead Guy. Up in Netherlands, they have there was some guy in the 80s, I think. He was from Sweden, I want to say, and he wanted to be cryogenically frozen, but didn't have the money for it. But did some research and figured out that they did have the money to pack him in dry ice for like a very, very like 100 years or something. And so he was like, all right, next best thing. And so then his next step was to find somewhere that the town would let them put up a shed full of dried ice with a corpse in it. And somehow they were able to get it through in Netherlands. And there's if you're ever up in Netherlands, you go walking down first station. There's a tough shed there, a plastic tough shed, and it's packed with dry ice and with a corpse inside. And it was just such a weird thing that they had this festival that they did for a long time called Frozen Dead Guy, where it was just like a festival celebrating how weird that is, I guess. And it became so successful that they were they've had they've had a bunch of big name musicians and stuff play at it, and eventually, the town of Netherland decided it got too big, they didn't want to host it. But it was this big established festival, it was big enough that it was attracting big name musicians and stuff, so yeah, they actually sold the festival itself at park to put on this year. It's done today. Yeah, hungry, right? Sorry. What are your thoughts on that? I see your gears turning. Yeah, that's a popular. No, we need to get ourselves, a backyard of trees. I think we already have a few of those. All right.
You don't like burnt pretzels?
Good. All right. Well, I think we're going back to.
Off limits. Off limits.
Oh, cool.
So,
Yeah, I think the force break out of sure. Yes, okay. I was gonna say. I don't throw out a good one. I'll be hurry up.
Think for me out.
that goes. $700 for the month.
Yeah, I noticed they say accessible parking spaces. That's like the new language as opposed to handicap. But we could be changing that on our agendas and conversations.
Go ahead, take it. Have fun with it, knock yourself out. Don't have too much. And all those expensive stamps. For your collection. I know what you're up to. Yeah. One before the close. One time.
Buildings don't have a handicap.
There's one of them. Oh, that now these two.
They don't have any.
I saw kids didn't drive off.
Something's right. Yeah, she had to go home for a minute.
So if anybody's wondering, the gs-jj.com is the pins from China.
We're not waiting for Kizen, are we?
Oh, I didn't see Scott. Let's go ahead. You ready to go?
Yep, we're ready.
Okay. Back to Seth.
It's 2:25, back in session at the regular meeting on July 17th, 2022, continuation of the attorney's report. Tied to some discussion I was just having with the mayor related to water is what I would call a 1041 draft. There's a template floating around. It's been discussed by the Council of Governments, COG, and it is related to future exports of water out of the San Luis Valley or major water infrastructure projects. It's been going through the office quite a bit this summer, and we're working with Mr. Baumgartner, who was tasked by the COG to draft an agreement. And some of the issues I've had with this is that it almost seems to pit counties against the towns and cities possibly. Not really intentionally, I believe, but possibly in application. So we're going to do that with Ed to kind of clarify some of that language and to show that it is more of a collaborative group. That this proposed IGA does have is that any proposed exports of water or major water infrastructure projects would have to go through a review process. That review process would have individuals from the county or city level and also the county level. And if we do join the proposed 1041 draft agreement, we would have a few years after it's already gotten out of it, that you would still be under restrictions and you have to go through that. We actually drafted a new version just this week that I think really kind of helped clarify that we're not pitting different levels of local government against each other within the San Luis Valley. It is more of a collaborative organization. I don't believe that we have that final draft yet. I do think it will be before the counties, prior to the counties, just due to some scheduling, like scheduling of the meetings. But we are discussing that in different parts. I then had some discussion. I'll save that for 10F related to ADA accessible parking. I was asked to give a municipal court update. I do not have the docket in front of me. I do not have internet connectivity right now, but it is a fairly light docket, and that municipal court will be this Friday. That is open to the public. If anyone would like to come, you are more than welcome to do so. Part of my report was to discuss the triplet settlement. That was last month, was the deadline. And they did complete all of the tasks on that settlement agreement. In this case, they were able to receive the fee that they were being held, the funds that were being held by the town. And that was actually those were issued back then. They did have a chunk of change that was paid to the town as a, it wasn't.
Speaking of court, does that mean that the thrift store ended up getting a business license?
They did, yep. They did get a business license. However, for our policy, the business license renewals are due by the end of June. They got their business license in May. They have not renewed their business license yet. I can see how they would be. I'm, predicting that they will probably be upset that they have to get another. They have to renew their business license after getting the first one. That said, the business license they paid for in May, it was the business license for last year, which they have been operating. They were making up for lost time, so they do still need to get a current business license. But that's a.
Were they aware of that?
I'm
just curious.
No, I don't think that was specifically discussed with them when they went through that process, but I probably should have brought it up. It had not occurred to me.
Maybe we're easy handed on it.
Yeah, it hadn't occurred to me until the next month they sent it out there Monday, and I was like, oh man.
So the court said that they just need to get one, basically.
Yeah, they just need to renew it now. It'll be $40.
It wasn't about the money. It was the principle.
Yeah. And I was unaware that they had purchased them. I didn't know that. Yep, yeah, they came in after the last court session, they came in towards the end of May, and they go ahead and pay the fees. It was $200 and some in fees and the traffic.
And the fees were as per municipal code. So. I do have a few more listed items on the report, but the last thing that I did want to share was just a reminder that I will be absent approximately the first 2 weeks of August. So I'm trying to see if someone will cover for me for that time. We want to have coverage if there is an issue, if the clerk has a question, the administrator has something come up, and working on that. And if possible. But going down the attorney's report, 10B is a proposed resolution, and this is titled Resolution 005 of 2023. I was presented this information. It sounds like there was a hiccup in 2013 that has been carried forward, and this is an attempt to re-allocate funds from one account to another. And it is something that we were trying to do in 2013, but I don't think that it's actually. So if I would read this. Resolution number 005, 2022, a resolution to correct and transfer funds due to the Natural Burial Grounds Fund. Whereas the Board of Trustees on December 9th, 2013 approved that 100% of the funds received from natural burials would be appropriated to the Natural Burial Ground Endowment Fund for upkeep of the natural burial grounds area in the cemetery and to obtain new lots for the cemetery. And whereas this decision is supported by the town ordinance 2013-012 and the town municipal code section 8-4-10C. And whereas it has come to the attention of the Board of Trustees that some funds received for natural burials have been deposited into the general fund instead of the Natural Burial Ground Endowment Fund. And whereas the town staff has provided the Board of Trustees with adequate information to determine the amount that should be transferred. And whereas the Board of Trustees desires to reconcile these deposits and funds. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Trustees of the town of Crestone, Colorado, that the Board of Trustees resolves to transfer the amount of $12,245 from the general fund to the Natural Burial Ground Endowment.
So moved. Oh,
If a motion would be made,
so moved.
Second.
heard any second. Would you like to vote for it?
Aye.
So as presented, this will be approved on this 17th day of July 2023. That will be presented to the mayor and the clerk for their signatures. Attorney's report item 10C is a second resolution for the month. This would be titled Resolution 006, 2023. The clerk and treasurer approached me and stated that there was some disconnects in between the fees for delinquent accounts for water and sewer funds, that we needed to change and clarify these two so that our fee schedule and our municipal code reflect the same. So this is resolution number 006, 2023, to amend the Crestone Municipal Code related to water and sewer fees. Whereas it has been determined by the Board of Trustees, our resolution number 015, 2022, amended the consolidated fee schedule related to municipal topics, including water and sewer service in the town of Crestone. And whereas ordinance number 2006-009 allows is the same to be amended by a resolution of the town Board of Trustees. And whereas upon review of the town's current fee schedule and code, the town Board of Trustees recommends that the town code be amended to reflect the changes made to the consolidated fee schedule. And Whereas the town staff has provided the board of trustees with adequate information to support this code amendment. And now therefore be it resolved by the board of trustees of the town of Crestone, Colorado, the town code section 7-3-70 H3, penalty for late payment. The existing language, at any time the customer is delinquent in payment of any charges due the town shall have the right to assess an interest charge at the rate of $2.50 for the first month, $5 for the second month, and $10 for the third month, late or thereafter on the unpaid balance. Will be replaced with accounts in arrears will be charged a late fee of $10 per month after the account is in arrears for 30 days.
So moved.
Discussion. So if the existing language says that if somebody's in arrears, an interest rate at the rate of $2.50 the first month. Why was the Zohar charged $10 for being late on her payment? Seems like it would have been $2.50 the first month, $5 the second month, and now only $10 by the third month.
It was, let's see here, that was changed in the fee schedule.
That's what this resolution is trying to clarify. Our fee schedule stated that the fees for accounts in arrears would be $10 per month after the account is in arrears for 30 days. So we are amending the town code to make that reflect the town consolidated fee schedule that was voted on in or voted on by resolution 01.
So at that time, did it have to be $10 at just in the late fee? Is that correct?
Yes, that was the fee stated in the consolidated fee schedule, which is what the board was trying to do, is my understanding. However, the town code should have also been updated. And that's what we're coming back and doing, just cleaning up that first thing.
So does this make a change instead of like if somebody was 2 days late, they got a $10 fee until now they have to pay 30 days late to get a $10 fee?
So by my reading, there is technically not a fee until the account for arrears.
Yep, yeah, that's the other half of this. It's going to make the town code match our fee schedule, but it, just by changing the fee schedule, all that did was make it so that it's $10 as a late fee, it's late after the fifth. This specific wording will put into place that it is not late until it's late for a full 30 days after the fifth. And that should help address a lot of the issues that.
I'm one of those 2 days late guys.
Oh, I know.
I'll pay that.
Okay.
For that discussion, is there a roll call vote?
We don't need a roll call vote. All I do is about the same, right? Votes made unanimously.
Okay, so that would be signed and approved this 17th day of July 2023 and given to the mayor and the signatures. Thank you. That was the bulk of the work I was asked to do by the staff. This month. That brings us to item 10D, which is titled Executive Session. And I believe that is titled Personnel Policies. And I did just have a few questions for the board before we started that to make sure we are proceeding in the correct manner.
We have 10A also.
Yeah, we did this.
So I would entertain a motion to go into executive session.
Want to do
Let's take care of Nancy, man.
Nancy been waiting.
Okay, Nancy's.
Does it work?
Yeah. Those guys take fixed it.
Okay.
think I have to. Okay. My main thing here would be to emphasize the first item on the board report. There's quite a lot of damage to the soft asphalt on the Creekside playground. Some of it's normal wear and tear, but some of it I think is people sitting on the asphalt, kind of picking at it while we talk and flipping it over into the grass. So I've been monitoring that and the graffiti. Up until last week, there hasn't been any new damage or new graffiti since school let out. But there is some new graffiti now. They're painting with paint on the cement, so it's particularly difficult to clean off. It damages the cement to pressure wash it. And I don't know how much you guys know about how much the repairs to the playground have cost so far, but to fix the asphalt is going to be pretty expensive if you do that at some point. Yeah, it's really nice stuff, but
For cycle, I think those ones,
yeah, that was a good idea. The other thing that has happened a couple times in the past month, I just made a passing reference to, is that somebody's using with needles behind the outhouse and they're leaving them there. I check and Public Works checks, pretty regularly to clean them up, but that's not a good situation. I messed up on item 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There was a inquiry about a minimum house size. If there was such a thing in Crestone, neither Scott nor I could find any reference to a minimum house size. You might want to tuck that away if you care. If you don't, then that's fine. But nor was there anything that said you couldn't build right on the creek except for setback. Yeah.
So we used to have a minimum house size, high size, 300 square feet. I remember because I was on the board back then and we had a vote. And one person voted against it because they said it was too small. Another person voted against it. We felt like there shouldn't be any minimum size at all. So we had a 300 square foot house size. When we redid the zoning code a few years back here, Sam Pace, when we had that section that said minimum square footage of 300 for the house, Sam Pace made the motion to have it become 0 and have no minimum, which we all laughed about, but it actually came down to somebody could live in 200 feet as long as they had, it was on a foundation and they had legal sanitation. What difference does it make to anybody?
Right. That's
so it passed that it would be 0 when it went into the code, because there was no minimum square footage in the houses. So that was the decision of the board at that time. As far as the creek setback, I know that there's a state law that regulates septic systems. It has to be a certain distance from the creeks. But I seem to remember, and anybody else help me here, when we did adopted the flood insurance policy, was it last year, year before? That within that regulation for new construction, houses had to be within a certain distance from the creek. I don't have that information, but I seem to remember that there was some restrictions when you're in a flood zone and how far you could build close to a creek. And that was with that, when we adopted that 2 years, year before last, Leslie came in, we decided to go with becoming a member of the I don't know, the state flood insurance policy, and I think that there's something in there, but that would only apply to things that are in the flood zone, but if you're next to the creek, you're in the flood zone. And there,
Right.
I believe there's something in there
Okay.
that gives a minimum distance from the creek. Does
I know
anybody
that.
else remember that?
Well, I know that, this guy Adam and his wife Meredith built a house up North Crestone Spillway. On the right, they're pretty close to the creek, and they had the county come in. To review their septic, and they had to have a whole engineered system that was totally designed for being by the creek. I don't know if that applies to us, but it was definitely, applied to them, and they're right there. So,
And it seems like there was some issue when Mars was building by the creek. That he needed to be a certain distance from that I wasn't really involved with, do you remember from the planning
I
commission?
remember he wanted a variance because he was so close to the creek. And he wanted to build a certain size, but it didn't have anything to do with septic. Although I don't know where he's getting his sewage.
But I would look at that flood regulation that we
Okay.
adopted.
Okay. So we get. Go ahead.
I believe when Nancy, when you and I had talked about this, we did find something.
There's a 10-foot setback in the code, but there isn't anything. about it.
We had seen something, or at least I have a memory of something about, it needing to be
Oh,
set
I
back
know
as,
what you're talking about.
as further than the highest recorded flood on record.
Yeah, that's not
Which is a little
technically
bit-
a zoning thing, but it is in there, and maybe that's what Kizen's
I,
referencing.
I think that it might be, I think it's
Okay.
similar enough. It's a little fuzzy on how exactly, well, I mean, we can calculate it, but it's
Yeah,
highest recorded flood in that specific spot. It might be a little difficult to determine, it might be better to accept just a blanket distance away from the creek. But I do remember, I do know what you're talking about, I think that's a.
Adam?
Without a current building inspector, I don't know what our process is for somebody who wants to build. And who goes up there and checks setbacks. And. Almost even more importantly, it's like. We can get in trouble. By not providing. The person who's building with all of the information. And that came up like with. Who's gonna pay the extension cost for Charles's lot with the sewer, water, or whatever it was. And like when I built my shop, you know, I told everybody what I was doing, including the town clerk. An office and building inspector, and then in retrospect. I had needed more information to go through the process. So it's, I think it's really important that we get super clear on that process. Who's looking at the setbacks, who's even answering the question, like. If Nancy is checking setbacks, then maybe Nancy should be answering questions. Or just telling them to go talk to the office, because
Right.
you're not responsible for the.
they're coming in to, and that's who they get, because he's
Yeah,
at the
they-
front desk.
Yeah, they come in and talk to me, and then I usually do a little bit of research before I get back to them. Nancy's my head researcher for code stuff. Then it's actually Public Works that goes out and checks the setbacks for them and stakes out, helps them stake out the property.
Okay. Is there any other questions about this? The report, are you looking it up, Seth?
I am glancing through them.
Fascinating reading.
Are you, with the tamale lady, are you suggesting that if she understands, she can sell in the post office parking lot and everything's fine?
Yes, because when the wooden RV was being parked up there and there were complaints. Consultation with an attorney before Seth was with us suggested that because they're federal land, they are not subject to the rules of the town. And so she can do that. I just wanted to make sure she understood that. Because there were complaints, repeated complaints about her walking around town selling.
Complaints from other vendors?
Yeah, exactly. So,
As far as I know, in the town of Crestone, we don't have any laws against soliciting
We do,
We do,
we do. There's a whole section on it.
we have actual laws against soliciting.
Yeah,
That was
And-
the section we worked on entitled transient visitors.
well, yeah, there's another section too, kind of related more to begging or panhandling. So, yeah, there is. But that's what,
So what you're suggesting is if she's gonna sell at the Saturday market, she should have the permitting.
well, apparently it goes further than that, but that's not something I know anything about. It's just what food vendors have said. Maybe Benjamin or somebody knows. I can't remember now, but it's something about like a health license or something that, for home prepared food. But I don't know.
You are supposed to have. You're supposed to
Yeah.
have a commissary kitchen.
But who
Yeah.
enforces that?
It's a state law.
Okay,
Is it
so
state?
moving on.
But
Yeah.
I mean, if the health inspector showed up, it was like
I kind of,
Well,
I really hate to say state
yeah,
or title enforcement. I mean, I don't think that's really where we want to go in our community and stuff about sustainability. Dora used to come by regularly to the Crest on Eagle office. She was welcome
Yeah.
there. She'd come, because she knew I wasn't making it to the post office. She'd come and she'd knock. She wanted tamales.
right.
I was a customer, so she would come. Sometimes I would see her and she would be driving by and she'd wave at me and I'm like, oh, there's Dora. I want to get
Right.
some tamales. So, that sort of soliciting, I think, was mostly with people who were her regular customers. She's not knocking on people's doors. She's not walking down the street with a basket selling tamales. I think she's mostly dealing with customers, and I suspect this is a case where if somebody's at the Saturday market and they have to pay a permit, they're going, well, what about Dora? And she's gotta have a permit. So I think the idea of addressing it, if you're selling at the Saturday market, you'd have to have a permit. And I would just suggest we leave the rest of it alone, because I don't think the complaint is about somebody got approached on the street about tamales and they felt harassed or that they were being solicited. To me, it looks like vendor kind of, I gotta pay, you gotta pay. And that's how I would approach it. If you're in the Saturday market, you have to have a permit. If you're in the parking lot at the post office, you're full.
What
But
she's been parking now on the road, but even so, I'm like,
Yeah,
I would just assume you tell other vendors to take it up with the town board if they have a problem with it.
Mm.
And it's probably a case by case situation, but I mean, yeah, she's been selling tamales for,
yeah, she
I think,
said.
as long as I've been,
I know, 25 years. Yeah.
and we're customers.
Yeah, well, yeah, that kind of raised the issue of translators too.
She's
What was
fixing
the-
I thought maybe that was the case.
So what, Desi is working towards the vendors and buyers. I don't know, when did she tell you that?
Oh, well, she's been gone a couple weeks, so probably 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, she came to us a long time ago, but she hasn't. came since.
Well, what they said is that they will move to the Thursday market if they and some other vendors want a permanent guaranteed spot at the Thursday market in, by the park, in the fire station. And that at that time, she was cautiously optimistic that they could get that from the POAs who has to approve it. And that's all I know now, because she hasn't been around, so.
We went over there.
Yeah, it's just that those vendors with the big white banner, hugely successful.
We're over here.
Yeah, on your land where
Oh.
they pull up, they're very
That's why Disney
successful.
wants them over there.
Exactly. That's exactly right. But I think it's a little bit of a hazard too. I don't know how much, but sometimes there's so many cars along the road and people are darting back and forth just this side of the curve.
A lot of what
Their-
they're doing
their
is
cars.
a farm share.
That's what Scott was told. It's not all that they're doing, but it's a big chunk, I guess, so,
There's no
yeah,
concern.
so. I don't think anything else is an issue for June. That seems like a long time ago now. We'll take it as
So,
done.
Laura, one of the things I suggest was that maybe you could talk to her, tell her there are good complaints, and just ask her to take out the vendor license in the town of Crestone. And you know, the Saturday market is just have her have a vendor license, and then anybody complains, she's like, she pays for a vendor license.
Yeah. I thought I did, but that's part of why I want to translate her, to make sure
I mean,
that
you
she
give her the-
understood.
Give her the piece of paper
Yeah, okay.
and
If I,
if anybody puts on Facebook that the town is prohibiting Dora from selling tamales, that's like worse than giving kids tickets for skateboarding.
I know. Janet, my partner Janet speaks Spanish fluently, so
Okay.
if you need any assistance. she's-
okay,
she's good.
yeah, all right. Anything else?
Thanks for your patience.
Oh, today? More
sheets.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Oh, are you guys gonna do the noise ordinance anytime soon? I wanted to talk about that today.
Yeah, the special.
It's the last thing on the agenda.
Special event noise.
It's just a permit, it's not an ordinance for,
No, it's not like a change in the decibel level.
no.
No, it's just a permit that would allow for a single event to go up to 8 decibels.
Okay.
I guess was that added to the agenda? This was added to the event, okay. I can get you a copy of that. So that was the attorney's report, 10A, the code compliance report for Hanson Talos. Does that move us now to 10B?
Yes.
Okay. And then I have a few questions for the board. Just regarding this proposed executive session, and I want to make sure that this is something that should be discussed in executive session versus open session. So does this policy relate to? Well, yeah, I think there's a typo in the agenda stating the session, but also, I guess, what are we trying to discuss? What, just give me some information.
So these are some of the
Also provided you having to do with.
So if we're discussing a particular individual or a position, I think that that individual has to have the ability to call for an open session, that discussion. If we're not discussing something that's very particular or distinct, I truly believe that this should be a conversation to have during the session. It's on the record, it's just discussed. And it's really by anybody.
So I don't think there's anything here other than discussion to look at how we're going to structure the clerk or clerk manager, whether we're gonna have Allison serve as a consultant for a few months. These are all not
I would
personal.
say that these are really related to administrative decisions. And that discussion should probably be had in the session. It's not all, in my opinion, under the umbrella of executive session.
I was gonna vote against open session for similar, or vote against executive session. Because I think we should be talking about all of this in front of whoever. I'm I didn't ask for this, but I was under the impression that we were gonna talk about specific positions and specific people filling those positions. And I'm fine sharing my opinions in open session. Although I don't think they'll be
So
joyful.
this is just a list of positions and how they're going to be, how we want to structure our administrative staff, because changes are taking place. Wasn't wasn't anything I wanted to do, it's just that's what I was given.
Well, who asked for the executive session?
I think that Allison had just put the executive session on there after talking to me about it a little bit, about what we were gonna be discussing, but I agree, I don't think we need to have an executive session and we can do this in open session. Be easier for everyone.
Awesome.
Well, we
So
should
are we,
defer to
looking
whatever
at
you
this
decide.
list, I definitely see it almost seems like we're combining items 10D and 10E. But let's start with what we're gonna change from executive session to this open session discussion. Personnel policies and possible changes. Of what on the list.
Well, I guess it's the staff, I mean, I'm interested in what Scott has to offer first.
Yeah, so there were a few things, a few sort of distinct things that I wanted to touch on with this. Okay, so first of which, as we talked about earlier, we have a public works employee who was hired seasonally and has since stayed on for the full year. I think that we should eliminate that position. That's something that I talked with the public works crew about. They can get by without the couple hours a week that additional person contributes. The only reason that I have not just gone ahead and said, all right, well, you know what, we're not doing this anymore, is because I don't quite have the authority right now. So I was appointed as interim town administrator, but without hiring or firing abilities. So in order to eliminate that position, we would need a board motion to eliminate the position. So that's kind of the first order of business that I wanted to take care of.
And Scott and I, can I jump in, Scott?
Yes,
We had discussed that, and there was a requirement for, let's say, a 5-day notice before that position could be. So if that motion is made and carried, there will be a small notice period before that position.
So moved.
For a second
Second.
discussion.
I think that's part of a much bigger conversation, and that's maybe a first step in possible changes, but I wouldn't leave it at that.
No, that's just the very first thing that we need.
I agree.
Additional discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those nay, ayes have it, and motion carries. Scott, do you want to continue?
Yes, thank you. So secondly, as I just said, I'm kind of the administrator, but I don't have, legally, I don't have all of the authority of, say, the last administrator. With that in mind, I know that the board has wanted to have more control over the way that things are done. So I would say that either we should, looking at the organizational chart here, either I need to get an agreement in place that makes me the real administrator with a little bit more authority, or the board can retain that authority if that's what you guys want. You don't need to have an administrator that does the hiring and firing for you. It's more, it'll be more work for you all, and I can certainly advise you on it. But I didn't want to put that, that's one of the things that I want to talk about with you guys is how you want the leadership of the town to be structured. I know that with Leslie, she was super experienced, super capable, and I feel like, I get the impression she took on more than maybe what the board would have wanted her to take, and remove some of the authority from the board to make those personnel decisions. Anyway, I don't know what the best option is there, but
So
the
question,
board, yeah,
is this the point where we could also consider we're required to have a clerk? A clerk is leaving, we ask you and you've gone to clerk's training. One option might be to have you become a clerk manager.
Mhm.
And that would be an alternative to.
Yep, that's correct. And it would be, we'll have to write up a new job description that combines those roles. And I guess that's part of my question for the board, or just something for you guys to think about is, what responsibilities do you want me to take on, and what responsibilities do you as the board want to retain?
Steve?
So if you had the power to hire and fire, would you consult with the board first?
I would, yeah. But the way that it was recommended to handle hiring and firing at, for instance, the managers conference I went to, was to keep your board in the loop on everything that's happening, and to give reasoning for the decisions that you're making. But at the end of the day, managers that are in charge of hiring and firing should be the ones that are at the end of the day making that decision. So what's recommended as best practice is to come to the board with reasons for the decisions that you're making, rather than actively consulting you on what decision do you think should be made.
I really liked it when we brought in an administrator / manager. The town started functioning a lot better again. I don't think it really is the board's responsibility or even desire to be the actual manager of day-to-day activities and of the town. So having a person who's a manager, administrator, I think is the best way to go. I think I see us moving forward and having a person who would be a deputy clerk, plus then a person who could be the clerk and manager or clerk administrator. We had used the term administrator. When we did so, we had to go through all of our paperwork and change everything where it's referred to manager and change it to administrator. I don't think if there's any reason to change the term from administrator to manager, I don't think we should, because just have to change all of the documentation. To me, it's kind of almost the same thing whether you're a manager or administrator, it's just terminology. So I think we would be better off just using the term administrator. But adding the idea of clerk as part of the role with administrator. And then having a good deputy clerk, because as we've seen in the past, the administrator can have an awful lot on their plate, and to have somebody who is either a deputy clerk can take on a lot of that workload. And I don't know, I would ask Scott if he feels like it would be better to have an actual town clerk and an administrator as two separate positions. Do you feel like it would be too much workload to combine the two?
I think that with a deputy clerk, I can, that would help a lot, to be able to I know what needs to be done and give it to somebody else to do some of the busy work there. That said, the option also does remain that, as you know, I'm very inexperienced, as a town administrator. I am in a master's program, but I'm only in an introductory class right now. There have definitely, it may be imposter syndrome on my part, but there have definitely been a number of times when I felt like the town may be better served by finding maybe a recent graduate from out of state to be an administrator on maybe say a part-time basis. So I think Leslie was originally hired for 20 hours a week, something like that. As opposed to full-time office job. The town may be well served by looking for someone with more experience to take on some of that stuff. I do want to do it. I do find it interesting, and I'm learning, but it's a steep learning curve. And yeah, there have definitely been times where I feel like I start to get buried, and I'm not sure what direction to turn to find the answer. And I wonder if I am in fact the best person for the job.
Do you have any ideas of what would make a better person?
I think just more experience.
I mean, for what it's worth, with all of Leslie's experience, she might not know that she needs to tell Harold to water the lawn.
Yeah, that's true. But I don't need it all the time. It's a lot of trial and error. I guess that's what I'm saying. It's been a lot of trial and error, and it does feel like kind of a high stakes game of trial and error. So I just want to I guess touch on that again, and just make sure that you guys are sure about which one.
Steve has had his hand up for a long time.
I'm just curious, what do you want to do? And these various positions that we need to fill, or maybe not. Is that appropriate for me to ask?
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's sometimes a little difficult for me to figure it out myself. As you know, I originally applied to be the janitor. I am more interested in town management than cleaning town hall for sure. And yeah, I do want to take it on and make it happen. But I've just had some crises, maybe just crises of confidence in getting it done. So at the end of the day, what I want is for the town to be successful. And with a lot of these issues, I have been as unsure as the rest of you on what the best way to address this stuff and fix the problems are.
So adding on to Steve's question, how would you feel about becoming our new clerk manager?
I would definitely need, like we already talked about, I would definitely need to hire a deputy clerk. And just as it's been in the past, I'm happy to take it on. It's just that I just keep wondering to myself if somebody with more experience would be able to do a better job. That's all.
Adam, and then you go.
Just personal observation, I would much rather have someone with a really suitable temperament and a growth mindset, which I see in you. And because the experience will come, as long as you feel supported. I don't know. To me, I just want to get back to what Steve is saying. If I would love to invest in you or someone like you who wants to be here for a while. So I just want to put that in, because I think whatever mistakes you might make, I think there's a lot of value in the way you present and just, you're just really temperamentally well suited to be here in Crestone doing this work, from what I can see. And I don't think we'd be taking a huge gamble trying to find another person who could do that, because it has nothing to do with experience. Someone could be very experienced and cause all kinds of problems and bad feelings around here. That's not what I want.
Well, I would like to cut our budget in half. So kind of pretend like we don't even have the online sales tax and function within the brick and mortar sales tax as a goal. And for me, a lot of that looks like consolidating jobs and getting rid of positions and becoming a more efficient, smaller team. So for me, I would absolutely love to create a position that's like clerk manager. And I would absolutely love to post that so that we're legal and ethical. And I would love for you to apply for that. And then if there's somebody better, we would probably need to hire that person. And I hope there's no one better. And I can't imagine necessarily what those qualities are right now. But even if it was somebody else or Scott, I'm not comfortable giving that person hiring and firing capabilities right now, because I think there's a lot of collaboration that needs to happen to really build a good team, and to put all that on one person, I'm not sure it would work right now. And even along those lines, if I want to get rid of 2 positions in the office right now, and we talk about it, which I think we should talk about it today in this conversation. If our manager, who has hiring and firing capabilities, doesn't agree with our decision, I don't know what that means, or how we move forward. But I
agree. And that's part of why I brought it up. That said, you can, hiring and firing capabilities are for specific personnel. If you wanted to eliminate a position or consolidate positions, I believe that is a board decision no matter what. But for specific, hiring specific personnel or firing someone due to whatever, that's the, those specific calls would be what the hiring and firing capabilities are all about. And yeah, I'm open to it either way. I just want to make sure.
So I have a
this
question
option.
in connection with Adam's suggestion, and that is to ask our attorney whether the board should get involved in hiring and firing decisions. Is that an appropriate thing for us, or a good thing for us to do? Could you give us some advice?
It is a legal option to do so. Board wants to be that involved. Probably should rework our board chart still to indicate that. So it is available. If the board wants to allow someone to take that position to eliminate or shed some of their workload, that is a legal decision also. So that is just a board decision. What do they want to do? And I don't know if you want to do that, whether you're not, that authority also comes with responsibility. Where does the board feel they lie? Do they want to be that hands-on, or do they want to be the governing body and have someone in that position to make the decisions for them? Just do a report.
Yeah.
So also what I was saying about public works and getting really clear on priorities and direction for us to give them, I think the same applies to our office staff. And right now, yeah, what are you supposed to do when you show up at work? It's pretty much put out fires right now. So I think the retreat that we need to have needs to determine goals and ends so that we can direct our office staff, even our manager clerk, to meet those goals. And because I don't think we need to be managing a public works employee and telling him to water better or something like that. But I think that would be that position's responsibility. But I do think that we should be participating in who's working in the office, deciding who's going to work in the office, whether that's what positions are there and who's filling these positions. And I guess in particular, I'm certainly talking about our treasurer, which is more of an appointed position anyway. So maybe that's not hiring, firing of staff. It's more on us to appoint our treasurer, I guess. And other positions in particular, I think need to be like removed. I don't think we need a bookkeeper. I think we need a treasurer who's not. Okay, that's going to be a separate conversation. So there are employees that we have that I think need more specific direction and or disciplinary action. Based on what I've heard, and maybe I could learn more and change my mind, but so far, that's what I think. So maybe that means we as a board are just giving our clerk manager more direction and really clear goals. But I think we do have a part to play.
I think part of that could come into play also with your job descriptions. They need to be reworked. Generally, the town administrator is the one who's reworking that, and they are just presenting these changes. Sometimes after important feedback.
So I think at this point in time anyways, I think that the board should retain the right to hire and fire. Because I look at the town administrator having the authority to say, fire the public works superintendent, fire the water operator, or fire our town treasurer. You know, these are like extremely important, critical roles that are hard to find competent people to do. And I don't think it would happen, but if somebody got into some inter-office angry, upset about something, and it's like, well, you're fired, then you're like, whoa, you know, but next don't want to fire our water operator. So I would like for us to retain that, and I think we're in a position that if Scott really felt like somebody wasn't doing their job, or they should be let go, or whatever, he could come to the board and make that recommendation and why. And you know, his opinion would weigh heavily with us, but that also gives us the ability to say, okay, is there another avenue or mediation, or what's the problem, and decide to be involved with that. So I think we should retain that, at least at this time, and you know, be involved with that decisions. Any comments? And as far as, you know, with what you feel, I agree with what Dana had said about, you know, you're learning on the job, you've come a long way in this last time, you really just grown a lot. And we have seen in the past that who a person is and their temperament and how they relate to people just becomes extremely important. And you know, you you've been really good with that. I don't hear complaints from the community. Oh, Scott, hey, whoa, I don't hear that, I love that, you know? So I think, you know, like what Steve said here is, what is it you want to do? Would you want to do the combined position of deputy clerk with administrator and have a deputy clerk? Or would you want to just be the administrator and have somebody else take on full clerk duties? Or would you want to try for a while being both the administrator and clerk with a deputy clerk? And see how that works out, and if it gets to be too much of a workload, that deputy clerk moves into the position of clerk. I would. The combination of challenging you, but not making you feel overwhelmed. So where's that balance point for you?
Yeah, I think I would like to at least try doing the clerk manager job, and to Adam's point, I think that obviously we will legally need to post it, and I think that if other people apply, I no matter what would really encourage the board to seriously think about the other applicants. If there's a better applicant, then I would totally support the board in hiring them over me for the position. But yeah, I also definitely think that those roles should be combined with our budgetary constrictions that we're working within. And I'd like to take a crack at it, if there's, as long as we can find a deputy clerk to take some of that off my plate. There was something else.
One quick question. Would somebody, have we reached a point where someone would like to make a motion?
I would make a motion that we ask our attorney to draft whatever we need to change our job description to create the position of deputy clerk.
I do think that this kind of dovetails with our hiring requirements. Posting of our notice, and we are not changing anything until we do hire for that position.
So we would post for a position that's not created in our.
I think we would do them at the same time. If we're hiring that individual, same meeting.
So what was the motion, proper motion for that?
Said that at this time, I'm going to be working on proposed change to organizational chart. I'll be working with our town clerk at the same time for a hiring posting for the creative position. But it's my understanding that I would be working on a proposed organizational chart that has a combined town administrator town clerk position. But it also has a deputy town clerk reporting there.
So I have a question. I know that we, in the past, it was a big deal to change manager to administrator, but we have computers now that do that kind of thing more effectively.
Did I miss? I was going to continue term administrator.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's what I was gonna say. Do we really want to, or do we want to use the term that I have heard frequently, which would be a position as clerk manager?
I believe that you could go with either. Like I misspoke, I was planning on simply using the term administrator because it is in our paperwork currently, I believe.
For the posting?
Well, for the new job.
Posting, we proposed organizational chart.
But we're posting for the position of clerk, either administrator or managing, or are you gonna do two separate postings?
And I'm sorry, I was posting for the combined position of town administrator clerk.
Okay, I'm fine. I don't care if it's manager.
If I misspoke.
Yeah, that was my question. I wanted it to be a combined position.
So my notes state that there is a desire to combine the role of town administrator with clerk, along with the hiring of the deputy clerk to assist that.
And if that posting is happening, I think we need to get some information about potential salaries in the posting. Is that correct?
Yes, we do. State of Colorado does require that.
So could we say with the range of $45,000 to $65,000 a year, depending on experience?
there's a push to have that range as tight as possible. Be that,
Then I would,
that would be about a third of the salary would be that range. I would like to maybe discuss that range and make sure that that does fall under some of our requirements. And actually, there were some changes to that this year. Hiring requirements, adjusting of the range. But is that what were the requirements for the posting for our intro?
I don't remember.
I believe that at the time, Seth, you had determined that because it is a temporary position, not on the charter.
It was when we interviewed Susan.
She was interviewing for the permanent position.
Oh. And what did we say? As a range for that position.
Let's see if I can find the posting. I'm not certain.
Well, from the hip, then I would say 55 to 65.
That would include the benefits the town provides.
Just salary. Plus benefit.
Would that be a 36-hour-a-week position as we've done in the past? Would that be?
I would propose that it's a full-time position, 55 to 65 plus benefits, and I don't know what our current benefit options are.
The administrator manager works 40 hours a week.
Yeah, that's why I voted against hiring Susan, because everybody needed 30 hours a week.
Yes, I would like to make sure that that's not conflict with anything in our current job description. And if it does, we may have that discussion with the board, but posting the probably created using the current job description. And if they make changes and contact the board about that. Was there a final number for that position? I know that it's a 40-hour a week, and that could also be a position that is not tied to an hourly time, it's just a full-time position. So it's actually not overtime position.
And I'm just putting that number out. I mean, that number fits within my vision of cutting our budget in half, but that doesn't mean that that's what Scott wants to work for or somebody else wants to work for, and it's gonna be a, added workload and combined positions and all of that. And right now we have a staff member who's admittedly learning and going to school and all of that stuff, and I think 55 to 65 is a great job for full-time.
We also look at so far in our way that our salaries have gone. The clerk has been paid less than the administrator. And so if we have a job that's clerk and administrator, configure roughly half of the duties are clerk or half of the duties are administrator. Now that you're going to break them out that way, but just understanding that it's not a full-time administrator. It's a clerk administrator, and, to view it that way. Because if we did do two positions, as you said, if we had a part-time clerk and we had a 20-hour-a-week administrator, what that salary would look at. So, let's just be aware of it. And then there again, the years of experience, like when we hired Leslie, she had 25 years of administrative experience, plus she also worked as her own contractor, so she took on her own Social Security and withholding and insurance and all of that sort of thing. So, we can't compare what we paid Leslie to what this position is.
So I'm just thinking out loud, but we hired Leslie as an interim administrator for the reason that there was no public because in order to have someone right away, it eliminated the requirement of going through a fairly elaborate process. When you use the term administrator, you get into some complex recruiting process, hiring. It takes considerable time and even a lot of knowledge that I'm not sure we've ever had to do before. And what is it, Judy Gilbert? I talked to her about that. And she strongly suggested, given our staffing, time, capability, experience, that we would be a lot better off to call Leslie interim, and then we could just hire her. Particularly the recruitment process nowadays for an administrator is you have to do these various things that takes time and staff time and money to do all that. So I'm just passing on that information.
So I don't know if there would be any advantage or something we could ask our attorney of calling this job position that we're hiring for a deputy clerk and then a manager, an interim administrator. Would there be any advantage to using that term now once you try to?
I think it's holding it back. I think it's holding the position back, and we should legitimize it without the words.
I feel like if you're gonna be the administrator, be the administrator.
And are clerks appointed or hired or? So that's also,
Clerks are appointed, your treasurers are appointed, and your attorneys in appointed position.
and does the clerk have to be posted? It does. Even though it's appointed.
Generally, it is an appointed position. There is some discussion, there's usually some public comment, I don't know about required to be posted. Usually we do have some type of request for a proposal or submission.
So would we hire and appoint a clerk administrator?
That is a good question. I would say that we need to make sure we are using our organization chart and we do have listed. The other option is to appoint Scott as our clerk and to amend our clerk job description. We want to give them more duties, more responsibilities. That is also.
I want the position to administrate, and really I prefer the position to manage, but the word is administrative. But it needs to be bigger than clerk.
And that clerk does have the ability to have those responsibilities. You want to change the title, and one way to do it, but also the clerk has the ability to do whatever you get.
What are you studying in school?
It's a master's in public administration program.
I think we should throw in administration.
I think it's up to them, it's still eliminated. And also when you're talking to people within the government agencies going for grants, having an administrator carries more fun. And then does Allison currently work like 8 hours a week as the clerk? 10. So if we're looking at hours, so we could say like a third of the hours is actually work hours.
So we need to create a posting that y'all need to make sure is legal and compliant. And in order for us to get there, we need to decide on a number for a salary that we would suggest. And has anybody, any opinions other than 55 to 65?
You have an opinion, Scott?
It's like 80.
I think the job's worth it.
I think the job has to be.
Just a half of factor.
And I think doing 55 to 65 instead of 80 probably means we won't get applicants from a university and candidates and so on and so on.
Yeah, I agree.
So is there, Steph, maybe I misunderstood Judy. Is there a recruitment process and to go through to hire an administrator? Or can we simply?
There is, I'm not aware of it. If there is, I'm not aware of it. County may have their own requirements. I still do not know whether that for the town. That's our required.
Yeah. So Judy and Leslie. That's I was thinking, just putting whatever.
So what I'm understanding is I'm being directed to work with our clerk to create a posting, a hiring document that is seeking a town administrator / clerk. This may be a 40-hour-a-week position or a non-exempt position. Sorry, or an exempt position. The posting will require salary requirements, we're discussing 55 to 65,000 per year. What existing guidelines.
That's what I would say.
I want to make sure that that does follow our town procedures, so that would be where Scott has to for their time. I would. Scott would be chiming.
Could I insert something?
Go ahead, Annie.
Yeah, sorry, I know this isn't exactly my time to speak, but it's my understanding that we are not required by law to have a town administrator, and that we function for about 100 years without one. And it's also my experience that the term administrator right now is quite charged. And I'm wondering if it could be clerk/manager. And I know nothing about the numbers. I'm just.
I think we're trying to church the position. We're trying to give it teeth and a legitimacy. And yeah, managing is fine. I am kind of unattached to the word, but do you mean it's charged with our residents?
Yeah. And also charged with probably, if you're calling someone administrator, it would imply a bigger salary than manager. And I think clerk manager would be more accurate, and to build the specifics into the job description itself. That's all.
Thanks, Annie.
If I may make a suggestion. So when we are looking at, say, 40 hours a week. One of the things we did with Leslie was look at it actually as a per month rather than per week. And I was looking at 35 to 40 hours a week would come out to 140 to 160 hours a month. And the reason we kind of looked at it like that is 7 weeks is not much going on. But at other times, you're here till 7 o'clock at night trying to get something done. And you want to avoid, having to do overtime or that sort of thing. It could be like Friday afternoon, you've got it all wrapped up, but you spent Monday working 12 hours. I mean, the job is not, you might want to think it's 9 to 5, but it depends on what's happening at that time. And just like the week before getting ready for the board meeting, crazy busy. The week right after the board meeting, it's crazy busy. And then you have maybe a little bit of reading time. So I just think that we need to look at it as more than of a monthly basis for the hours, which allows then some staff flexibility. They need to take a day off, or they've already made up the time they come in and being there at the festival on Saturday or something. So I just think for this position, like what we did with Leslie, is we looked at it per month number of hours and left it up to her when she was going to really work those hours.
So I had that discussion of 40 hours a week for a exempt position. The town, we use the term manager position is exempt, which does not have that hour requirement because it is flexible. Just do the job, just like you said. However, combining the two positions would be my guess. That Scott's never going to.
In the commercial world, it would be an exempt position for sure.
Okay. What did you have next?
Yeah, I have a few other things here. The and if the board would decide to go with an exempt position, then just for full disclosure, I probably would be asking for the higher end of the pay range, because that could, you know, if we have a whole bunch of board meetings and I'm here till 8 PM every night, they'll kind of shift the shift how much I'm really making for the amount of work. But the other things that I wanted to talk about were looking at the org chart here. We've got the water operator reporting to the public works superintendent. This is another one of the combinations that we had discussed, was combining public works superintendent with the water operator position. So that is another one that I think if we want to do that, I should get a specific job description together for it and get that posted. But that was the next one that I wanted for the board here.
If we don't combine the positions, I think the water operator should be reporting to the administrative clerk versus to the public works superintendent. But I think we should look at combining the positions. Or subcontracting out the water operator.
So right now we have public works superintendent and water operators, the combined position.
It's being proposed.
Does the public works superintendent hold the CR license?
No,
Well, currently we only have currently Gretchen is acting as public works superintendent, but she is not interested in taking on that job as a permanent position, or at least last time that we spoke about it, she was not.
which brings up that in order to be in compliance, we need to be posting for that position now.
So I think it's a very good idea to combine, to have Miguel assume responsibility.
No,
also.
to combine the
I'm
position.
sorry. I think it makes sense because of our budgetary restrictions right now to do that. From a policy standpoint, I think it's extremely restricted, because if something were to happen to the person who held that position, it could be very difficult to find someone who had both of those qualifications. We might have to pass over someone who is extremely experienced in, let's say, public works, but could have no certifications of water.
We could switch it back. I mean,
Huh?
we could switch it back, right? I mean, it doesn't have, it could be more.
We could, and that would be I'm just pointing out from a policy standpoint that it's,
I
you know,
feel like,
arguably not a good idea from a practical standpoint. It would make sense right now, and yes, we could, and I don't know what all is involved in rewriting that job description, two jobs that are basically dissimilar in nature of qualifications, and then unwriting.
So I don't know if we need to rewrite the job description. I mean, those are stand as two individual jobs. They don't. Public works superintendent has its own job description. Water operator has its own job description. I don't think we need to change that right now. We'll just say this person is this and they are that. They're doing both doing both jobs. And if it's sometimes they split again with the job descriptions are the same. And I do think having the public works assistant, we need to have that. Right now, that's Gretchen's position. And then the other one, the public works, the on-call one. You know, it makes sense to continue with that. It's on-call only. You know, we just got 3 feet of snow. We need to bring in the additional help. So to me, that looks, all of this looks good. I don't see where we need to change that. other than, you know, we're having the town administrator, that's the role of the town administrator. Those doesn't need to change, and we're just saying that the town administrator is also being the town clerk. And does the clerk duties, and I don't think we need to change our chart at all, we're just having the jobs combined, but they're still defined as they are. This is what when Scott is working as the town, in the town clerk role, these are the roles and responsibilities that go along with the town clerk. And when he's doing activities or administrator, I don't think we need to change our chart. I mean, we don't have to like physically combine these two things. I think that's unnecessary work and paperwork. But leave the chart alone, and we're just hiring a person to fulfill both positions.
So Kirsten, what would you think about asking our attorney for this suggestion?
Sure.
And then on.
The which part?
Or we would not require a single job description to have one person. do both. I thought we were talking about rewriting the job description.
Well, I think we were talking about combining our existing job descriptions
Yes.
for the administrator and the clerk. I think that if you are hiring that individual for that combined position, it would probably help them out so that the rules are clearly defined. Instead of them saying, well, I was doing everything clerk, I didn't have town or administrator or vice versa. Just so that they know these are their duties, these are their responsibilities.
So you would think we should rewrite the job description?
I think the change for town administrator / clerk should be made. The other changes, I don't.
We don't think the same, we wouldn't need to combine, do anything with the job description. Someone serve both as a public works administrator and the law.
I think that if there are small changes that can be made, like if we are requesting the superintendent has the OCR qualifications, that could be put in. Could be put in as not mandatory also. The OCR is required to stay in compliance with CDPG. If we have a position there that needs to be filled now, that's not.
We can subcontract that out in emergency situations.
Yes, we could. Yes, we could. That's commonly done.
Okay, so.
Scott?
So I really do think that we should combine the job descriptions of public works superintendent, water operator. And the reason that I think, well, there's two reasons I think that. One is that to leave them separate, I think only allocates a certain amount of time for each, for the person that's doing those jobs. And I think that there are some weeks that there's more than 20 hours of work to do on the water system. There's some weeks where there's only a few hours of work for the water system, but a whole bunch that needs to be done for public works. So I think that by combining those job descriptions, it gives the person filling that role a little bit more flexibility to do what needs to get done rather than being constrained to working 20 hours on one, 20 hours on the other, regardless of the workload too. And then I also think that regardless of who we end up hiring for it, I think that I like Seth's idea of making the ORC certification optional, but at least listing it on the job description, because maybe we won't be able to find somebody that is perfect for the job, but in a perfect world, I really think that that's what we want to be looking for. That's what we want to find, someone that can be here. So I really think we should combine those job descriptions and at least give it a try to find somebody that can do that.
I don't disagree. Does that mean that would be something you would put together again?
Do that. We'll work together on that.
And then we have to come up, we need to post as soon as possible, that position, so are we talking numbers again? Could that be like 55 to 65 plus benefits?
Is the range currently posted for the job description of the public superintendent?
Well, let's take a look. So I did eventually find the town administrator job description from last year. And that one actually did not have a salary range listed in the job description. Yeah. Now. And I actually I posted a public works superintendent job description around town and a couple other places with not a whole lot of response, but I am not sure that I put the salary range on there and may have gotten a better response had I did it though. I mean, that's a definitely an employment trend that people are less likely to respond to jobs that don't have salary listed. Let's see if I can find this.
I remember failing me, but that is a requirement in the state of Colorado. It's getting employers in trouble for remote positions.
Well, something we're gonna have to. So, what do you guys think of Adam's suggestion, 55 to 65?
What is he getting out? What's the
Miguel?
Miguel's?
Miguel, right now,
It's gonna be more responsibility with less pay.
I think that if it were Miguel, for instance, if he were to get the job, if you were to offer him the higher end of the scale, I think that there would be a raise involved. Because he's making around $30 an hour right now.
And
Which $30 an hour is like, that's a good.
but he's also not doing 40 hours a week in charge. Nor should he be.
Well, I don't really understand. We went through the whole process of hiring the county water. He's established as the county water operator. That's a given. Why would we ask him to reapply for a job he's already hired for? He's already been hired for this job, and so we have the superintendent's job open. My understanding is we have a public works superintendent. Did we advertise for that position?
Barely.
Yeah.
Okay, so we already went through this process of that. And when we hired the gal for the public works superintendent, combined those two jobs because the water operator was really only part-time. And so I don't understand why we would go through the whole process again when we've already done it. He's already our water operator. I make him apply again. We already did the whole thing with public works. Why do that?
Well, if we can end up combining those positions, then it in fact becomes a new position entirely. You hired him to be your water operator. You haven't hired him to be the so that's the direction that we end up going with it. It is a substantial difference in duties and what the job is. Just like my job. Yeah, I was hired already to be the deputy clerk. Followed the right channels that was posted and everything. But having town administrator tagged onto it is kind of a change of the nature of it.
So would it be possible to call this person interim and could be an interim, I'm understanding, for forever? That would mitigate.
No, we need to post all of our positions because we keep doing this interim thing and it looks bad. And we need to legitimize all of our jobs, all of our positions. We have to pare down the people and save money and take really good care of the people that are working after all that.
I still think that the positions are quite dissimilar in nature and qualifications, and I totally agree that it would make sense to do it right here for our present situation, but as Benjamin said, we can always undo what we've done. Legitimizing something that's basically quite dissimilar in qualifications is.
So if the plan is that we're combining this in order to be able to offer a new position and be able to adjust the pay rate of what we're doing right now. If that's our goal, is to be able to say, combine this is what the pay is, instead of this pay and that pay all over the place. We're trying to formalize pay to make it affordable, then sure, let's go for it. Let's agree on this, let's move on. This sounds all good to me. Combine the positions, advertise them as a new position, put out the price range. And if we can keep the people that we have at that price range, great. But I think we've kind of gone over this as much as we can. I don't do well after 5 o'clock.
Neither do I.
Well, I have some other heavy things, but we can talk about it next time if you want.
We still have a bunch of, we have a variety of action items to go through. What else do we need to do like right now other than request the attorney to?
We have a
For
couple
both
of
positions, we have 2 positions that are being combined. There are 2 new positions that are combining their counterparts directly below them on this.
We're changing the name, it's gonna be clerk. Administrator or clerk name?
I'd like the administrator.
Clerk boss.
Under my notes say town administrator / clerk. If you would like that change, please do that. Okay, I will work on that. I will be working with our administrator and put on that this week.
Thank you, Seth, for that.
I have one more short item, that, really, I'm just putting the pieces together. Nancy had given me this when, as she was leaving, asked me to pass it out, everybody towards the end of the meeting, and as we've been sitting here, I've been looking at it, I think it would be relevant to pass this out. Nancy, unfortunately, is resigning from her role as code compliance officer. And so with that in mind, I think that the job description for code compliance officer, I know that it's been a little contentious as far as what Nancy should or should not be doing. We are, for better or for worse, going to have an opportunity to start over with that. So that's just food for thought or stress, depending on your perspective. I will hand out this letter to all of you though, so that you've got it.
That was a 60-day notice.
She said August 30th, yeah, so it's 6-week notice, 45 days.
I know we're all getting tired, but if we did have just a few minutes, I'd move on to Tim Webb. The handicap parking update. We did have a small brief that I provided to everyone. I've asked Scott a few questions. I'm working with Scott on who designed our current plan, the parking plan, how that's affected. I want to make sure we have a good count on any spaces that the town does have, how that might be implicated. I want to know how many actual handicap spots we have. This doesn't necessarily depend on use. I know it seems like it should sometimes, but they give a flat rate there is some discrepancy between the public parking lot and street parking. However, I think in the end, someone could have ADA. If we don't have any street parking, it is ADA, it's probably excessive. So we're working on that, Scott. Just kind of a big question there too. Not a lot of answers, I'm sorry about that.
I don't think it's a big deal. I mean, we don't really have huge parking enforcement right now. I've noticed that people on temporary parking. And it's not like.
It's gonna kind of get into the role of, we are almost a complaint oriented town. And if someone does have a complaint on an ADA issue, be that it's someone that is a ADA or someone that is not under the ADA, they can still snap that photo and send that to the care.
Does that mean?
Adam knows.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm just gonna say it again, take it or leave it, but the new language is accessible, so even on our agenda, it should say accessible parking, not handicap parking. And that's what the ADA is putting out. I'm not doing a social justice thing. So the new language is accessible parking.
So does this mean like those two spots that are right next to each other on Silver Street near the corner of Alder, we could maybe turn right into one? And the two spots that are on Cottonwood Street that don't really serve anyone could be reduced to one instead of two.
I think there's a possibility to do that. We should discuss the requirement to have a ADA spot that is van accessible instead of just ADA norm spot. So an accessible spot requires an adjacent alleyway to so you may not necessarily gain a spot if you have two spots that reduce to one van spot with the alleyway. So I don't know if you can.
I think it would be worth taking a look at, especially on top of the street, because it's a long area and it's not like it's marked, you know, with places, but the handicap area is marked. And I think that as a van accessible place, we could still pick up some extra space. And then the other two that are next to each other are, they don't really serve any place. They were kind of added in because the guy who was designing the streets said, well, you're going to have some handicap spots, but they don't really necessarily serve any particular businesses. And the problem on Silver Street, having that, like the two that Benjamin had, they serve his store, that they're directly related to the store. But then the ones up the street, it leaves there, it really crimps the amount of parking that we have. So the store is well served with their two handicap spots. But the other ones, if you look and you see, you're gonna stand there and go, what? No. So if they could be turned into maybe a man parking. I just see that trying to go to the store, it's getting harder and harder to find a place to park. So, you know, we can make, you know, pick up a couple of parking places, it would make a big difference.
So you said those were on Silver?
So there's two of them that are on Silver Street that are just to the west of the junction of Alder Street. So if you look at the junction of Alder and Silver, they're just west of that junction on the north side of the street. And then the other two that are on Cottonwood Street are at the junction of Cottonwood and Silver, just to the north of Silver Street. And then the one that Benjamin's has is also on Silver Street between Alder and Cottonwood. So we have a real surplus of handicap parking right there at Silver Street. It's like 6 spots. And if we can change or even move, you know, one from one place to the other, maybe it will just open up more parking. You know, I definitely want to see accessible parking for people.
This may be a discussion to bring up during Zoom too.
Yeah.
Probably direction. If P and Z brings a recommendation forward.
And I bring this up just because people have asked me. I mean, people have asked me, oh, you push to park, we need all these handicap spaces and. So that's why I brought it to you. Does anybody else, does anybody else feel anything about this? I mean, you're over there, Benjamin, is the store owner.
I don't know, I mean, I feel like the 2 spots that we have, they get used maybe like once a day, maybe. You know, and that 1 spot gets used once a day, so it's really not that much that we're even getting used. There's
So about the other ones that I
the other ones,
mentioned?
yeah, they don't, I mean, I doubt anybody ever used or
Legal.
legally.
Yeah, I would be fine if each one of those pairs was 1, so we had a total of 3.
So, I mean, I think you're right, I just don't know if it matters that much in the long run, because people are just gonna do it illegally anyways. There's not a spot. But we're kind of like the last ones that people take.
Well, that was my note, that that's kind of what generally does happen, but I did have a note that this may be addressed to P and Z and have them make a recommendation.
So,
And I'll work with P and Z on that too.
We have to comply with whatever they come out with. It's not logic is not a part of the decision, it's whatever.
Well, and if where the group on that, if that comes back as a facility, we might want to do that one for sure.
At least we will have tried.
Okay.
I wish
Yeah,
my
moving
employees
on.
would stop parking in fine spots. We've asked them so many times, but they. For some reason, there's certain people that. They can't give it up. It's weird. Like, that's a prime spot for customers. Don't park there. They park it all day. I'm gonna start, I'm starting to get on their case, but it's really a problem.
Thank you, board mayor, that's all I have.
So I'm gonna call on Adam, and then it's almost 5:15. We still have all of our action items to go through, hopefully quickly. Adam?
Allison gave me the letter that I wrote to be talked about in executive session. I don't know if it's been made public or not. Did anybody here not read it? Aaron? Yeah, I think you read it. It was the letter about concerns. I don't care if it's
Not a recent letter.
So I brought up a few points that we kind of talked a lot about.
I read it, but I'd like to-
Our staff structure and accountability and all that.
Thank you, Adam.
But I guess more immediately. I definitely have a concern about what I heard from citizens about Miguel's behavior concerning Stephen McDowell. And then I also definitely had concerns about our bookkeeper and our treasurer and potential conflict of interest with their involvement and incorporation of the VACA and being more tied into our financial status than anybody. And I really care for and appreciate our treasurer as a person, and I'm starting to not trust the numbers that we're getting, the lack of information that we're getting, and the kind of opinions / lack of opinions that we're getting from our treasurer. So I want to look at that and talk about it. It doesn't have to be right this second, but it needs to be said. I think we would be served well by hiring a completely uninvolved treasurer, even if that's like a ASU graduate looking for work, who has zero opinion about the direction that our town goes in, because I think there's too many personal opinions and political opinions. They get tied into a position that just needs to be numbers and nothing but. And can you tell us what happened with Miguel?
Yeah, no, I can. So after the incident with Miguel and Steve, I talked to Steve on the phone and got his version of events. I also had Miguel come in and give me his version of events, and they matched up pretty well. Let's see, Steve had been telling people at the store that Miguel did not do his job really when there was that fire. He was saying that Miguel should have been at the water tank, making sure that it didn't get emptied too far and that he wasn't there. That through the rumor mill got back to Miguel, and Miguel was upset about that because he was at the water tank, making sure that it didn't get emptied. So he did go down there and kind of confronted Steve about it, and asked him, said that he had heard that he'd been saying things about him, and asked why he was saying that and what the deal was. And they started arguing about, from the sound of it, kind of about a lot of town things. It kind of went down a rabbit hole. They started arguing, and Steve told Miguel to get off his property. And so Miguel said, okay, well, come talk to me in the street then. So then they went into the street, and Steve said, so what, are you gonna hit me? And Miguel said, no. Are you gonna hit me? And Steve said, no. And then Miguel said, okay, well, just, stop talking about me. If you have a problem with the way I'm doing my job, then take it up with me. But that's not what happened. And then they went their separate ways. I did sit down with Miguel and told him that wasn't an appropriate way to handle it. While it's really frustrating to have somebody spreading misinformation about the way that you are or aren't doing your job, he's got the right to do it. He's got freedom of speech, and as public employees, it kind of sucks, but there's not a lot that we can do about that other than just disseminate the correct information and try to let it run off our backs as best as possible. So I did tell him, and he agreed with me. He said that, yeah, that wasn't the right thing to do. He got kind of, he let his emotion get away from him a little bit. And he will not do that in the future. I did give him an official warning that went in his employee file. And I left it at that. I know that Steve had also told me that guy needs to be fired. It felt to me like from the story that I heard first from both of them, it wasn't great. It was inappropriate. It shouldn't have happened. It wasn't, it didn't seem to me like Miguel had actually gone down there to threaten violence. So, any more than Steve was, like I said, they got out in the street and they were both like, so what, are you gonna hit me? And they were both like, well, no, that's not what we're doing here. So to me, it did not seem like something that he had to be fired over, or something that should have just been he was reprimanded and told not to do it in the future, and he agreed with that. Now, Adam, you're right, I did not bring that to the board for consideration. And since thinking about it now, I don't have the authority to fire him anyway. Maybe I should have brought it to the board. But that was kind of the way that those events played out.
I think it was professional to take it outside instead of sitting there arguing in the store. I think it was professional to say, hey, let's go talk about it outside. You know, and if I had a problem, I'd do the same thing. Doesn't mean I'm gonna go fisticuffs with Steve or him, me. You know, it's just more professional to get it out of the store. Cause that's where it started growing. And it's not the public's business to hear about stuff that is misinformation and take it out of context or that sort of thing. But I think Miguel did the right thing.
So I don't think Miguel did the right thing. I can't say that Steve's telling the truth. Steve told me that Steve was talking shit to Miguel and Miguel said, "Okay, I'm gonna punch you." And I'm sure Steve can ask, well, I'm sure Miguel could say, no, I didn't say that. And I guess we'll never know, but it seems pretty legitimate that that's how that would play out. But I do not think, I guess in the long term of building community, I think it's great for people to get through their headbutting and figure out the next best solution. And I do not think our staff should ever go into anybody's house or place of business with a reactionary confrontational situation. And I think that I think it sucks. As soon as any of us step up to serve or have a job, we're subject to slander, abuse, lies, and all sorts of stuff. And that's just something that we kind of have to deal with.
Yeah, I get the sense that Miguel takes pride in his work, and those types of accusations would piss me off. So in the end, I think it's a big nothing burger. And I don't think he should be reprimanded. Warned, yes, but not reprimanded. He now knows to go through the town administrator. So.
If I had an employee that yelled at one of my customers, I would fire my employee. And I'm not saying we should fire Miguel. I think it's really, there's a lot of potential for a building of relationships and all of that and working through that struggle. But it's completely unacceptable behavior for our employee to go yell at a resident, a business owner, a community.
But were there witnesses? Was there yelling on both parties?
No, there was yelling on both sides.
And
there were witnesses.
And then what do we know about Miguel monitoring the tanks that day?
Just that Steve said he wasn't doing it, and Miguel said that he was. I don't have a picture of him next to the tank or anything, but he did have specific information about how low the tank had gotten and at what time. So
it sounds like he was doing his job.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was,
So
I believed him.
sometimes, as you say, tempers can run high when you feel like you're being accused of something that smacks up against your own professionalism. And yeah, it was not acceptable for what he did, but it sounded like the situation had been handled. Miguel recognizes not to do this again. I don't think it will happen again. Might be a good thing for talking with employees, any of the employees. If you're out shoveling snow or mowing the lawn, that if you have a problem with a citizen, to not react unless you're physically in danger, and to bring it to the administrator or to the board to deal with. So it's a good learning experience all the way along of how we might deal with the public. So I think this is kind of a done issue.
Okay, and I want to know about in the future, because when I have residents or friends or anything like that come up to me and say, this thing happened a month ago where your employee came in and threatened to punch me and I know nothing about it, I would like to be able to say, I apologize for that, and that employee was reprimanded and written up.
I think we should know about it too, because especially if we have people who are repeat and we have employees that are either misbehaving or we have a citizen who's misbehaving towards our employees. I do think we should do, I agree.
Thank you, everybody. And then so as far as our treasurer and bookkeeper, do you guys want to put that on the agenda or talk about it at the budget meeting or? How do y'all want to, or just let it go and forget I said anything?
I can like put a comment about the, your information activities, the other line there is, well, you should go talk to our town administrator. That's their role. That is what you're supposed to do. You don't have to know everything. Trust me.
I need to know if I'm hiring an administrator that can handle problems.
Yes, I'm just saying when a citizen asks you a comment that you don't know, but you do know that it's someone else's responsibility. Right, to do that.
I think that's our responsibility to know if our staff is. How they're behaving with. community members. But yes, I understand.
And I'll, if there are, complaints against staff in the future, we'll be sure to communicate.
So. Yeah, I was just gonna say, so with the treasurer, and I think it's a concerning situation because we don't know exactly where she's at. With. Whether we're getting like real direct, clear information that it hasn't seemed like in a long time. Because she's working with a group that's actually kind of undermining our,
Kind of similar to the same comment is probably ask my administrator to have that conversation. I don't know what she's doing. I haven't had that conversation with her. I don't know if it's a vindictive act, if it's actual, if it's lack of performance, if it's just a lack of guidance also. She did have a few requests tonight. We're gonna get that, her that information as clear as possible. It's even for her to do the work.
And I have talked to Lisa about this particular issue. From talking to her, I do not feel that she is neglecting her duties to the town as a result of her involvement with the incorporation effort. In fact, I think that incorporation effort for the time being is pretty much at a standstill. I think that she's not doing hardly anything with that. And when she was working on that, from my discussion with her, with what her activities were, what her role was in that, it really did not feel like a conflict of interest to me. But that's just me. And she is. I think part of my management style is to trust my staff, especially people like Lisa, who I work with on a day-to-day basis, and I trust as a person to not lie to me about what's going on. But I can see how you all would think differently about it. As far as Emily, the bookkeeper, goes, she is really not involved with the corporation effort. Her dad is involved in it. He's a local, lives in Vaca. But outside of getting a signature from her on the one petition, she's not involved with the corporation.
So I would just point out, and maybe everyone knows regarding the bookkeeper and the potential conflict of interest. Lisa is working with two other people in this initiative to create a town in the Baca. The main person she's working with is Robert, and I don't know his last name, but I do know that our bookkeeper, Emily, is married to Robert's son, and Lisa recommended Emily, was the one who recommended Emily on her. So there is that relationship there.
Robert is actually Lisa's father.
Yeah, I'm just pointing that out as
Emily's father.
Oh, sorry, Lisa. Emily, yeah, sorry, Emily's father. Yeah, Robert father.
In the conflict of interest of
well,
sorry.
Kissing had her hand up before you did.
So I don't see it as a conflict of interest. you know, I just don't see, I mean, any employee can be involved with any number of different organizations. And the town has not taken a position one way or the other about the incorporation. You know, it's in many ways, it's not a town item. And so I just don't see where it's a conflict of interest, that she has nothing to gain financially by being involved with the incorporation. You know, I just don't see it where there is actually, according to the definition of conflict of interest, that there actually is one. Adam?
I think the incorporation of the Baca could bankrupt our commercial district if it wanted to. So I think it's concerning, but when I brought up the conflict of interest, that's a minority portion of my concern. My concern is competency and ability to help us create a budget that works. And for me, it's like the conflict of interest might bring up a little question of whether or not that's part of the reason we're not getting what we need from our treasurer. But ultimately, regardless of the conflict of interest, I don't think we're getting what we need from our treasurer. And if that's more about lack of competence than conflict of interest, that's just as valid of a reason to talk about whether or not we need a different treasurer.
I agree with that, but I also would say to you, Kirsten, that because she occupies that dual role, she has access to all of our charts of accounts, how we're doing things, what our requirements are. And I believe from some of the things I saw that some of that information may have been infiltrated into the perspective financial structure of the Baca town. I see it as a potential conflict of interest, as well as whatever the other items that Adam was brought up.
So all the information, the financial information of the town is public information. That's all public information.
It's all given, sorry.
No, I mean, most of it's public information. So, you know.
It's all public
Anybody
information.
can come in and ask for any kind of information,
But-
and whether or not how much sales tax we collect, anybody can come in and find out how much sales tax we collect. It's not like it's secret. So, and I also feel like when we're looking at, you know, we kind of put Lisa on the spot here today about why aren't we working with the newer budget, and she was very clear that the board has never made the action to say, take this information, put it in there, present it back to the board. I mean, that's why I kept asking that, why aren't we doing it? And it's like she hasn't been to the work sessions and never progressed into take this information and create the new budget with it.
I feel like we must have said that like 15 times.
Yeah, I think we did too. I think we've said that.
And someone could say-
requested that and asked for these numbers to be fixed and offered ideas and suggestions about reductions, and I have yet to see any of it.
So you feel like she didn't take that information from the work sessions and bring it back into a cohesive form?
I feel like that's part of it, and I feel like we have been slacking on more clear direction. But I don't think it's just that we have direction. And all of that information that you said that's public information is provided to the public and to us by these. So we're told that out of $450,000 in sales tax, X amount of dollars is online and X amount is brick and mortar, but I don't know that. Because we're trusting that person, we're trusting that position.
And it's all public information, but not everyone would know how to use that information. So,
But I kind of feel myself uncomfortable with this because Lisa's not here, and I feel like this kind of being accusation sort of thrown out. about our treasurer, and she's not here to defend herself, and we don't know of information that was shared that was improperly shared. So, I think we have to be careful when we're talking about somebody with a professional reputation.
With the changing of several positions on the town, I think we should wait a while before we address that. Because we're talking about combining public works with water, we're talking about administration and clerk combining. I think it's too soon. Let's address this some other time regarding this treasurer. I think treasurer bookkeeper should be the state job anyway. But you know, let's address this at a later date, because we can't completely get rid of everybody and combine everything all at the same time. It's just too much for everybody. But I did want to address the last line on page 1. I'm curious what town equipment Andrew Martinez is using.
I'm told he's driving vehicles.
As a matter of fact, the town has our 20-foot ladder, our 8-foot ladder. They borrow a post hole pounder.
Okay, they shouldn't have your stuff.
I know that.
Okay,
So
that's not-
Our batteries, our portable batteries.
they should not have your stuff.
I agree, 2 of the jacks that are holding this floor up right now. You know, and we can come get all this
You
stuff,
should get them.
probably.
But that can't be used as a point of like,
No, and I don't know if any time it's used the trucks. So.
I don't even, I'm just,
Right.
everything I said was something that multiple people have
I
told me.
just had to bring that up because it was curious, and I asked him, you know, driving around in a tractor or something, or moving the blue truck or something, but no. So,
And I guess also in that letter is, I think we made an agreement, same with interim position, same with corrections position. Same with paying Andrew, that had a time frame, and I could be wrong on that, but I think we did establish a time frame. And if we did, then I think we need to abide by that. And if we're past that, then I think we need to stop paying, stop seeking Andrew's support in public works for his sake as well as for ours.
cause he's still doing a lot.
I know. And I think we need to clean that up.
Yeah, and I think that we have surpassed that 3 months. And I have been hesitant to cut him off because
It's really,
it's tough, but.
it's really cutting, right?
Yeah,
It's not Andrew. Andrew's only probably doing it because somebody's knocking on his door. He's not coming over here asking for hours, is he?
no,
Right.
so just to. You know, do something here, does the board agree that we want to stop using Andrew Martinez as a contractor going forward, or do you want to extend the agreement that we have?
So, I mean, he is an amazing resource. So if there's some way that we can legitimately tap into that when we really need to, rather than just, you know, then and now. I mean, I don't think it should be that sudden, because I think people are always gonna go to Drew, you know, for advice or questions. So if there's a better way to deal with it, where the optics at least look better, you know.
I believe what was originally approved was 10 hours, up to 10 hours a week.
Yeah,
And he's consistent with working 10 hours a week.
yeah.
That's 6 with that. How much?
15 hours. So, maybe we should change that to 10 hours a month. Or
So right now, we have an agreement that says, what, 15 hours a week, is that what?
10 hours a week.
Yeah, 10 hours a week, so.
Does he have that agreement or is that expired?
It's expired. That was the original agreement that expired. in June, I
So-
think.
My own feeling is it doesn't hurt to have that in place. And it gets to be upon your judgment on whether or not you want to use those hours. And it also has to be with Andrew saying, hey, I don't want to commit to be available for 10 hours a week. He might say, I only want to commit to be available 20 hours a week because I'm retired and I'm doing other stuff. But I don't think it hurts us to have that available. When if we should have a problem that needs to be addressed. And Andrew's the go-to guy if you're having problems with the water tanker, you're having a problem with something else. I don't want to make it to where you would have to come back to us and say, hey, you know, we've got shit happening and we need Andrew, is it okay if we do whatever? So if you want to change that to say 20 hours a month, then whether or not you use it or not is the administrator's decision based upon the situation. Or if Miguel needs to go somewhere because of something or another, whatever, family emergency, we have a backup available that we can fall on. So it, you know, we're watching our budget, but you know, I'd rely on your judgment on whether or not we really need to ask for his help or not. And also his availability.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to me. In the future, instead of having him work 10 hours a week, we can have a policy, you know, on the policy with Public Works that anytime they want to bring him in, needs specific administrative approval. You know, they can only bring him in. It's not 10 hours a week. It's he can be available for specific projects with approval.
Because if we did 20 hours a month, we would have to put in the budget $12,000 a year for Andrew's support and assistance.
Also, the
That's the
projects
thing
it sounds like he is available for and needed for are spur of the moment. And you can't wait.
Well,
Or how long.
well, we've just combined the public works and the water operation position, which means we've really cut the hours on the public works. So we're taking money away from that. And I just think, yeah, we want to be really tight with the money. But I think having Andrew available for when he's really needed is priceless for keeping this town function in any kind of a situation or emergency. And that actually comes first priority is safety and functionality.
So I guess I would ask, I was unaware of the contract with Mr. Martinez.
Well, it was not actually a contract. It was just established via a motion at a meeting several months ago. So I was going to ask if that's an acceptable route to take with it, and if so, if somebody wants to make a motion.
I mean, should we check with Drew about how much availability he wants? Maybe he only wants 10 hours a month, you know?
Yes, I would ask if Andrew could contact our town administrator and discuss potential terms for an agreement. And if that can be then relayed, we come up with a flexible contract up to a certain amount of hours per week.
Sounds awesome.
And every one of us, anything he says, but we know how much we need these skills. So.
I gotta go put some food on the
I would
table.
really like to finish our agenda if there's any reason that keeps us from doing it. I appreciate all the things you brought up, Adam, but I'd like to go ahead and finish this agenda as quickly as we can. And I think we're finished with the report. Thank you. I don't think we will take long. Let's go back now to the agenda. And item number 8, discussion, other action items. The first one we've already done, which is to approve the check register. The second one is the invoice from Baca Grande Water and Sanitation District.
And I have a small note of explanation on here. The invoice is more this month. I want to say the ball was dropped. I dropped the ball last month, and after it was approved, I did not get the invoice paid. So I've spoken to them, we've got a check in there from them already for that. But I wanted to ask the board for approval to just start paying those invoices. I'll still put it on the board meeting for discussion, but that one extra step of getting it and then putting it aside for 2 weeks and then getting it approved and then pulling it back out again and putting it back in the GP file, it's just a spot where it's easy to make a hiccup and then we miss a payment.
I make a motion.
The board have any objection to that? I wouldn't think so. We just need to be able to be watching, see what's going on, and that's all. So, yes, unless somebody disagrees, go ahead with that. And let's pay the invoice. We all have seen a copy of it, I think.
Does it need to be a motion?
We would need a motion to pay it.
I'll make a motion to pay the warrants.
Second.
Discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The next one is,
Can I get a motion to
I make a motion that we approve, authorize Scott to pay the water and sand on a
I
monthly
second.
basis.
discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, yes. Now, the next one is the only one on the list that is of some concern and without our previous knowledge. Scott can speak to this. My understanding is that this is an agreement that may have been set up by Leslie. And they now have bills for about $5,000 from him.
Yeah.
Can you help us with this, Scott?
I can, I wish I could help. The frustrating situation, basically, I think I had written about this in my administrator's report last month. This hydraulic study was done in order to justify to FEMA the bridge replacement that we were going to need. The idea was that the hydraulic study would be done, it would show that the flooding would wash, that if there was a flood, it would wash the bridge away, and we need we can't have that. That was not the result of the hydraulic study. The hydraulic study basically said that the flooding would occur upstream of the bridge, and while it would cause massive property damage throughout town, the bridge would not be affected by it. So it didn't end up helping us for the FEMA grant. We do now know that we can't take that approach. But all in all.
Is it done though? This is the last.
It's done. Now that study is completed. This is the only.
So 3,260.
It was a not very
We have one for 4311 and one for 6507.
I see, invoice from. Total amount there is 4,300.
What about the one on the left? The other page, right there. None of the back, yeah.
Yeah, 6,500. 6,507.
Mhm. Total past due.
Then I see on the next page, it says prior unpaid invoice is 3,260.
Mhm. It's not a very clear invoice.
Kick him out of here. He's got kids at home he's gotta get to. Your last day, you get to go early.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you again.
Thanks, guys. See you Wednesday.
Yeah.
So what are our options?
How much do we actually owe them?
Do we know?
I think that it's those higher numbers are budgeted totals. It looks to me like we owe them around
We should just call them and ask them how much.
Around 6,500.
And what did,
I have spoken with them. I have not talked to them about this invoice in particular. But I believe that the reason for the two invoices is because they did one study for each bridge and being looked at and calculated all the three bridges.
so I think it'd be really great if you called them and got really clear on exactly how much we owe them. And then we're probably just gonna have to pay it out of our reserves. And so since we have 4 different invoices, I think it's a little bit unclear.
I would be interested in knowing what they provided us for all that money.
We do have a hydraulic study for each bridge. I can provide those to you. They're not very useful for what we're doing, but they did perform the service that we hired them to do, so you do have those. And that may be useful for some sort of flood mitigation work in the future. It's just not relevant to the specific project that it's doing. Not to say that it's altogether not useful, just maybe not the most relevant.
The work was entered into by Leslie, who was certainly have the authority or the apparent authority to enter into that contract, which I don't remember her mentioning to us, but there it is. Adam?
Can we direct Scott to contact them and ask for clarification on the exact dollar amount they owe them? And for him to tell them that this was entered into by our last administrator, so it'll come before the board in the August meeting and pay it. Any objections? That sound okay?
That sounds great to me.
All right, let's go ahead and do that, and move on to the next item.
Okay, so
Sewer extension, conceptual cost opinion, scope of work, that's the baseline proposal.
this is one that at this point in the day, probably be best to have a work session for. They put together, as you can see, the conceptual cost opinion on how much they think it will be, but what they still need from us is to sit down and figure out exactly where we want the sewer to be extended to, give them that feedback, and then they can use the two of those together to give us a more firm idea.
So
of
does the board have any objection to stop scheduling a work session so we can get some detailed information, will naturally create some sort of working.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, let's, and that leaves us only one other item, which I think the court clerk training, I'm not sure what that's.
Oh, so Nancy was interested in taking a court clerk training and stepping into that role. If she's no longer going, she is no longer going to be the code compliance officer. She does have a lot of understanding of how this stuff works though, and thought that might be a way that she can continue to help out. I need to sit down with her a little bit more and see if that's still weird, if she wants to do that, but I believe that she was requesting. It was not a very expensive training, I think it's like $120 or something,
So-
but she was requesting to be sent to that.
So is that something that a town administrator / clerk would like to look into, because it's really, that's something that Allison has been doing, and you might talk to Allison to get, is that something that there are court clerks, somebody who can come in, or I don't know what all our options are, or what we want to be with that function now.
Yeah, well, I don't think we need to do anything with it right now. I'll have a little roundtable discussion about it at the staff meeting tomorrow with Allison and Nancy and see what what's gonna make sense for us to do. I originally was planning on taking a court clerk training myself a little bit later this year. But when Nancy brought it up to me, I was I mean, one less thing. I'm okay with that. But I'll talk about it with all of them, and if the board wants me to take that on as well, I am open to it. I just need to find out a little bit more from Allison about how much time and energy she spends on court clerk activities throughout the.
It may be that there's somebody who's already a court clerk who might be available to come and do that for the town.
I think your transportation costs would be.
Unless there were someone local.
Then she gets expected.
Yeah, I mean, she is very, very detail oriented. And extremely, I mean, knows the code better than anybody else that exists.
So
I
do
do
we
think
want
it
to
should be a good fit.
advertise now for code enforcement officer?
Yeah, now that we've got this letter, we should start advertising as soon as possible. I will. We've got a lot of work.
Let's have our budget meeting first and determine how much we're gonna try to pay that. person.
There we go.
And same with the deputy clerk, because I don't need to be posted.
Yep. That's perfect.
For the last item is the planning commission, Benjamin. Planning commission. Report.
I don't even remember what we talked about. Oh yeah, well, one of the big things that is on the agenda was the
Living wisdom.
living wisdom, and we didn't really even talk about it during the meeting.
Oh, yeah, and that'll be a little bit of a long conversation. I've got some documents though that I'm gonna. I didn't send those to you. Did I? Apologies for that. I've got some documents that I will send to the entire board. One of them outlines very clearly what was missing and what would be required to finalize the whole thing. And the other is a pretty decent sized stack of documents that they've given to us in order to try to meet those criteria.
Was it part of the plan? It was the plan unit development.
Yes, for the plan unit development. Yep. Seth, I will need you on that as well. Looking through it, I need to go through and check each item off, but just about all of them, if not all, have been satisfied. They've done a good job of getting us, slowly but surely getting us the different engineering documents and road plans and emergency services plans and commitments that we've asked for. But I will send that out to everybody, and please just take a look through it. And if something stands out to you as missing or something that you remember discussing that for some reason, maybe there's a lot of documents for this thing. Thing file, it might be on a different document that I'm missing.
One thing we haven't worked out with them, which is kind of like the elephant in the room, is the tap fees and how we're gonna, what's fair for them, what's fair for us, and how to make that so that, it's clear before they actually start even doing too much work, because we're committing to water, and we kind of like informally talked to Miguel about whether we could get water over there, and he said yes. And is it going to require a booster pump, or are we going to have another booster pump in there that's going to be pumping up to them? Are they going to have a cistern, or they're going to just be collecting water and distributing it? Are they going to have, how many, what size do they need? Do they need sewer taps? How many sewer taps? But is it all going to come down one big pipe that's just going to go down the hill? I mean, there's so so many little details, and this was stuff that was coming up. Before they even got approved for the planned unit development. Obviously, we all really want them to be in this town, we just have to be able to share the resources that we have. In the proper way.
Yep. And for a lot of those questions, I think I'll be able to address those after talking with Miguel at our staff meeting tomorrow, because we do have 2-inch taps available, which are more expensive for higher water usage. I need to discuss with him how many of their residents can be served by a 2-inch tap, how many 2-inch taps are they going to and also discuss the sewer situation. As far as the booster pumps and the actual infrastructure to get the water up there, it's clear in the PUD agreement that they had agreed to that they are responsible for covering all of the costs for getting water and sewer to their property.
But tap fees, there has to be some tap fee.
Oh yeah, no, there will be tap fees. The 2-inch tap, the tap fee for a 2-inch tap is $11,000. And I'm expecting that they're going to need multiple 2-inch taps. But
And can we provide, I mean, is it even possible to do multiple 2-inch taps over on that farm? And
I see
You
what
know,
you're
I don't
saying.
know.
And then
We don't-
where the cistern comes into play, that's not possible.
we don't know where it even comes in over there, and I'm assuming that it runs along Hemlock,
I'm assuming.
assuming, because it goes to the charter school.
So we don't have the PUD that we had approved here in front of us for the living wisdom.
We need to go through those conditions and what, that we need more information from them. So we can't approve it until we get information and have a chance to take a look at it. So I wanted it to be on the agenda for the planning commission for the last meeting, but it didn't get there. So we need to have the planning commission take a look at those remaining 6 or 7 conditions where they not submitted any information to us, so we can begin a dialogue to get those approved.
Okay, because we had gone through the thing with the PUD. It had come to the planning commission, it had come to the town. There was various conditions that we made. It went back to them. My understanding is they addressed those conditions. It came back to the town.
That's what he's saying, so a lot of those got addressed.
And then we had actually approved the PUD.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah,
We don't have any left to approve. What about tap fees?
so the thing with this is what I'm remembering, I think at home I have the agreement, but it was a finalized agreement that spelled everything out. And when we made that agreement, so we're not reinventing the wheel on any of this, that it's not in this binder. But the tap fees everybody's thinking of it as if it was property with all these houses and individual tap fees. Think of it instead as an apartment building. So this is how it's functioning as an apartment building. They were gonna have a main larger tap that would connect into the sewer system as a larger tap. And it goes up to their properties, and then the individual properties feed into their main line. So we're not looking at having
But-
20 taps.
So we don't.
It's like an apartment building to where each of these buildings come together into a main line. And that main line is larger than a normal line. It connects into our tap, and we charge them for the larger tap. And I'd have to get that document out, but it was more based upon what you would with an apartment building, where you're looking at the EQR. You've got this many bathrooms, this many kitchens, this many facilities. And so you're not looking at individual taps, you're looking at one main tap that's getting charged about according to the different EQR usage. It's like an apartment building that had the rooms spread out. And if you go back, that's one of the things we talked about when we approved the whole PUD were those kinds of questions. So
I remember
we keep going back to this individual tabs and it's not, it's one big.
I didn't go back to the individual tabs, we were just talking about, he was just saying that it's probably gonna be. 1 or 2 taps of water coming in and 1 tap of that. But what I'm trying to bring up is that it isn't really done too much in our town, we don't have other apartment buildings that we can honestly say that we're basing our model off of, so. There has to be some kind of negotiation that makes sense.
So we need to be very careful here and go back to the agreement. We made an actual formal agreement with the planning commission twice, with the town board twice. We have public hearings. We have that agreement and we approved it. And so we can't go back and start changing the terms.
That's not what I'm saying, but if I remember correctly, and I think that Scott is gonna come up with this, is that that was one of the sticky issues that never got settled, was how we would do the taps. Now, that doesn't mean that we can't do it the way that you're saying, I'm just saying, I don't think there was an agreement on the
No, there
taps.
wasn't. This is the last thing that we sent to them. That was from Attorney Jean Parrish. And it was March 1st, 2020. And it spells out the remaining information that we didn't get from them, and that was approved, not from Tom,
Right, but
with
then-
that, and that's the last official action by the board. And we're still, so
I think that we got that answers, and it was actually something like June when we met with the board and went through that with those conditions that they addressed in each and every one. Let's get a look at the PUD that we actually approved, because my memory is that they came back and addressed every one of those conditions.
But it sounds to me like we're at a impasse, we just need that information. That they may have given to.
they submitted something to us, but I don't remember that it ever came back from the planning commission or that we ever took any action.
I remember the whole approval that we went through, and actually.
I remember,
yeah.
I remember too, but I also remember it missing a bunch of items because they didn't have the information yet. And that's what we were trying to get with Scott, was to find out if they actually sent more information
Okay,
over these past,
okay.
If they said it, it never came to the planning commission. We never acted on it.
So I would like to then see what it was that the town actually improved. I think
It's
it's
in my
like
binder.
June.
So
It's in our binder.
I actually just sent out an email with 2 separate documents. One is exactly what the town approved. And the other is a collection of the documents that we've received from them since then, that meet those conditions.
I remember there was still some engineering that had to be done.
Engineering drawings, and as far as I know, we've never had any information to them showing any public space lot. There's nothing in the way of public space. We never had the discussion about that.
So we have in here the subdivision regulations in the town of Crystal. So, but we don't have their actual application in the binder. Cause I went looking for it. It's got maps, it's got drawings, it's got everything from the engineers. It's a great big massive document. This was just the subdivision regulation. But the actual document that we approved does not live in our binders.
So yeah, no, it's not in your binders. You did ND from your apologize for that. I did just send that out to you. So if you check your email when you get home, you'll have both of those documents, what was approved and what they've submitted.
Problem solved.
Everything that the planning commission worked on and acted on, I see here. That's all I know.
Well, I remember it came back to the town council, and actually it was, she was in error, we had approved the preliminary, and he was saying, oh no, you hadn't approved the preliminary, they had to resubmit it again. Got the preliminary approved twice, and then it went through, that's all a list of questions, we had 7 things that we had to deal with. We sent that back to them, for them to get an answer to. And then we had another meeting a couple months later where we had answers to, I believe, most of it. And yeah, maybe there were some things on the final engineering becoming, you know, locating different things or whatever that wasn't.
You don't need me.
It was really very complete.
So you answered our question, right? Look at these documents it sends.
Somebody will be sent to it.
So
They have it, they're in your email.
This is,
I mean, I've got.
we're not gonna reach any.
I'll dig it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I just think we have to proceed carefully, that if we've approved, made agreements, that we don't come back and start changing things.
The last thing I saw was this agreement that I'm talking about, Adam.
Can we schedule something like maybe with Scott and one of us and maybe access to Seth to kind of address and clean this up before we talk to them? And then I think we should schedule something with some of them and some of us so that we can support it.
But it was a planning commission matter too, and the planning commission was involved at every stage up till what we have here.
Sure.
So I think the planning commission, which has listened to all of that and is familiar with these 6 or 7 conditions.
I know, then the planning commission referred it to the board of trustees. And
Yeah, for a final decision.
Right, and we voted and approved it.
But we never answered those conditions, those drawings, none of those things that I ever saw anyway.
Okay,
That's what we'll have to find out.
well, I think what Adam said is correct. I think at home I have even the final thing that we had approved. And I believe that if you look at that year, it could very well, it was maybe May, it could be June that we have that meeting. And we approved it.
Are they asking for anything right now? Then
They haven't asked for anything as far as I know, but you went to the ground breaking, and I just wanted to make sure that the town and them were, you know, technically on the same page. Not just spiritually.
and I told them that I was hoping I could be supportive during, you know, navigating the bureaucracy and the. Cause it's gonna be a
I don't even
process.
think there's much more. I just think that we have not discussed tap fees yet.
That's a huge part of it, yeah, and so I think that we should have I think we should clean all that up.
Well, we need to find out first where we
Yeah,
are.
let's look at
Let's
the final document.
quarter after 6. Let's get some more information.
So the other thing that
Put it
happened-
on the agenda for the next meeting.
Other quick thing that happened at the planning commission was, I recused myself because they're doing it on my property. There's gonna be like at the energy fair, this guy Sean, King is planning on doing a really cool kind of display, we're calling it a auxiliary building. Otherwise, it would just be a wall that, has a series of, truth elements to it. So like you look in, it's like one wall is built out of straw bale, one wall is built out of cob, one wall is built out of earth bag, and so he's following all the town's rules and stuff, and he's gonna start building it, and it's gonna be a really cool kind of like you drive into town and you see this sort of interesting looking wall with it's gonna be not a shed, the auxiliary building on the back.
It's an
Accessory building, that's what it's called.
Is it permanent?
It is permanent. It's not very big, it's
It meets the requirements of the code.
it's just, the cool thing about it is it's gonna have like a lot of information based off of the energy fair. It's gonna be a really. He's not a professional builder, but he's worked with an architect slash guy. Yanto Evans, who wrote the hand sculpted house. So that's gonna be interesting. That was another thing that.
So I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I want to make that motion.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Meeting is adjourned at 6:13 p.m.
Thanks, guys.
So Kim, I'm gonna catch up with you at some point. And read you
Yeah.
for a sense of humor.
Yep, we got a lot to do.
Let's go outside. There is something here. Too damn hot here. Thank you, Scott.
Yep.
We'll find it.
Government donated to the town.
What a generous guy.
We need them all.
Scott, I wish you'd provide some refreshments or food for us at our work session. I don't know if that's possible.
I think it's possible. I think we can swing sometime. Get a big pack of Slim Jims or something.
Get a full box.
Your dad got to put on a headband. You gotta put on a headband.
My,
Oh, for the commercial, isn't that it?
for what?
The Slim Jim
My
commercial?
Slim Jim commercial, yeah. Our town, we eat Slim Jims around here. Carry guns and Slim Jims.
Wow, yeah, that could be, it could be an ad for the town of Crescent. We should include a little clip of that in our documents.
We gotta go again.
In our town, we eat Slim Jim, carry gun.
This meeting got harder and harder.
I thought this one was gonna be a short one, actually.
Yeah,
Not bad.
Sometimes the smallest items become the most annoying.
Same question gets asked a few times. So what's the next P and Z?
It's first Monday of August.
Yep.
Out of town.
You could just drop a message. So. Yes, you want us to.
I'm just wondering about this.
Well, you should.
Spray some ground, during trucks, so it's not there, they think it's done.
Well, they know that there's a tap, I mean, they haven't paid a tap fee, so what are we supposed, I mean, like, you're supposed to have a tap fee if they want our water and sanitation, what are they gonna do otherwise?
And it's their responsibility to install the infrastructure.
On their side, yeah, I mean.
We're on the property.
Yeah, I think we're supposed to come to them. But I mean, this has been pushed hard by Kiz, and she is just determined to make sure that this goes